Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
I would say that this is, we play that intro every day. This is truly one of those days where you hear D'Amico Ryans there say, great day, great day.
Yes.
Oh, give me some juice, baby.
And I'm not rolling my eyes, like I typically am. Acting like I'm the cool kid out on the fringes of everybody huddling up.
Do you have juice today? Are you ready?
I got juice.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. I'm gonna give the juice.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the biggest day in the history of the station today. That is not hyperbole. Today at 8:00, Sports Radio 610 becomes 95.7 The Fan.
Things, and this is in your wheelhouse.
It's right in my wheelhouse. Well, especially when it's the biggest thing, because then I don't even have to go through 2 through 10 or whatever.
They typically say the greatest days in your life: the day my kid was born, the day I got married, and the day Sports Radio 610 switched over to 95.7.
That's actually probably pretty true in my lifetime. This is a big thing, man. It's a big deal today. For everybody up here at the station. Most importantly, I think a big deal for our listeners who will get to listen on crystal clear FM radio starting at 8:00 today on 95.7 The Fan.
Yep, it's really, really cool. It'll be much better sound quality, better signal, no drop-offs, no static, and everything that goes with it. And today we have a few. You did a really good job getting. It's not like we didn't treat this like Radio Row and load it up with guest after guest after guest,
pimping things
like people used to do back in the day.
Yeah.
That's right. You called up J.J. Watt.
Yep.
You called up Rudy T.
Yep.
And you called up Roger Clemens. You said, hey, listen, before I even ask this question, you're going to try to pimp something on my radio show?
Right.
And they all said no.
Yeah.
And,
well, they were all they were all excited about the new station. You know, they were all, and JJ is going to be our first guest on the new station, and he was honored to be asked to be the first guest. I think he's the most appropriate Houston sports figure to earn that distinction of being the first guest in the history of the new station. So, yeah, it was I reached out to JJ first, and then I reached out to Roger, and I said, hey, JJ's going to do it. Mm-hmm. Roger's like, well, then I'm in. And then I reached out to Rudy, and I said, hey, JJ and Roger are going to do it. And Rudy's like, let me check my calendar. And he got back to me 5 minutes later, and he said, yes, I would love to be part of this. So these are 3 people who are genuinely excited to be part of the dawning of a new era of radio.
I think, it's kind of cool too because, obviously JJ, we've got a lot to talk about with him. Not just about his past, but also, he's had big news. He's being bumped up to the number one crew on CBS, the broadcast
with
crew.
Houstonian Jim Nantz.
Yeah, but then also I think a lot of younger people might not realize sports radio, all day sports radio, is still it's relatively a new thing. It was the early 90s when all of a sudden people started realizing, boom. Oh, wow, there's actually a market for a station that talks exclusively about sports.
Yep.
Back in the day, it might be, you might get Barry Warner for a couple hours at night on a news station.
Exactly what it was.
Yeah.
When I discovered Sports Talk Radio, it was in Hartford, Connecticut, listening to Arnold Dean, this old guy on WTIC AM, which I think is one of our sister stations. In Odyssey, and it was a half-hour show.
Yeah.
It was 30 minutes from 6:30 to 7 o'clock, and I'm like, this is it? We get 30 minutes? Because it was awesome.
It was a podcast.
It was basically,
You could, so
every day.
So where I was going with this is that, the first full-time sports radio station in this town was Sports Radio 610 back in 1994, and it's been a journey. And now we'll stay on 610 for those of you who are diehard and you just want to stay where you are. But it's a better product on 95.7. More people are gonna stumble upon us and have us right there on the dial.
Unless you're into static, people have their kinks.
Kind of like listening to an old phonograph or something. There's an appeal to that.
Everybody's got their fetishes.
So with Rudy T and Roger, those guys, their careers, were smack dab in the middle of before there was sports radio and after sports radio.
Yeah.
There was VSR and ASR.
Sports radio could not have launched at a better time for Rudy T because it launched in 1994, in the fall of 94, in between the 2 Rocket championships.
Kind of a big stretch of his career.
Like he didn't right out of the chute when Houston really got to experience what hot sports takes were like 24/7 on a sports station. Rudy was not a victim of anything because he was the coach of the first real championship team this city ever had.
So I said
belle of the ball.
I set the stage that way, but I'm also thinking these guys might not give the answer we want to hear when we're like, hey. When people started talking about sports 24/7 on the radio, and then when they added the internet, was that awesome for you guys?
I might get a moment out of that
one. Was it really, really cool when all of a sudden your kids were subjected to all this criticism and vitriol?
You know, it's funny. We've talked about the changeover to 95.7 The Fan for the last several weeks. We learned about it like the third week of July internally here. We announced it a couple days later. And it's a really good lesson. We still get a lot of the same questions we've been answering for 3 weeks now about, hey, is it still going to be on the Odyssey app? Is the phone number for texting in going to change? Anytime we mention the changeover, we get the same questions. And I'm not complaining. I'm saying that to say, if you have any questions, definitely still text them in this morning because the change is happening at 8 o'clock today. Yeah. And I guess we should lay that out. What does it look like? What's today going to look like here? And we're going to get to the Texans in a second. We've got an actual Texans game tonight that we're going to talk about here. And Seth and I will be on pregame starting at 4 o'clock. If you're going to the game, swing by and say hello. We'll be in that same stage we always are.
We've got an Astros team that plotted their way in a very non-Roger Clemens-like fashion to a win last night. Whatever the opposite of a Roger Clemens complete game is, that's
Clemens
what that was last night.
led the league in complete games 3 times. The Astros paid tribute to him by having 8 1/3 scoreless innings from the bullpen.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a bullpen game. Here's how it's going to go today. And by the way, okay, I'll answer these questions quickly. Are we staying on 100.3 HD2? No, you don't need that anymore because we're on actual FM. 95.7 The Fan, starting at 8 o'clock. Is the first guest for Ron and Clint going to be Jim Nance? Yeah. That's funny.
Jim Nance probably doesn't remember that he had a little brush up with them. You know, actually probably will because he was being inducted into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame.
I bet he remembers. So at 7 or at 8 o'clock today on the nose, that is when the changeover takes place. So we got to get out. We have a hard out, you and I, at 7:55.
Good luck with that.
So, and then real quick, just for people who haven't heard. J.J. Watt is going to be at 8:20 today. Mm-hmm. Roger Clemens is going to be at 9 o'clock, and Rudy T is at 9:40. Okay. So those are the times.
That's barely working in the second hour. It's just going to be us taking in the wisdom of our elders. Even though J.J. Watt feels a little bit like an elder. You know what, though? They might be able to rope-a-dope Jim Nance back onto the station by just saying, hey, this is 95.7
you know what?
here in Houston.
That actually...
That
would be pretty funny, actually. And then they replay what happened, and then they try to kumbaya over the whole thing.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's squash the beef, man.
If there's one thing I know about old school broadcasters who are hugely famous, it's they love being duped.
No, that'll be the thing.
They love practical jokes.
We're the soft landing for guests, and in the new 95.7 The Fan, the drive is going to be the gotcha show. I think they're going to be the Jerry Springer show of 95.7 The Fan.
We need to stop talking about this because I'm afraid that Jim Nance might get wind of it and put the kibosh on JJ's interview. Jim Nance is going to call up JJ and be like, hey, what's this I hear?
Yeah.
Hey, partner.
Yeah,
and it says it dripping with sarcasm. Hey, partner.
Yeah.
Here you're about to go on with those bastards.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Ixnay on the Antsnay talk.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's going on today, this morning. And all day long, it's a big celebration. It's going to be a big celebration up here. You guys will see plenty on social media. I'm sure our socials are all changing. Our Twitter's already changed a while ago. It still had the Sports Radio 610 logo, but we've been at 957 The Fan for a while now.
Our personal Twitter handles are still the same. I'm still Sexy Daddy 9734294.
Right. Yeah. I'm still Snack Daddy P.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So 69.
You got to put an at in front of it.
Yeah.
People
but
know
if you want
either.
to address us at the pregame show as those names, because it's a new age here, I think we should probably embrace our nicknames.
So with the YouTube channel, is it staying the same channel? Are they just switching the URL? Does somebody have to switch over?
That's a good question that I don't have an answer to.
I'm still a little confused about.
Okay, and there's
we'll figure that out by the time.
People wondering that. Yeah, we'll our boss is here. We can ask him during the break. I'm sure he knows the answer. Let's get to the Texans here and what we're watching for tonight. Chargers, Texans over at Reliance Stadium.
Yeah.
Reliance Stadium in the first preseason game.
Big change for the Texans, too.
D'Amico, was it right? Yeah, big change. Yeah, the huge conversion from NRG Stadium to Reliance Stadium. D'Amico has not been specific about who's going to play and who's not going to play.
And the Chargers, meanwhile, are not going to play 16 or 18 starters. Jim Harbaugh just said it the other day.
I would expect the Texans' number of starters they're not playing to be in that range, too. Maybe even more. I could see their entire starting defense not playing.
And especially if they know that the Chargers starters aren't playing and you can really get a good look at some of your younger guys, that sounds about right. It's probably what I'm really curious about is there's a genuine competition going at right tackle, and I would not expect Trent Brown to play. Braden Smith himself is still, he was slow. He was out for a lot of OTAs in minicamp with the neck surgery they had in the offseason. Those guys are both veterans, but they're also in a competition. I feel like the fact that they get to go against Jadeveon Clowney and Will Anderson in practice all the time, probably that's competition enough.
They'll get better tape on them in those practices than they will doing anything against Chargers
too.
Well, I was referring to the practices you're talking about, but also the combined practices.
So they probably won't play.
I doubt they'll play. Okay, as far as guys we are watching though tonight, because there are guys here that are either battling to stay on the roster. I mean, some names that have been a problem, like Blake Fisher is battling for his job right now.
Yeah.
He was a second-round pick a couple years ago who started as a rookie after Titus Howard got hurt and who most of last year, was your jumbo package sixth offensive lineman out there. Mm-hmm. And he's had a good camp.
Yeah, and
he's been
looks
better.
like he's transformed his body a little bit, and sometimes that's overrated, especially for offensive linemen. But for him, I think it's probably an indication of an overall perhaps maybe he just kind of realized my back's against the wall here.
You're three,
and just dialed in and started doing everything a little bit better.
Yeah, so O-line is one for me with Blake Fisher. Jarrett Patterson, who I think is, with the contract restructure, has probably made the team. But I'm guessing Evan Brown's going to be out there because he's battling for a job on the interior. Jake Andrews, who was your starting center last year, is in jeopardy of not making it. Some of the guys who were just put in ink at the beginning of last year to make this team, that they're now battling for their jobs, I think speaks to some of the depth that the Texans have built through free agency and the draft.
So you're going to ask me what are my what?
What are you watching? Like, who are the guys you're watching tonight?
I don't know if you're talking about these veteran fringe guys.
No.
The rookies, I've got 6 rookies.
Okay.
And the first one is Rutledge, who I think he's played well enough that he might be at the spot where they're going to say, all right, well, we think he's going to start and we want to be sure he doesn't get injured. My big concern with that is that he still has yet to really face a nose tackle who's right in front of him, because the Texans don't play that way except in a few certain short yardage instances. So I'd like him to get that experience, even if he's a bona fide, like they know he's going to be the starter. I want him to go out there and get some work against the 3-4. The first team they face this season in the Buffalo Bills is switching over to a 3-4.
Yeah, and that's a little different, like you and I just said, with the 2 right tackle candidates, that you're not going to learn much about them going against the Chargers backups.
Yeah.
They've played a ton of right tackle, both those guys. Keelan Rutledge has played very little center. To me, it's just the muscle memory of playing center. It doesn't matter who he's going against.
Then the other guy, we go to the other end of the spectrum. Keelan Rutledge is your first-round pick. I would go down to the undrafted rookie free agents, and I think Noah Whittington has really shown some good stuff, the running back out of Oregon. But it's also, I mean, you look at the running backs right now, and presumably your top 3 would obviously be Joe Mixon and Woody Marks, and then I think Jawar Jordan.
David Montgomery.
So what did I say?
Joe Mixon.
Well, yeah, I'm going back in time. David Montgomery and Woody Marks. But like Jawar Jordan is injured right now. And then you're sitting there and you're looking at, okay, I got 2 rookie undrafted free agents because British Brooks is also injured.
Yep.
So we've got Pitzenberger, the kid out of Yale,
and Owen Wright, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He's still on the roster.
But I think Whittington's got a shot.
I think Whittington might carry. I think he
year.
might carry the ball 15 times tonight.
Right. But then the question becomes, all right, let's keep these running backs healthy. So we might not, if they really like him, we might not see a lot out of him in the second and third preseason games.
Yeah, maybe not. That'd be a good problem to have for sure. And then I would add, as long as you're talking about undrafted guys, I'm guessing Colin Wright is on your list of guys you're going to be watching tonight.
Yeah.
And he's a DB. For those who haven't been to training camp, he's a DB out of Stanford. He's a cornerback who has been probably the third best cornerback in camp so far at practices, I think.
Yeah, I'm always careful to say that because sometimes it's, the plays that guys don't make, but where they're doing good things and impactful things really don't jump out at you at cramp. But I would say he's been the most noticeable.
He's done things that have popped.
Yeah. And for whatever this is worth, when defensive backs or Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, asked about rookies who have stood out, it seems like they've unanimously brought up Colin Wright.
Yeah, they're very.
So yeah, he's really flashing, and the biggest thing is Matt Burke said he just doesn't make a lot of mental errors for a rookie, and that's one of the things that'll get you on the field fastest is if you're a guy that they think they can trust.
You're where you're supposed to be. You're doing what you're asked to do.
You know what that tells me too? You always got to be careful with these kids that come from the smart schools.
Yeah.
Sometimes their book smarts transfers over to the football field, but sometimes their book smarts turn them into that kind of football player that's so smart that they're dumb. They get paralysis by analysis.
Yeah,
and it looks like Colin Wright is actually one of those guys that can transfer the book smarts to the football field.
His book smarts are applicable. Yes,
I credit Manville High School and the education that he got there.
Solid education down there. Yeah, local kid. It's pretty cool. Number 37. If you're going to the game tonight. I would say also, just to add to the rookie theme that you've got, because you said you had 6 rookies in front of you. Is Lewis Bond on your list of guys?
Okay, yeah. So the other ones are, I've got Rutledge, Marlon Klein, Lewis Bond, Noah Whittington, Colin Wright, and Wade Woodaz.
Yep. I tell you what, like 2 of their top 3 picks right now, and again, it's 11 training camp practices, and I would say save this audio because I could probably be freezing cold takes here midway through the season. Caden McDonald, we'll see. He hasn't done anything really that's cut through in camp. I'm not saying I'm pessimistic about him, but Keelan Rutledge and Marlon Klein, both early on here, look like they've got those 2 picks right.
Yeah.
Keelan Rutledge is going to be the starting center for this team, barring injury. And Marlon Klein, man, like you can see what the Texans saw in him. And I know he was forecasted to be a day 3 pick, but I would also remind people too that maybe like a couple of the reasons why he was maybe not as high up the board for the NFL is his second to last year was Colston Loveland's senior year, so he's a backup. And then last year he was playing with a true freshman quarterback, and they couldn't throw the football last year.
Yeah, and his whole time at Michigan, he had, I think, three guys who would be drafted at tight end ahead of him. So it wasn't like he was just some kind of laggard that had a late arrival.
No.
But he's late to football, grew up in Germany because he's German. And
the problem with Scotland is that it's full of Scots.
When I say grew up in German, it sounds like he was a fancy lad who went to a boarding school.
No, he was
Bonn.
He was a German citizen, yes. Born and raised. All right, let's get to the Astros from yesterday. They actually expanded their lead yesterday. It did not feel like one of those games that by the end of the night we're going to be going, wow, they're even further out in first place. We will lay out everything that went on. And this is a time now coming up where the Astros absolutely have to put some daylight between them and the Rangers. We will explain coming up next. But
At 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Broken bat, one hopper, and they're going to flip it to third. Allen was on the move. Nick's going to try to stay in the rundown long enough for Payne to get to second, and this is not going to work out well. That's a double play turned by the Giants infield on a ball that was short hopped by Adames. Allen tried to get his teammate to run into scoring position for Yordan Alvarez, and that is a double play to end the inning. That one lofted into left, playable for Victor Barracotti. Barracoto dropped the ball. That's going to allow Paredes to go to third. Varsho watches Paredes go to third, so he's going to follow him to second. Barracoto had a routine fly ball. I'm not sure if that wind was playing tricks or he just whipped it. That should be the second out of the inning. The Astros getting some breaks here with some terrible defense by the Giants in the seventh.
The reason I played those two highlights coming in is that was kind of the turning point in the game that got the Astros back into it. They were trailing 1-0 for most of the game. They gave up a run in the first inning. It was a bullpen game. And then the bullpen was lights out the rest of the way, including Tatsuya Imai.
That's why you brought him here.
Newfound reliever,
hot innings
he's
in
a
the middle
reliever
of a baseball
ace,
game,
is what he is. But the back-to-back innings at the Astros with just some of the worst base running that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then the Giants outfielder there dropping the fly ball, which kept the inning alive. They get a sac fly to bring home a run, and they get another sac fly a little later in the game. They win the game 2-1 last night.
That's
or yesterday afternoon.
That game,
sorry.
and it's funny. Yesterday, I've started seeing more and more speculation about Yordan being injured or something
because he's not hitting any home runs.
Because he hasn't hit a home run in the last 13 games.
Yeah.
He's still the other night you brought this up. He had one of the hardest hit balls all season.
Yeah.
The
hardest hit ball.
Yeah, but it was a grounder. But he's it's not like he's up there and looking hapless at the plate.
No.
In that 13 games since in which he hasn't hit a home run, for one, he's been walked. What the hell? He's been walked 12 times.
Yeah.
He's got an OPS of 847. He's got 5 doubles in that time.
Yeah.
Remember everybody before last year kind of freaked everybody out and what have you. A slump for Yordan Alvarez is an 847 OPS.
He's still the best hitter on the team.
Which is a really good baseball player.
Yordan is in a slump. I mean, Yordan's the best hitter on this team just in general all the time. In this quote-unquote slump he's having, he's their hottest hitter.
He's still a really good baseball player. Yeah. So
yeah.
I think that we're right, probably on the precipice of on the brink of one of these huge home run outputs by Yordan.
Absolutely. He's going to have a week coming up here where he hits 5 or 6 bombs and wins AL Player of the Week like he's done a couple times already this year. Here was Joe Espada. So the Astros win yesterday 2-1, very opportunistic. Great job by the bullpen. This was Joe Espada saying, hey, we took advantage of their mistakes.
That's what you do. Good teams find ways to do that. Trammell, big triple. Nick Allen getting the start, right? Call your at-bats, sack bunting by Vasquez. It's late August, man, and we're grinding. And good teams prevail, and we are finding ways to win games and stay at top. But now we got to relax, refresh, enjoy our day off with our families, and we got to come back ready to go.
They've got 9 games coming up, Seth, the Astros do, against teams with sub-500 records before they go to New York to play the Yankees.
Yeah.
Their schedule gets harder in September. Their schedule could not be easier over the next 9 games. They've got to find a way to put a little daylight between them and the Rangers in this stretch coming up here. It's imperative that they can't just be farting around with the Rangers. They're a game and a half apart now because the Rangers lost yesterday and the Astros won. But if they're serious, because Joe Espada can say what he wants, they're a 62-60 team. They're still a very average
in one of the worst
team.
Divisions of all time.
Yes.
It's really, and I'm not exaggerating. Everybody's got a negative run differential in this division.
Yep.
It's remarkably bad.
They've got to make it happen here. Here's who they play. They're home, and they're all home games, by the way. It's a 9-game homestand in the division against the 3 teams that are not the Rangers.
Yeah.
So Seattle all of a sudden finds themselves 5.5 games back. Seattle, who, if you look at the power rankings coming into the season, every power ranking you looked at, they were one of the top 3 or 4 teams in baseball. They're the third best team in the worst division in baseball right now.
Yeah.
So you play them the next 3 games. You cannot give Seattle life. Remember that happened earlier this year? Seattle got off to an awful start earlier this year. They were like 2-9 or something like that out of the gate. And what happened? They swept the Astros. The Astros let them up off the mat. Now, Seattle has not taken advantage of that overall this season. That's why they're in third place in a bad division. You cannot let them up off the mat. Seattle is teetering right now. Hell, Seattle was selling at the deadline. You cannot give them a reason to believe this weekend at Daikin Park. That's number one. Then the Angels come to town for 3 games. After a day off, by the way, you get Monday off. You can't mess around with the Angels. You got to beat them in all 3. They're a bad baseball team. And then the A's come to town. They're a bad baseball team. You've got 9 home games coming up, all division games. None of them are against the Rangers, who are the only other even average team in the division. And you're playing the other 3 teams at home. You got to go 7-2 in this homestand.
Yeah. And we've been through this a stretch a couple times this year.
They're not good against bad teams. That's what I'm scared about.
Right, which is a classic hallmark of an average or bad baseball team. Or a team that's teetering on the brink.
Yes.
Look, Imai obviously is going to be a huge wild card in exactly how they fare over the next couple of weeks. Is there any chance? I feel like I keep getting burned by this with every good Imai performance. I feel like, okay, maybe this would be the thing that, okay, now he's comfortable. And it's just weird that he has a good performance last night, but it's in a situation where he should be the opposite of comfortable because he's coming in not as a
second
starter.
Inning.
He's coming in as a reliever.
It's so funny.
It's almost for a guy who seems to have issues with every little change with American baseball compared to Japanese baseball. Okay, great. He gives you a great performance when you just lop him in there.
Yeah, he's an $18 million innings eater for you right now in relief. I don't know. I've said, even when they benched him or when they took him out of the rotation, I said he's going to start games again before the end of the season for this team.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not like it's a deep or good rotation. There's enough guys that feel like they should be auditioning for their job right now. Like Christian Javier is not reliable. Who am I missing?
Blanco's not really. Yeah.
Ronel Blanco is not reliable. Yeah. Wisniewski, who knows? These are Tommy John guys, so I think Imai's going to start another game. Hey, can I give a pass to somebody who's one of the least popular people in the history of baseball?
Is it me?
No.
Oh, okay.
Barry Bonds.
Oh.
I'm going to give him a pass on being on steroids all those years. That right field.
Yeah.
And I've said before.
All those years.
That is my favorite ballpark I've ever been to.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place to watch a game. It's right there on the bay. Weather's nice. You overlooking the bay and all the boats and everything. I've been there once, and it was for a day game, and it was awesome. But watching that game yesterday and watching Trammell hit a ball that's a home run in 29 of 30 ballparks, that's the only ballpark I think it was a triple that he hit, would have been a home. That's the only ballpark it wasn't a home run. Jordan, who's in a home run slump, as you pointed out, hits a single off the wall that would have been a home run in 27 ballparks.
Yeah, well, and,
So, Barry, I get it. I know why you needed...
I chuckled at the all those years part of it because, as most people know, Barry Bonds was already a Hall of Famer before he probably started doing stuff.
No.
When his cranium increased by 2 inches in circumference.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No, I'm giving him a pass for breaking all the home run records.
Yeah, okay.
That's because
Yeah, the problem is
that was after the head got really big.
I would gladly give him a complete pass on that, except for the fact that created the AL home run record dynamic where all of a sudden a couple years ago the Yankees, the ESPN felt it necessary to break into Pac-12 games with news of where Aaron Judge was in the AL home run record.
I don't blame
race.
Barry for that. I blame ESPN for that. I blame ESPN. I don't blame Barry. So Barry Bonds gets exoneration from me for injecting his butt with Diana Ball all of those years because that right field is a joke.
Well, he'll probably now that that's done, now that you've done this, now that you've given him this reprieve, he'll probably be in the Hall of Fame next year.
Maybe. Well, now that we're going to be on FM at 8:00, our platform gets bigger.
That's true.
Our voice
gets
bigger.
Now this is the whole thing we've been stumping for the whole time.
Yeah.
Our quest to clear the name of Barry Bonds.
That's right.
That plays big in Houston.
It really hit home with me yesterday watching those balls go to die in right field in that ballpark. Beautiful ballpark.
After we finish this tax, we're gonna prop up Karl Malone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yes, I'm gonna get T.Y. Hilton into the Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
All right, headlines coming up next. We'll hit the Astros one more time. Little Texans news. We got news on one of the quarterback battles in the NFL that involves a former Texan and a former Rocket retires yesterday. We will get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Ready?
The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
From the Charney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call. Lee, this traffic report is brought to you by Texas Health and Human Services Commission. Emergency crews dealing with an earlier accident along the Eastham Houston Tollway southbound at the Ship Channel Bridge that has your left lane blocked. Be careful as you approach. 288 northbound at Holmes Road, an accident on that left shoulder and a stall vehicle still slowing you down a bit over on the East Lakes Freeway, heading southbound right before the North Loop over to the right shoulder. It is 79 degrees this morning. This afternoon, sunny, then a slight chance of thunderstorms and a high of 95. I'm Amelia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes, even the toughest Texans need a hand. If you're having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or to chat. Visit texas988.org. In Texas, you're not alone.
Digging without contacting Texas 811 first could cost more than you think. Texas 811 is a free service that helps you avoid damaging underground utilities like electric or gas lines. Every year, accidents happen because someone didn't take a moment to contact 811. Whether installing a fence or working on a construction site, contacting Texas 811 is the law. It's quick, free, and keeps you safe. Visit texas811.org today for more information. Safe digging starts with one simple step. Make it today.
In Texas, we pride ourselves on standing tall. But sometimes, even the toughest folks need a hand. If you or someone you know is having a mental health crisis, call or text 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or to chat. Visit texas988.org. Trained counselors are available 24/7 to provide confidential support at no cost to you. With 988, you're not alone in the Lone Star State.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Your home is your sanctuary, and the first step to peace of mind is controlling your power. Get a free estimate on a Generac automatic standby generator from the #1 Generac generator dealer, Generator Supercenter of Houston. Check them out at GeneratorSupercenter.com or 281-251-6100.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your...
Anderson.org.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Ground ball to the right side. Nick Allen is there. The Astros win it 2-1, scoring a run in the 7th, a run in the 8th, and maybe not their best brand of baseball in the 3-game series, but all that matters, Plumbers, they took 2 out of 3.
Find a way. Good teams find ways, and we did. Finish strong this road trip, 3-3. That's what you want to do. Go home off day tomorrow, get ready for a series against Seattle. But that was a team coming together and grinding. We used everyone in that pen who was available, and we got the big hits when we needed it the most.
I'm going to give Joe Espada some grace here. I know what he meant when he said, "Hey, this finish this. Hey, this series finished strong.
On a 3-3. You just say 500 on the road. There you go.
Yeah, they won. I know what he's saying. They won the second series of the 2 series. They went 1-2 in San Diego. They came back. They won 2 out of 3 against the Giants.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't have mixed in 3-3 because it makes it sound like, hey, we're pretty strong. 500.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but on the road, Sean, on the road.
Yeah, okay.
Remember, you get back to Minute Maid. Imai's comfortable with that mound.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We might see Imai. We might see old 4 1/3 inning Imai.
Maybe
vintage Imai.
Maybe. The Astros win yesterday afternoon 2-1 over the Giants. They are a game and a half in front of the Texas Rangers, who lost yesterday. I guess the big story for this game, other than the Astros just being very resourceful in the later portion of the game, because they were trailing for most of the afternoon. Took advantage of a really bad error in the outfield by the Giants. I guess the story would be the bullpen. Brian King opened the game and was not good. He couldn't get through the first inning. He put a couple guys on base. De Los Santos comes in, allows one of those guys to score, but after that it was lights out. 8 1/3 scoreless innings the rest of the way.
Right, and it's not, you get a rest day after this, so you're not overly taxing your bullpen or anything. And they're set up with as you pointed out earlier, they've got some very, very winnable games and series coming up.
Mariners, Angels, A's, 3-game series, all of them, all at home.
Yeah,
the next 9 games.
Do some really good work here, as they've been doing by and large, but just take care of business now.
Yep.
This is the setup to the final push. You got to you got to really dial in right now, and hopefully start to see the best version of a lot of these pitchers.
Yep.
It's rare that you can say a lot of these pitchers and not be exaggerating on a winning baseball team.
Yeah, it's just, whoever can get it done.
All the pitchers, let's be honest.
Right.
Lambert, keep doing what you've been doing.
Yep. Give us those 5 1/3 innings of 2 runs. We'll take it. Yeah. Texans news yesterday, they signed a kicker named Chris Freeman out of UConn. I'm guessing this is so that Kaimi doesn't have to kick in the preseason game tonight.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's and Chris Freeman gets a chance to audition for, he gets a chance to put some film out there or whatever.
This is a load management thing. The Texans have actually been doing some really interesting things the last couple of years for injury prevention with soft tissue stuff. And
Kaimi's had his issues the last few years.
When we're in there they do that. It's like, how long is that activation period that they do inside the bubble? It's about 20, 30 minutes of all these.
It feels really long when they're in the bubble and we're all standing outside in the heat waiting for them to come out.
Right.
Yeah.
We're doing the real work.
Hurry it up,
man.
Yeah,
those guys are in air-conditioned comfort.
Feels like it's 3 days long.
But they do a really extensive circuit of dynamic stretching and movement drills and using resistance bands and stuff. And I know the team was happy with how it. They've been doing it for a couple years, and they felt like they started feeling the effects from it last year.
Yep.
Like it really kicked in with soft tissue injuries.
Yeah,
preventing them.
Yep. So probably no Kaimi tonight, I would guess. I would guess Chris Freeman's going to be the kicker. Game is at 7:00 tonight. You can hear the pregame show on the all-new 95.7 The Fan, which is born in an hour and 9 minutes, 8 a.m. sharp here on up at the station. 95.7 The Fan is born at 8 o'clock this morning. Deshaun Watson will start the first preseason game for the Cleveland Browns.
Let's do this.
Do
I get a Gen Z reaction?
Deshaun Watson. Yeah.
Go Deshaun.
If Shador actually got announced as a starter, Gen Z would have reacted like that.
Oh, yeah.
Gen Z likes Shador, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what? It's interesting. I don't know if I've sensed generation gap or anything when it comes to Shedeur. It's split.
Yeah. He's Gen Z, so so I figure one of their kind,
Yeah.
So as opposed to Deshaun, who's
Is
probably
Deshaun a millennial?
He's 30 years old.
That feels like that might be that's
Gen Z
a
also?
millennial, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
These are the things that matter.
Here was Chris Sims yesterday on Pro Football Talk with Mike Florio talking about this Cleveland quarterback competition.
I've come to the part with this quarterback competition that it's Shedeur Sanders, it's Shedeur Sanders, it's Shedeur Sanders. I almost am like, the more I go through it, I almost go, why even waste your time with Deshaun Watson, really? I mean, do you think he's the future of your franchise? I doubt it. Come on. I doubt it. And, it's just that the fans and everybody are just not going to accept Deshaun Watson being the starter. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if he goes out there in the preseason game, the first preseason, gets booed. And then when Shedeur gets in, everyone goes, I just think it's inevitable.
Okay. Yeah, people will. This is the thing. Whether people like Shedeur or don't like Shedeur, I think if they name him the starting quarterback, Browns fans will be more willing, even the Shedeur haters or what have you, they're going to be more willing to work through the struggles, I think. And you say, okay, he's our quarterback. He's young. He's going to make some mistakes. He's got a revamped offensive line that he has to work behind. With Deshaun, there will be zero tolerance whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, I think that
Browns fans like Shedeur.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah,
they haven't. Shedeur hasn't screwed their team with a $240 million guaranteed contract over these last few years while getting nothing out of them.
Yep.
And I from the team's perspective, I totally see where, look, if we're being realistic about this, we've got our challenges this year. We have to pay Deshaun no matter what. Let's see if we can get something out of him. And if not, there will be plenty of time to see how we can develop Shedeur Sanders. And like from the outsider's perspective, I feel like that's totally reasonable. I think Browns fans and a lot of other people don't think it's so reasonable.
All right, those are your headline. Oh, real quick headline: Russell Westbrook retires after 18 seasons. So I guess he had offers from like the Kings and the Wizards. He's like, nah, I'm going to hang it up. I don't feel like playing for a bad basketball team.
Yeah.
I
don't think he's going to be pulling a Dwight Howard either and going off and playing in Asia or anything like that.
Well, remember Dwight was in the Big Three. I could see Russell Westbrook doing a little Big Three action.
Yeah.
Maybe. He'd be
Actually,
fun.
Yeah, that the competitive juices will get to him.
Playing against a bunch of his fellow old heads. I could totally see Russell.
I wouldn't have expected to see Lance Stevenson out there.
Right.
Just all over the place.
Yeah. Michael Beasley.
Yeah.
I could totally see Russell.
I was watching Lance Stevenson's team, and I was like, are they playing 5-on-3 right now?
Yeah, man.
Because it looks like Lance Stevenson was like 3 people out there.
He's all over the place. Yeah.
And that's Lance Stevenson.
I know.
Imagine Russell Westbrook
Future
out
Hall
there.
of Famer Russell Westbrook. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, coming up in the 7 o'clock hour here, the game tonight, Chargers-Texans first preseason game. Who or what is must-see tonight? What are some things or people that we need to see from this team to keep the good vibes going from training camp? We have a new Texan in the top 100. It's been a couple of weeks. We'll tell you who that is. And J.J. McCarthy. This story about J.J. McCarthy makes him sound like an obnoxious little jerk.
I was so happy for you when I saw this. I was so happy about how petty you were going to be.
I can't wait to talk about this. We will do that here coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Station changeover to 95.7 The Fan coming up in an hour and 5 minutes. So stay tuned for that. Big day here at the station. Big day for you also if you're listening right now and you're looking to save money on your electricity.
WILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Mr. Optimistic text. We swarming today.
That's right.
And we are. We're swarming
Swarm.
today. Today we are swarming in 57 minutes. The change happens. Sports Radio 610 becomes 95.7 The Fan. I will repeat some frequently asked questions here about this. I think it's appropriate to do that since we're under an hour from this historic changeover that's going to take place. The stations, both 95.7 The Fan and 610, will simulcast in perpetuity. They'll carry the same things. It'll be 610 The Fan, though. 610 is changing its name starting at 8 a.m. today.
Yep. So if you're on 610 and you refuse to change, you can just stay listening on 610 a.m. If you want a better listening experience, switch over to 95.7.
That's right.
And it won't be so much of a pain in the butt when you switch off of whatever some other family member was listening on an FM. You don't have to switch over to AM and then blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I did a video, a tutorial yesterday on how to change your presets.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
that is one of those things.
I said you turn on 95.7 and you take your index finger and you hold it down on one of the buttons.
That's on your car.
On most cars, that's how it is. You
really?
know? Yeah, you just keep your finger on the button. It goes boop.
I
it
like
locks
to
it
consult the manual myself.
Yeah.
So, which you have to download.
Should I put that
you
up?
have to scan a QR code.
Should I put it up on YouTube? Do you think I could turn into like one of those YouTube tutorial guys?
It's about time you become an influencer.
Yeah, man.
You start selling male body products and stuff.
When someone's like, "Hey, you know what? I don't know how to change the presets on my truck. I'm going to go to YouTube," and then my video would pop up.
Yeah, no. If you wanted to become like a how-to guy, a do-it-yourself guy,
that's my gimmick.
Instead of being one of these highfalutin types that has to hire somebody to come and change the presets, you can do it all on your own.
That's my gimmick, because I'm not capable of doing anything that involves technology or machinery or whatever. I'm going to be the YouTube how-to guy for the simplest things out there.
Right. No, I mean that people could relate to that because there are a lot of people like you out there.
Okay.
And with 300 plus Americans, there's probably 3 or 4 million people who are just as hapless and useless as you.
When Ben, thank you. That makes me feel better. When Ben left, Ben Geary, did he bring the big book of business ideas with him, or?
I don't think this is a suspicion I always had, Sean.
Ben might steal all our ideas.
Every time I told Ben to put something into the big book of business ideas,
put it in his phone.
I paid attention, and he didn't. There was no movement or anything. He didn't type anything in. He didn't pull out a scroll and unwind it and write it down with a quill pen or anything.
Yeah.
I don't think he was writing down any of my ideas.
If he starts that search firm for bad coaches that you and I had wanted to start, I'll be awfully mad.
We figured we were going to start a search firm just in general because the actual search firms do such a bad job.
Right.
Remember, there have been so many college coaches where they hire a search firm, pay them $20 million to find this coach, and then the first week the person's on the job, something turns up that it feels like I could have found on the internet. Oh, it turns out he actually murdered 3 hobos as a senior in high school.
Yeah.
Okay. Our search firm would find that stuff.
It totally would.
All right?
Yes. Mostly because I have hobo fights curated to the top of my Twitter feed.
You took a stab at becoming a hobo fight channel.
Yeah. That idea is probably taken.
The market was flooded.
Yeah, that idea is definitely taken. Oh, man. This is pretty funny from Ojo. Text in. By the way, the text number is still the same, 713-572-4610. Mama called it Sports Radio 610. I'm going to call it Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
Good job.
I still call it Twitter,
I do too.
And they're doing just fine.
Yep. Seem to be. All right. What is must-see tonight out at Reliance Stadium? You talked earlier about the rookies.
Yeah.
And there's a list of them that you had. And I think, that there are other things. But for people who weren't there in the 6 o'clock hour, the names that you are keeping an eye on tonight.
Okay, not just the names, I think in general. So we've been talking about individuals, and I think that I keep coming back to and remembering, all right, all offseason long, we've been talking about, and the team has operated like they need to get a rushing attack going this year. And that doesn't mean that you've got one running back like Joe Mixon who gets over 1,000 yards a couple years ago, but it was a whole lot of Joe Mixon getting tackled in the backfield and then every now and then breaking off a big run. That's not a sustainable system for helping your quarterback out. So all of the moves the Texans made in the offseason, both in free agency and the draft, on the offensive side of the ball, really seemed dialed in on improving the rushing attack. We're not going to see probably Woody Marks. I'd be very surprised if we saw Woody Marks or David Montgomery out there tonight. We are going to see a lot of offensive linemen who will also play in the regular season at some point this year.
Yeah.
If let's say none of the starters play tonight, including Trent Brown and or Braden Smith, because those guys are in a competition.
Yep.
There's still guys there in the draft pick for Vechi Weewu, Evan Brown, Blake Fisher, etc. Some of these guys are going to play in the regular season this year. I want to just see them get after it in the run game, and it doesn't mean that I need to see 200 yards rushing or anything, but I want to see 4 and 5 yards at a clip steadily because the offensive line is moving well and working well together. And beyond that, I mean, that's the biggest thing by far. So we're not going to see the starters out there, but we can see the system, and we can see hopefully Cole Popovich's influence. And they'll be going against a Chargers defensive line that's very deep. Their top 3 edge rushers probably won't play, but they have the rookie Messidor, and they've got a lot of other good quality defensive linemen there that will play. So I think that's going to be a good battle tonight.
Yeah, I wrote down O-line looking like they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
because you're right. There are going to be guys that are out there that are going to factor in. I mean, anytime Nick Caserio or D'Amico Ryans get asked about the offensive line, they say a couple of things. One, the 5 best guys are going to play. That's number one. Number two, we're going to bring 9 into the season because you need 8 on game day, and all 8 of those guys at some point, or all 9 of them, because it's football, are going to play at some point this season. So I'm with you on that one.
I mean, you look at the lack of depth last year when Trent Brown got injured and couldn't play in the Patriots game. That was, obviously the Nico Collins absence was a big deal. The Dalton Schultz injury was a big deal. Yeah. But, that right there, I think, once you lost Trent Brown, you didn't have the depth to really rely on the guys there, and they were dead in the water. In a game where you really had to run the ball if you wanted to do something offensively.
I'm anxious to see how they deploy the tight end room tonight because Dalton Schultz, I would guess, is not going to play.
Yeah.
Does Foster Moreau play? Marlon Klein, I want to play because he's a rookie. Kate Stover, of all the guys in that room, Stover is the one that I'm looking forward to seeing tonight because he's, of all those guys that I just named, he's the one that came into camp really fighting for his job.
Yeah.
And I think Brevin Jordan's injury, along with Marlon Klein maybe proving that he's a better pass catcher than people thought coming into the season, at least so far, probably puts Brevin Jordan in some serious jeopardy right now, which means Kate Stover is not safe necessarily because they can always just bring 3 tight ends into the season. But Kate Stover's the one out of all those guys I just named, maybe even more so than Marlon Klein, that I'm looking forward to seeing tonight.
Well, and I think especially with Kate Stover, I don't know how much of it they want to show in the preseason, except you got to make a decision on Cade Stover. Do they use him at fullback? And this is when British Brooks, who can play running back or fullback and do a lot of things for you, he's injured. Yeah. So Cade Stover's got an opportunity to really show, all right, I can be this jackknife type player. And if you don't want to keep 4 tight ends, could I interest you in keeping 3 tight ends plus a utility tight end / fullback / whatever,
Totally. So that's another one for me. You know who I'm kind of excited, who I'm hoping shows up tonight? Preseason Mertz. Remember Mertz last year?
Yeah.
In that one game? It was the week 3 preseason game, so it was the one where the backups played the entire game.
Did he go
16 for 18?
16 for 18.
Yeah,
I almost thought he completed all his passes.
No.
He put on a clinic
but
out
the
there,
2
man.
that he incomplete were probably drops.
It made it look like a 7-on-7 drill.
Oh, he was
pretty damn impressive, Graham Mertz.
That'd be kind of fun if he showed up tonight.
He's a gamer.
Preseason Mertz.
He hasn't really stood out, I don't think, in practice or anything to the point where
he's definitely been the third stringer in practice.
Yeah. I haven't thought, you got your next Tom Brady right here, you do. I haven't thought that at one point this camp.
Mertz loves vacating the pocket.
Yeah.
He loves rolling to his right, man.
Yeah.
But that'd be fun if we got a little offensive juice tonight in the second half.
No, and especially so Lewis Bond is another guy that my cardinal rule of training camp is that, slot receivers lie. Rookie slot receivers lie because there's so many. That's the one position where guys show up and they flash Braxton Miller style because they're going against backups and vanilla defenses. So there's pockets. There's so many soft spots in the defense. So a slot receiver can really take advantage of that. I think the difference with Lewis Bond might be that I think he is genuinely ahead of the curve compared to most rookies when it comes to seeing the field, reading defenses, knowing where to fit in this offense, especially because he played for Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
I would expect Lewis Bond to look really good in the preseason games to the point where I think we might get ahead of ourselves a little bit. I like him a lot, and I think there's a really good chance he makes the team. I can't do that. Sean, I can't keep falling in love over and over again, okay? And then having my heart broken by rookie slot receivers.
Okay, I'm hoping tomorrow one of our topics is Lewis Bond. Does Tank Dell need to get on the field faster now because of Lewis Bond?
Oh, is it? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
there couldn't be
Tank better get back on the field.
Yeah.
You know that.
Well, look there. Yeah, but I mean, okay. Lewis Bond is a slot receiver, and Tank's. People just always have to have this explained to him. He plays. At least before this last injury, he plays the majority of his snaps on the outside.
No, I'm just saying in terms of numbers.
Right. In terms of numbers, yeah.
So that would be fun if that was a headline because it would make your head explode.
I'm just thinking athletically though too. Yeah, they're much different types of athletes.
Oh yeah. Special teams tonight is another thing. The because that's where you can really get the cheat code on who might be the final. Like 49 through 53 guys.
Well, and you can get a feel for, especially as much as I loathe watching special teams in general.
Yeah.
Do we have a punter emergency here?
Yeah.
Is there? It's notable that people have to point out in an NFL football practice, hey, you know what? Kai Kroger looked pretty good yesterday. What the hell are you coming to me with this for?
Mm-hmm.
The punter looked good?
Yeah.
And why is that an anomaly? I do not want to hear about my punter.
It's newsworthy because he's looked terrible for most of camp.
I know, which I don't want to, unless it's, the only time I want to hear about the punter is, oh my gosh, did you see what Shane Leckler was doing to that poor football?
Mm-hmm.
He was abusing footballs out there.
Yeah. Well, that's
PETA came to talk to shane Leckler after a practice because of the way he was abusing these dead cows.
Like the dead cows. All right, so those are some things to keep an eye on tonight. I guess we have some listeners that are dipping in and listening to the spot right now. 95.7, which is the station that we're converting to here at the top of the hour. And apparently they're playing a lot of goodbye type songs. They just played the final countdown. They played Closing Time by Semisonic.
This is the weird, I mean, like Grego has done an incredible job on that station. And some of it is just the way the radio industry has changed. And sports talk is very, very profitable from a business standpoint, and like Grego's in a situation where he's done an incredible job with that station and taking it to the top of the ratings, and it's just the shifting landscape of radio.
Still available via stream, the spot.
Yeah,
it's still available via stream.
And also somebody accurately pointing out that I've just spent the last 5 minutes slot shaming. Which,
what the hell, man?
Look, I'm Gen X, all right?
No.
I don't go for your political correctness.
You were more punch shaming.
These slot shamings are out there showing their legs.
Mm-hmm.
What are they
hussies.
even doing? What are they even doing in that area of the field?
Slot hussies, yeah. Hey, Derek Stingley Jr. popped up in the NFL Top 100 yesterday. Number 25.
Lower than he was last year.
Yeah, he was 18 last year, I want to say.
Which he followed up an All-Pro season 2 years ago with another All-Pro season.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't notice a great difference between the seasons.
Right, yeah, but then this is the problem, though. It's like, okay, the randomness of this stupid NFL Top 100.
Yeah. You say stupid. Why do you have to do your op-ed on the NFL Top 100? I think it's amazing. So here is this Stingley... I did the exercise where I closed my eyes while the video played.
Yeah.
And it does the audio in the video is the tribute video they did for him is really good. It's a minute and change. But here is Derek Stingley Jr.'s video, number 25 in the top 100, released yesterday. You're going to hear some teammates. Kamari Lassiter right out of the chute. And at the end, the voice you're going to hear is actually Tre'Davious White, who himself has been an NFL top 100 guy at that position at times.
You have a favorite Stingley play from this year?
Sting. Now, we could talk all day about Sting. Favorite one-hand pick against the Jaguars. Going in the half, they're about to score. He tries to throw a little shallow route. We in man coverage.
And Stingley reads it perfectly.
Sting, he just undercut the route. One-hand pick, stopped the whole drive. Then we come back to win the game. I feel like that kickstarted the whole season. We didn't lose another game after that.
Hunt, baby. Hunt. Like them gloves, man. Look like them interception gloves. What's on the inside? Yeah, them interception gloves right there.
Sting's best trait is his ball skills. The quarterback has to throw a perfect pass.
And intercepted Stingley.
He's not going to just get a pass break up. He's going to get an interception.
Rock and roll, pick 6.
And it's just like, dude, this dude is different.
Stingley's first NFL touchdown, his 4th pick of the year.
He's a great athlete, and his ball tracking skills are next to none. Probably the best I've seen at the cornerback position.
Off play action, looking for the end zone, a jump ball, and it's batted away by Derek Stingley.
I think he trusts his athleticism. He's kind of fine with like letting you run your route, do your thing, and then he's hoping he can come in at the end and go make a pick.
Tips it down the middle and intercepted. Derek Stingley Jr.
When the ball is in the air, it's like he don't even see the receiver anymore. It's like, this is mine.
Finds another seam, and it's intercepted.
He's just an all-around athlete, so technically sound. Sting, keep doing your thing, boy. You the best in the league, boy. Like, keep going. Like, you got a lot of love over here from Trey White, boy. You that guy. You are the guy.
I was about to ask you who that was. It's Tre'Davious White. There you go.
Yep.
In talking about his ball skills, yes, that is one of the things that really stands out with him. And that Jaguars pick was incredible. I can't even criticize Trevor Lawrence for that throw.
No,
it was almost. It was just. It might have been 3 inches behind where it should have been.
The crazy thing about that pick is where it was on the field, because usually you see guys like Stingley making plays downfield.
Yeah.
This was just a crosser.
Yeah,
a shallow crosser over the middle.
Yeah, he was manned up with him.
Yeah.
Everywhere he went.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful. That game in general, too, because Will Anderson, talk about turning the season around. Remember, Will Anderson had the strip sack at the end in the fourth quarter.
Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah, and Sheldon Rankins picked it up and scored.
Yep.
But as far as his ball skills go,
yeah,
I just remembered, oh, damn, this flag football thing in the Olympics.
He'd be good.
He'd be really good, and especially because guys have to play both ways in flag football.
Yeah.
So this is the plan, part of our initiative here at 95.7. I refuse to go to 95.7 unless they agreed to this. We need to abduct Derek Stingley before the next Olympics.
Now or
no, before the Olympics.
Okay, I thought you meant between now and 8 o'clock.
No. We need to abduct him the month before the Olympics, and just keep him safely somewhere sequestered where he can't play flag football.
I think it's a good idea. You know how
they're going to try to give him the guilt trip about do it for your country.
I know.
You know?
You know how I feel about Houston athletes playing in extracurricular things, even if there is patriotism involved.
Right.
World Baseball Classic? No.
Yeah. No, we're going to be like super rich senators.
Yeah.
We'll vote to go to war, but not with our children.
Not with our children. No. They got work to do.
So Derek Stingley has more important we got to get him sent off to work on his PhD or something. Maybe there's some kind of an exemption if you're in college and you don't have to go serve in the Olympics.
Stingley definitely wants to go get his PhD. Let's see here. Aziz, 92. Nico, 58, Stingley 25.
We're looking at the top 100.
Top 100,
okay.
yeah. The Texans have 3 guys so far. I guess the only guys we're waiting to hear from are Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, who were both. Will was 46 last year. I'd be surprised if Will was outside of the top 15 this year, maybe even top 10. So we're waiting on those 2 guys.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Like Will Anderson was the runner-up defensive player of the year last year to Myles Garrett, and everybody seemed super cool with that. It made sense. Obviously, you break the sack record, you should probably be defensive player of the year.
Yep.
And yet, like this, I feel like if you look at the odds right now, Myles Garrett, I think, is way in the lead for defensive player of the year. It's not like he consistently has 19 and 20 plus sack seasons in his career. But now he's going on to a much better football team.
Yep.
I think that's that Will Anderson. I think he's an improved football player just from watching him in camp. Somebody the other day asked me who's the most improved player on the roster, and I at first I had to check myself before I answered because my first thought was Will Anderson, and he's kind of taking that proverbial next step as a leader. He's out there. It looks like it's him making guys run gassers after practice sometimes if he's not happy with practice. I don't know. That's what it looks like.
Yes.
It looks like Will gathers up the defensive line, says a few things, and then they run.
Yep.
So I don't know. The optics are that it's Will giving them a dressing down, but I don't know if that's actually the case.
Yeah.
It's what I choose to believe because this is where he enters his Michael Jordan phase.
Yes.
Of just, all right, it's not not good enough for him to be great.
Right.
It's got to be everybody else around him as well.
That's right.
I don't know who's the so who's the white dude he gets in a fight that he punches with
Who would that
Steve
be?
Kurleich.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Heinisch is gone.
Yeah, Heinisch isn't here anymore.
They need a white guy on the D-line.
Yeah, do they have one?
No, let's not talk about it right in this moment because we could go down different roads.
Yeah,
with that.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. All right, J.J. McCarthy. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
You sent this to me yesterday. Tyler Dunn, Go Long TD, did a long form piece on the Minnesota Vikings, and it included some nuggets. It was generally about the quarterback battle for the Vikings, so it had some J.J. McCarthy nuggets in there. I think people know my feelings on J.J. McCarthy. Maybe the most punchable face of all the quarterbacks in the NFL, which is saying something.
Right.
Because there's a lot of punchable faces out there.
Usually a punchable face is something that even in a still shot, you would say, well, that's a punchable face. Tony Romo, notoriously punchable face.
Yep.
Right? But it's with J.J. McCarthy, it's his, when he goes into his alter ego 9 persona.
9!
And he's given that evil, vicious stare.
Yep.
And he's just this animal. He's so competitive. Then you really want to just bop him right in the nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, how does this make you feel? This is according to Tyler Dunn. When Kevin O'Connell, let me back up. Tyler Dunn says, 9, the gritty, the towel.
Mm-hmm.
All annoying things that involve J.J. McCarthy.
Did he dance the gritty? I didn't see that was his thing. Okay.
Yes, tried to. All of it would have been nothing but footnotes in 2-point font if McCarthy performed. He did not. Before I read this paragraph, let's just a quick reminder on who 9 is for J.J. McCarthy. Here is J.J. McCarthy being asked by a media member last season after a Vikings win, do you go to another place when you're out there on the field?
Do you go to a different place in your mind, like on game day?
I feel like I do. Yeah, there's definitely a level of a switch that gets flipped. For me, it's, that I call him 9. 9 comes out, and I got to understand, okay, he can't be at his peak performance throughout 3.5 hours. So how do I find little ways, on the sideline, get back to my breath, get back to my visualization that could kind of maintain that intense, competitive stamina throughout the whole game. But yeah, it's just, the pure will, determination to get the job done.
We've got a method actor.
9.
This is a tough thing though too. Everything that Tyler Dunn said is true. If he showed up and performed, and if he performed like whatever his version of his alter ego is, that's actually it's a good strategy to have. You kind of put on a mask,
it is. Yeah, dude, if he was good, they would be making 9 gear in Minnesota. There would be shirts that don't have the number 9 on it. It would have the word 9 on it. It's a name.
But this is like some guy getting up in the actor's studio acting talking about almost like he's Daniel Day-Lewis, but it's actually like Dan Aykroyd's brother or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
this is my method.
So with that in mind, now that we've established all the annoying things about J.J. McCarthy, including his alter ego 9, this is Tyler Dunn. When Kevin O'Connell, the coach of the Vikings, made coaching points, sources say McCarthy too often pushed back. Why don't we do it this way? An acceptable rebuttal for a veteran quarterback with a full library of game reps to his name. Not so much for a novice who barely threw the ball in college. Yeah, keep in mind, J.J. McCarthy was on a Jim Harbaugh running team. Blake Corum was his running back. Okay, continuing. The head coach doing all the teaching has pelts on the wall also. O'Connell can point to Matthew Stafford, Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold. One teammate said, quote, "You don't really have that latitude. Just execute as good as you can." End quote. In 2024, sure, Darnold would occasionally ask for a different route on the backside of a play. Even then, Darnold was more diplomatic about it. There was an understanding that O'Connell had a bigger picture why to everything he was dialing up.
That whole part of it too is as you're laying that out, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe it's just different generation. These kids ask more questions these days. No, it's you got to put yourself in the situation of you're trying to coach this quarterback who doesn't know his ass from his elbow because he's a rookie, and And he's asking all of these higher level questions, like you're trying to teach a kid mathematics, and he's pushing back against the rules of quantum physics or something.
Yep.
Like, dude, you gotta learn your multiplication table before we can even have this conversation. And you're not doing it. I'm watching you in practice. You're screwing this stuff up. We need to hammer down just getting the play as it's written off. I don't need to hear about all the different ways we could do it. That sounds awful.
J.J. McCarthy.
I did see this.
And he's forced into being a backup, according to Adam Schefter.
I saw a lot of people yesterday trying to make a big deal out of the quote-unquote quarterback competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, saying, it was never actually – Kyle Brandt was saying this. Well, if you made the decision this early, it was never actually a competition.
You disagree with that?
I disagree 100%. I think they wanted to see exactly how J.J. McCarthy would respond to the competition, and sometimes a fight ends in the first round. You can tell that it's just not going to happen. And it's interesting that Kyler Murray is a guy that had these stories floating around him when he was a young player, that he wasn't preparing the right way or what have you. But then there were reports that he did learn his lessons and he became a different guy. And I'm guessing, he probably approached learning this offense and operating in this offense a lot differently than he would have when he was a rookie.
I agree with you. The notion that there was no competition to begin with is silly, because this is an offense that Kyler Murray spent a lot of time in. Did he ever play in this offense?
He played in a Kubiak style system when he was in Arizona. I can't remember who his coordinator had come from Minnesota.
Okay,
but I see a lot of people saying he's never played in a system like this, and he has. Before.
But it's okay. So, but even so, you're with a new team with new everything's new. Everything's new. And there's no competition. Like you don't know what he looks like in a Kevin O'Connell offense. At least.
Just because a competition is won early on doesn't mean that there was never a competition whatsoever. You're in competition all the time with everybody.
Yeah,
I was surprised to hear that from Kyle Brandt.
Kyle used to play football, not at a professional level, but at a collegiate level.
I think he was in a camp or something.
Was he really?
He was Ross Tucker's roommate at Princeton.
They were roommates. I knew they both went to Princeton.
I think they were roommates for 1 year.
Okay.
We'll have to ask Ross when we have him on.
Yeah.
He didn't make the cut for today. I told him that. I was like, hey, Ross, you didn't make the cut.
No.
And he tried to act like he didn't even know what I was talking about. And I was like, no, we got Roger Clemens, we got J.J. Watt, and we've got Rudy T coming on.
We may be shuffling the start time on one of the guests, but all three are going to be on today.
Yeah.
J.J.'s still at 8:20. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just want to make that clear.
Where is J.J. in the world right now?
I don't know. He said he was trying, because I invited him up here. We're having a big party up here for this thing. And I said, hey, if you want to come up. He said, I'll be traveling. Maybe he just didn't want to come to the party. Yeah. That could be.
He's also, he might be over the Atlantic or something, on his way to Burnley to do something.
Maybe.
As athletes' involvement as owners in pro sports teams go, I think JJ's got to be the most active. Isn't he, with Burnley? I mean, he's
definitely the most public.
Yeah,
it's because all we see is social media.
Right.
So if his level of involvement with the team is correlated to his social media presence, then he seems pretty active.
Like he doesn't, but even just with the time spent around the club and everything, just the stuff we see on social media, it's stuff where he's
there.
Yeah, he's not
he's present.
just some dude across the pond who's got a financial interest in it.
And he seems to really be enjoying it too.
Yeah. That's where we need Burnley fans to show up big time in London for the Texans game.
Yes.
I looked into it this offseason. I think it's like a 2-hour train ride or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so JJ can just rent a train, right? He's got that kind of money. How much does it cost to rent a train?
Train rental money? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I've never priced it before. I'm not sure.
I haven't in a while.
Yeah. Okay, you know that Jeremiah Love is one of my favorite players.
Mm-hmm.
I really wanted him to be a Houston Texan. We could see early on in the season, the direction, maybe early on, it looked like the Texans would have a shot at him. They were 0-3 to start the season. But once the Texans figured some things out, like, all right, they're not going to get Jeremiah Love. Still one of my favorite players. Obviously, the Notre Dame ties help. He bought his girlfriend a $300,000 Lamborghini yesterday.
Oh, dear. Oh, his girlfriend?
His girlfriend, a $300,000 Lamborghini.
Girlfriend, fiance?
It just said girlfriend in the tweet. I didn't go looking to see. I didn't check for a ring on the fingers or anything like that. A $300,000 Lamborghini. This is the first time I've ever had doubt in Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
he has been a constant for me the last couple of years because of how great he's been.
He's the highest paid running back in the NFL.
He is because of the way the salary system works.
I'm not joking, everybody. He's because of the way running back contracts go these days, and because he was drafted high, he's the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL.
He might have 3 great years and have to take a pay cut.
Is it the highest in the history of the NFL or currently the highest?
It's the
paid?
highest guarantee to a running back in the history of the league.
Yeah.
Because he's on a rookie contract, the 3rd overall pick, and the slotting in the NFL draft has nothing to do with position.
Yeah.
So he's getting the same as what a quarterback would get paid at 3 overall. And it's by a wide margin because his whole contract's guaranteed. It's like $54 million. Now that I'm talking this thing through, I'm like, $300,000 for the Lamborghini. Maybe I shouldn't be so.
His girlfriend's like, well,
this is what I don't want.
His girlfriend's mom said, quote, "Hey, marriage, why buy the Lambo when you've already got I don't know. Why buy the Lambo driver when you already got a Lambo?"
Right.
He's just plunking down $300,000 Lamborghinis.
This is where I'm going to be angry. If 20 years from now, I'm an old man and I'm watching a podcast and it's Jeremiah Love telling everybody how $50 million isn't really how much you think it is.
It is true.
That's when I'll be pissed.
I'll tell you what, Aaron Glenn, I loved Aaron Glenn when he would talk to rookies about this stuff because Aaron Glenn would find out some rookie spent a lot of money on something and he was hilarious. Aaron, when you see him in interviews and everything, he seems pretty serious. He's got a really funny side to him, and you'd hear him from across the locker room. "Oh, spend it, yeah, spend it, young buck. Oh yeah, that's right. What? Oh, you only bought one?"
That's phenomenal. That's great.
Because Aaron had it like Aaron, had business interests and everything, but treated it like very professionally.
Yes.
He's one of these type A type of guys that's got everything buttoned down. And he would let young guys know if he felt like they were spending a little too frivolously.
That's great. That is great. Did you see that Steve Keim is lawyering up against DeAndre Hopkins?
Yeah, we got a legal battle coming.
Yeah. So DeAndre Hopkins, Steve Keim is the former GM of the Cardinals who traded for DeAndre Hopkins with the Texans back in 2020. Since then, he's been fired by the Cardinals and was working on a company called Motion Ventures with the guy's name escapes me, but he just died in a swimming pool, and the guy was a total scam artist.
The guy was involved with some sketchy businesses,
yes.
And Steve Keim was associated with him somehow.
Very much associated. Yeah. He was like part of the board of this company, and so DeAndre Hopkins, in a since-deleted tweet, accused Steve Keim of doctoring DeAndre's PED test in 2022 when DeAndre got suspended for 6 games for PED, for failing a PED test. Steve Keim is lawyering up. He's retained legal counsel after DeAndre Hopkins accused him of this. The public statement says, DeAndre Hopkins recently published and deleted a statement falsely suggesting that I was responsible for contaminating and manipulating the drug test associated with his suspension in 2022. That accusation is completely false. He goes on to deny, and then he's retained legal counsel, Reis Mohammed, Esquire.
I'm guessing this
to aggressively address this matter.
This is what I suspect. I got to be careful here because now that I know that Steve Keim is litigious, I think that Steve Keim probably throws that out there, and they're just hoping to scare DeAndre off and pursue it no further. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's probably like, "Hey, I'm an open book. Come on and look at everything."
Who, Keim?
Yeah. Like Keim is you want to pursue this any further, then it gets to the point where all of a sudden you got to turn over your cell phone so they can examine things.
Yeah, be careful.
He's under scrutiny for all this other stuff.
Has Reis Mohammed Esquire explained to you that if this thing goes to deposition, you're going to have to answer all the questions from legal counsel?
Well, you know what? That's when people wonder, like, okay, well, why wouldn't you just feel open about the thing I always remember is because people say, well, if you're innocent, why do you care about turning over your cell phone or anything? Remember when Tom Brady had to turn his cell phone over in the Deflategate investigation? They unearthed not just football-related stuff, but that email he had sent about Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Where he said something along the lines of, the competition is over.
Yes.
I'm obviously way better than him. Like, that becomes public.
Right.
And that's nothing illegal. That's nothing he's going to get canceled for or anything.
Yeah.
But you got to make a phone call to Peyton Manning and be like, hey, Peyton, you say things to friends and obviously it's true and all, but I wouldn't have wanted it to come out that way.
All right, speaking of which, coming up next, Tom Brady had a funny anecdote about Peyton Manning on Shaquille O'Neal's podcast, and this is where you really get the idea. Tom Brady's not a normal person. Payne was doing something normal people do, Tom. All right?
Oh, I got side with time on this one. Okay,
you will?
good.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll fight over this.
Okay, good. Let's fight over it. And then top of the hour, Sports Radio 610 becomes 95.7 The Fan. Looking forward to that. But first, Calcium.
Big Chip.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I was just imploring our producer, Byron Matthews, be on Seth and I about this hard out, man.
Yeah.
Be honest about that.
Yeah.
You got to be a taskmaster this segment,
I am.
Byron. All
No,
right?
I'm ready.
Okay.
There's nothing a 23-year-old kid loves more than his
being yelled at.
Somebody higher than him on the organizational chart telling him to piss him off later.
Yeah.
Hey, be sure you piss me off in 15 minutes.
It's
okay?
necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's necessary. So, and JJ Watt going to join us at 8:20. So top of the hour, we make the change over to 95.7 The Fan. This place is buzzing. It is a zoo up
they
here.
got a whole party in there.
It's a zoo.
It's a stew as well.
There's a lot.
I smell stew.
There's food.
There's some kind of food in there, and it's going to kind of distract me.
There is food. There's a lot of food in there. Yeah.
I'm glad we've got guests coming on. That means I can just leave you to interview Roger
That's
Clemens.
fine, yeah.
While I go eat stew.
Now, Roger, just quick administrative update. JJ's in for 8:20. JJ just texted us. He's ready to go. Roger had to move it to 9:30 because he's got to do a promo for the Field of Dreams game tonight, in which his son is playing.
Cody
for the Twins. So Roger at 9:30. We might shuffle Rudy Tomjanovich around a little bit. We may push him back.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to get him to fill Roger's spot at 9 o'clock. So basically the two of them just trade spots.
Rudy's remarkably flexible for a large man.
Yes. So I'm working on that. But JJ's ready to go at 8:20. He's ready to go. And it's a zoo out here. So we're looking forward to it, man. 15 minutes from now. Okay, so this is good. This sounds like something you and I are going to disagree on. Tom Brady was on Shaquille O'Neal's podcast and told a story about how in 2010, he and Peyton Manning had that healthy rivalry for about a decade.
Yeah.
And Tom Brady tells a story of like, hey, man, why don't we get together, in the offseason and work on, try to make each other better, And here's Tom Brady conveying the story and something that happened when he was on that trip that he could not believe.
This was like 2010, okay? And I was like, listen, I've been in the league 10 years. I called Peyton. It was off season. I was like, listen, let's me and you get together. I've learned from all the other quarterback coaches. Why don't me and you sit down and talk football for 3 days? He's like, let's do it. Come to my place in Tennessee. I fly down to Tennessee. Peyton and I spent like all the time. We work out together. We play golf together. We ride jet skis together at his house. And we, of course, we're eating meals. So he sits down for breakfast and I'm like, hey, so-and-so, Mr. Brady, they come into this old cabin. Mr. Brady, what do you want to eat? And I'm like, I'll take, oatmeal and, two scrambled eggs. And that's it. And they're like, Peyton, what do you want? He's like, I want biscuits, gravy, 3 pancakes, six bacons. I want 3 sausages. And I'm like, you eat all that? And I was like the Southern boy with all the good helping for the comfort food. Man, I was like a totally different. I didn't even know what the hell he was doing.
Was there any part of you that wanted to try that in your 3 days with him?
No, that's the thing. I don't have to. I'm like, nah, I don't want him the way I feel after that.
He would be sleeping the whole afternoon.
I would be sleeping.
Okay, that was Adam Lefkoe was the other voice that you heard in there. He and Shaq have a podcast together. Brady, this is how things operate on the outside, okay?
Yeah.
The regular people eat biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, but Peyton Manning's not a regular person. There's probably a part of, this is what we know about Tom Brady, hyper-competitive, as is Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's a part of Tom Brady that also just was looking at that and thinking, yeah, that's why I'm better than you.
Yeah.
That he's being super cool, riding Peyton Manning's jet ski, sleeping in his bed and everything. But he's like, this is why I'm better.
Yeah, the little edge.
Yeah. But I would say that, I don't know, Peyton Manning, if he went on a strict health food diet, might have been trash as a quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
I was Rob Johnson. So I played with Rob Johnson, who ultimately, Rob Johnson had one good game in 1997, and the Bills would trade away a pick that became Fred Taylor.
And paid him.
Yeah, and paid him big money.
Yeah.
And so kids, you don't know who Rob Johnson is because he never ended up being a good quarterback in the NFL. But he was a health freak. For him, I think it was actually bad. I think his body fat was too low. Every time he got hit, he injured something. But he would be like, and this was like, back in the 90s before. Like when a lot of people in sports really didn't realize that you had to have a certain amount of fat in your diet. So he would have like 2 bagels for breakfast, and then he would have egg whites for lunch or something. And he was fragile. And who knows? Peyton Manning might be one of these guys that if he was a little leaner, he would have been too fragile.
Yeah,
that
maybe.
Sausage gravy. that sausage gravy, it strengthens your constitution,
Yeah,
Sean.
that's what I'm saying.
You think, likewise, I came to Houston. I'd never played in a 3-4 defense before. All of a sudden, I'm a nose tackle in a 3-4. Do you know where I would have been without Tex-Mex?
Yeah.
I would have been a pathetic little wasted away old frail 4-3 style defensive tackle.
Was that the most fun you had as a player, being able to beef up like that?
It's the best time of my life.
Yeah.
It's the greatest thing that ever happened to me in my life, power ranked. Discovering authentic Tex-Mex, the birth of my child, getting married, yada, yada.
And then not just discovering the Tex-Mex, but knowing that my job is to eat as much of this as I possibly can.
Sean, do you know what it's like after my first season in a 3-4 where I realized I was going to play nose tackle and I could probably get away with weighing 15 pounds heavier?
Yeah.
My wife and I moved into a place down there at the Rice Lofts, which sits atop
Chipotle's right down below.
Which I know. As I'm sitting here talking about authentic Tex-Mex. I get it, everybody.
No, but convenience is a thing sometimes.
Right. Because I would
Chipotle can be tasty.
Well, Chipotle for a late breakfast and an early dinner.
Yes.
And then dinner somewhere at like El Tiempo or something. I was so strong.
Really?
Yeah. But then I got to mini camp. I got up to about 335 that first off season after I was in here.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, I'm stronger than I've ever been. And then I got out to the first OTA and I started sweating out guacamole.
Okay, so
I was oozing guacamole
so
out my pores.
So you had bulked up before you'd ever had a practice in the July heat here.
Right.
But you were in Jacksonville. I mean, it's pretty hot in Jacksonville, too.
Not like this, man.
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
Same latitude and everything. I thought I was cocky when I first got here. I was driving down I-10. Like, what's no big deal. And people are saying, like, hey, Seth, it's pretty hot there in Houston. I'm like, bro, look at a map.
Mm-hmm.
You dullard.
Mm-hmm.
I've played down here before.
Yep.
That first training camp. And that was before I gained weight.
Yeah.
I'd never felt anything like it.
Oh, it's
I never had my shoes soaked like I had jumped in a pool. There was so much sweat in my shoes.
I feel like that just standing around as a media member. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Actually, to watch those guys go out there and actually do real work, real men work.
Yeah.
Real man work.
People don't appreciate the struggle that you and I have as sports radio hosts.
They really don't. And now, in about 8 minutes, so many more people are going to know about it. We're about to have a bigger chunk of Houston learn how petty you and I can be.
I can't wait to do the
What
first
are you most
Pettycast
excited for
FM.
the new audience to learn about us?
Just see the ugliest side of my personality and my soul. That's because I think our most popular thing we do is the Pettycast.
Yeah.
And I think it gives everybody license to be like, yeah, I'm going to be petty today. I know. I watched 3 motivational YouTubes about being a better person and everything, but I'm going to indulge in a little bit of the pettiness.
It's funny because they do those focus groups up here.
Yeah.
And the things that were the most popular, Pettycast and 5 Reasons I Hate You.
Oh,
so I feel like we're kind of engendering an audience that has that dog in them, you know, that petty hate dog.
Their constitutions have been fortified by Tex-Mex and or just good old Southern cooking,
right.
Peyton Manning style.
That's right.
I forgot that's why we even started talking about this.
Comfort food is what they call it. Yeah,
there's like Brett Favre. Remember, he had gotten trimmed down one season, and he said about midway through the season, he said, these hits hurt too much. I got to bulk back up, you know?
Yep. So he got back on that chicken fried steak diet, man.
Chicken fried steak with a sprinkling of Vicodin, probably.
I'm nervous to start another topic now because we are mandated to get out at 7:54:58.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So if we talked about if we want to stick to the dietary part of things,
sure.
Dwight Howard and his Skittles and his Dwight Howard and
quirkiest athlete dietary habits.
Dwight Howard's probably a hard one to like use as a guy to put up on a pedestal.
Yeah.
Like I have a sense that maybe Dwight Howard with a little less sugar in his diet maybe would have been a little bit even more evened out.
It's hard to envision him being in better shape, but maybe like mentally and stuff.
Yeah, sometimes mentally.
Yeah,
people don't realize
because he acted like a big kid
mentally.
a lot, and sometimes like if he ate like beef jerky or something.
You know what? Eat like a man.
Yeah,
and then you'll start conducting yourself like a man.
Right, you're
kinda
eating
like dress like a man.
Yes,
and you start conducting yourself thusly.
You're eating Skittles. You eat like you shop at the desk at a movie theater or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, Mike Toman and
the Texans royalty in the building right now. Yeah. They couldn't hear me. I just called them royalty.
All right, so coming up, as we've got about 45 seconds before we go to break, we've got J.J. Watt, we've got Roger Clemens, we've got Rudy T.
Yes.
Starting off with J.J. Watt because it is training camp, and we know he's going to be probably 2 minutes early because he's afraid of getting fined.
Yeah, he's already called. Get the hotline number. He's texted us congratulations again this morning. So J.J. Watt will be here at 8:20. Roger's been moved to 9:30, so we're figuring out the schedule, but J.J. Watt 8:20. Roger 9:30, Rudy TBD, and just all kinds of hijinks and hilarity.
And we've got a big old party here, and I think all the hosts from the station are going to be in when we do the announcement.
Yeah, we're going to do round table it.
We'll have a big old party.
Yep. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Most of them have showered.
Yep. So we appreciate you guys tuning in. It is here. We are just mere minutes away from Sports Radio 610 becoming 95.7 The Fan. That is coming up next. Stay there. Thanks for coming along for the ride. We will see you on the other side.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-
Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Hit it!
For the first time, crystal clear across Houston with 100,000 watts of power behind us.
Let's go! Let's go! Welcome to the big league!
95.7 The Fan is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
The era of crystal clear FM is here. Welcome, everyone, to 95.7 The Fan.
It is happening.
We made it.
Turn your microphone on, Jay.
Yeah.
Turn your microphones
I thought
on.
Everybody turn their mics on. So I'd like to welcome in the hundreds of thousands of people listening right now. You're listening to a station that doesn't know how to work their mics. Man, this is
You
awesome.
can expect more of this.
That's just a taste.
So how's it feel?
It feels awesome.
Do we feel like Andy Dufresne standing and looking up at the sky right now with the
awesome
rain coming
in
down?
every way? Go ahead.
Hey, new station on the other side of the desk from you boys. Hey, man, it's our first rodeo here, boys.
Yep.
It's our first rodeo, man. Houston deserves this, Sean.
Absolutely.
FM dial, great sports talk. I mean, the Texans, what else could you want, man? The city deserves it. Hell, we deserve it. Yeah. So let's ride, man. Let's have us a good time. You getting chills over there?
Chill bumps,
6:10 a.m. was Houston's first full-time sports radio station in 1994.
Yep.
And John Lopez has been here for 27 of those 24 years.
Which is actually accurate.
They've been the entire time Lopez has been here. They've been promising we're going to get an FM signal. We're going to get an FM signal, and they've been working at it for a long time. And just because our listeners have been so awesome and the sponsors have been so incredible over these last few years, we've been able to make it happen. We're really excited about this because it's going to be a better product for everybody, and more of your friends and family members will stumble upon us as well on the FM dial.
When we announced this a couple of weeks ago, John, you were saying that you've been here since 2009?
Here at 2009.
Yeah, Sports Radio
610, yes.
Now 95.7 The Fan. And I remember you saying that it had been talked about all the way back then.
No. It was part of the deal. Like, hey, we think we could go to FM. We can get that big signal, and it's something that we talked about even before then, but certainly since the day I got here, and now it's here.
And at some point when you were a few years into it, and it wasn't happening, you probably sarcastically said, "God, I'll have a grandchild before we get an FM signal."
This
you
is
actually
correct.
have 3 now.
I have 3 grandkids.
That was back before you knew that grandparents weren't actually old people. It's hard to envision that.
That's right.
Yep. So how does this feel for you, man?
It's incredible because keep in mind also, I got here in January 1st, 1990 was my first day covering sports in Houston. And there was no station, as we talked about, until 94. There were some... shout out, by the way, some Anita Martinis and some other broadcasters that would do like post-game shows and late night, maybe a sports segment here or there. Those were the pioneers, so to speak, and then Sports Radio 610 became the pioneering radio station. And as I was sitting here and I heard the intro and I heard you and Seth, I started thinking to myself, like, we're all happy. And we're happy for us, especially happy for Sarah Fraser and Parker Hillis, who have done so much. But man, I'm happy for the fans, and I don't mean to sound like corny or
like
patronizing or anything. Like, you have no idea, if you're a fan of Houston sports, what this is going to do. Forget us. What it's going to do for you.
Yeah. Well, and it's really cool. Just in the short term, J.J. Watt's joining us in about 15 minutes because he understands it's a big deal. And he's joining us while he's out traveling. We've got Roger Clemens, we've got Rudy T, all up in the next couple hours. So it's going to be a fun day. And for those of you also that are just here for sports news, the Texans do play a preseason game.
They play a preseason game tonight. We're getting the texts are rolling in now. You can text the show if you're new to the show, 713-572-4610 to text the show. This is the sentiment I was feeling yesterday as I was driving out of this garage and into the garage of the building that I live in and listening to you guys. And you were saying something very compelling, as you always do. And
are you sure you were listening to us?
As soon as I got, it might have been Clint. I don't know, Ron. Yeah,
there you go.
But no, as I'm getting into the garage and I get buried under a pile of static, I'm like, this will be the last day this happens. Yeah. And we're getting texts from people like, I can listen to you guys. I don't have to get out of my car when I get to the parking garage. I can just sit here in the parking garage and listen to you guys. So no static, no dropouts, super clear. You're right, John. This is a great day for listeners. No doubt about it.
And Seth, I will say, you said that, hey, man, your friends and family members are going to stumble upon us. Don't let them stumble. Like, invite them to the party,
Absolutely.
man.
Yeah.
Give us a week. Jump on. Like, see if we don't cover Houston sports the way that you want and the way that you deserve.
Physically force them. That's within the boundaries of the law.
Yeah.
Wasn't what I was saying, but you know what? Yeah. I'll stand behind that. I'll double down.
There's
Physically force them to listen.
Just changing somebody's presets or whatever without them knowing.
100%.
Yeah, just leave
I
it
do
on
that
there for them to discover.
When I borrow someone's car, I change their presets.
We've also got obviously just a swath of new listeners, right?
Yeah.
Right now, and so for everybody out there that is turning their radio on this morning on 95.7, and you hear us talking sports, I do want to revisit one thing from yesterday. While we have all the experts, the music experts, while we have their ears, boys, is Shania Twain a legend?
I heard you guys talking about this.
Is Shania Twain a legend? 713-572-4610.
Text in,
Text in and let us know.
Where did you guys fall? I feel like you have a higher threshold for things like that in general. Where'd you come out on that? On her being a
Shania Twain is not a legend.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I know she straddled. She jumped genres and all.
Hasn't she sold? Hadn't she sold like the most records or something like that?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's
well, like a lot of them. Though you guys have the numbers.
You got to define best selling. I mean, I don't know exactly what that means.
Quantity.
Money. Yeah. So I mean, is that records? Is that just hits? Is it where does she fall? We got the music experts out there listening, man. So play along. Tune in with us, man.
Yeah. I thought you were being a little hard on Shania Twain yesterday.
Well, when I think Shania, I think country. I think country music, and when I think legend, I think Willie Nelson. I think Reba McEntire. I think George King, I think those things. So
aren't there's you off your tractor? What the hell?
Well, I'm just
we're talking like pop stars. Like she's a legendary pop star.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Yeah. That's why I'm asking the people, man. I'm asking the experts.
I'm not gonna sit down and say that she's my favorite. Yeah, like she's better than George Strait for this reason or that reason or anything. But you can't deny the success.
There's a difference between like all timers maybe and legends.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think you could be a legend and. Maybe there's a difference between her and George. Right. I'm just speaking off my ass a little bit here, but there's a difference. Like she feels like crossing it. She feels like an Alicia Keys.
There's a reason why,
like her, like country music, like she's an Alicia Keys. If she's like the Alicia Keys version.
Clint's
of country
look of
music.
bewilderment and trying to figure out who Alicia Keys is all the evidence you need that he knows.
I'll quit working with him. I'm just trying to draw the parallel. I'd give her a little more than that. I think.
Yeah.
But
give her a little bit more than Alicia. Oh, okay. Well, then she's definitely a legend because Alicia Keys is a legend.
But see, we can go.
Shania's a smoke show too.
She's easy to look at.
It
too.
helps.
Yeah,
she's easy. My definition of a legend.
Isn't this like a conversation of the Hall of Fame and the Super Hall of Fame?
Yeah, there's a reason there's a headliner every year in Hall of Fame classes. You know, it was Drew Brees and then all the other guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a Hall of Fame, there's a Super Hall of Fame, and then a Hall of Fame.
Legend.
Also, are we considering her as a songwriter? Because I understand, like we're looking at these records. Like we got to also consider other. We got to consider the advanced analytics when we're talking about Shania Twain here.
Okay. Are these the discussions Seth and I are going to have in this new FM world?
You got to keep them, man.
Okay.
You got to keep them.
I think music, folks.
7 number one hits, boys.
And we do end up having conversations like this, but largely for anybody that's worried about it, we're going to be the same. We're going to be the same shows that we've always been.
Yes.
You're just going to be able to hear us more clearly and either agree with us or get angry at us.
Just like, hold on, just let y'all know.
I put baby in a corner here. All right? Sethers is going to be Sethers.
But we get better bumper music. I get a little more Rolling Stones, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, you'll be excited about that. Yeah, you spot listeners are going to like the bump.
Maybe some
music.
Eagles, which I like them, but I get more Stones. I get more my type of music.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So this is exciting. Clint just said 7. You were talking about Shania?
Yeah, I think
7
so.
number 1 hits. I go, yeah, legend. And Clint just looked like I farted in the studio or something.
I mean,
like that.
George got 60.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean, Dolly's got 25 or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Reba's got like 24, I think, or something like that. I mean,
those people are all wicked old, man.
The only person Clint's putting in the Hall of Fame is Jerry Rice. Like, he's just like, Jerry Rice is the only person in the Hall of Fame. Nobody else goes in.
It's not even a hall. That's a little like foyer of fame or something. You gotta let some people in there, man.
You're naming Michael Jordan. You're naming LeBron.
Yeah, I mean,
Charles Barkley's a legend.
Right.
Patrick Ewing's a legend.
Yeah. You know what you're doing? You're basically saying you're having an argument with LeBron versus MJ, and with the conclusion being that one of them doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, loser leaves town. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what Clint's doing.
I'm trying to think of the really good-looking Hall of Famer that's overrated just because they're good looking. That's I think Shania fits in that category.
That's unfair.
It's
just completely unfair.
I don't even know about the NFL.
I mean, we've got
Joe Montana.
I was about to pull out the note that I have. You're a really handsome football player.
She is still the highest selling female country music artist of all time.
Yeah,
we got to get. This is not. Who was the tennis player? That was Anna Kournikova.
Yeah.
This is not Anna Kournikova.
She
looks good, and that was the other.
She's a legend.
What happened to her? She was strong.
She's not a
wasn't
legend.
she?
Yeah, she was strong. She didn't win.
But
Shania
speak for
is
yourself.
strong,
I
and she
also
won.
think she was like 18. That's what we got to be careful.
Oh yeah, no. When she got older and more mature. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh man. All right. Well, this is exciting, fellas. We got JJ. Anything you guys want to stat JJ Watt when he comes on with us here in a little bit?
Did you hear my line yesterday that I did right off the cuff?
No.
You didn't hear it?
No, I was in the garage listening to static.
I said, be sure to listen to Sean. We were talking. I said, be sure to listen to Sean and Seth because they're going at 8 a.m. They're going to have 101,000 watts.
Oh, I did hear you say that. Yeah.
100,001.
I heard you.
Watts.
I heard that you physically threatened me if I don't use that line.
Who did?
I
did. Yeah.
I think I would just, based on this conversation, I feel like in this room, JJ, who's eligible for the Hall of Fame coming up here very soon, that Clint doesn't think that JJ's worthy of the Hall of Fame. I'm going to tell him, I'm going to lead with that.
He is definitely a legend.
Are you sure? Because he's in the same class with Tom Brady. It sounds like only one guy can get it.
No. He did. I mean, he sold a few jerseys because he was so great on the field. I don't know that Shania. I don't know this case.
Tom Brady. I'm sorry.
Sorry. They made Clint in charge of the Hall of Fame. He's only letting one guy in every year.
I'd like to see if I can get a sit down. I'd like to see if I can get a sit down with his new partner. That's what I'd like to see.
Oh yeah, we thought that we actually
Jim Nance. Oh yeah. We had news for you.
We had a texter text in that idea earlier.
So you guys, butted heads with Jim Nance a couple years ago at the Houston Sports Award. If you guys reach out to Jim Nance, all he knows is he's hearing from 95.7 The Fan in Houston. He doesn't know it's Sports Radio 610 or anything.
Seth, it's not about him, Seth. It's about this guy.
It's about
I'll bombard him.
We got to get out in a second here because JJ's coming on at 8:20. But real quick, we suggested that you guys get Jim Nance on, like Seth just said, and then I thought maybe you play the audio of the little kerfuffle that you had with him back then. And then you guys could be like, well, or it's an ambush, and he gets mad, and you guys basically become, in the new era of 95.7 The Fan, you guys are like the Jerry Springer show of the station, where you just ambush people when they come on.
I'd like to say to him.
Yeah. Book him. All right, fellas.
Hey, congrats to everyone.
New era.
Yeah,
absolutely. Era.
Y'all keep doing that good radio.
Proud to work with you guys.
You too.
It's home team. All right, coming up next, JJ Watt.
I got to start boning up on Shania Twain, I guess. I didn't realize that.
JJ Watt joining us coming up next. The first guest ever in the history of 95.7 The Fan. Stay there.
95.7 The Fan is here. Pendergast is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Dalton gets the snap, throws it. It's intercepted. Watt takes it across the 15, 10, 5, rock and roll. Touchdown, Texans. Pick 6. Just like that, the Texans take the lead. And Reliance Stadium has erupted.
Yeah, that is a highlight that took place all the way back when we used to be Sports Radio 610.
Oh, I remember those days.
Yeah, back in the days. Yeah. J.J. Watt, pick 6, first ever Texans playoff game. And we are very excited about this as we welcome you back in on 95.7 The Fan. It's going to take some getting used to. Love it. He's joining us right now on the Texas Mattress Makers hotline. 5-time first-team All-Pro, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Walter Payton Man of the Year, Texans Ring of Honor member, and probably the biggest honor ever, first guest ever in the era of 95.7 The Fan. J.J. Watt joining us on the program. J.J., good morning. Appreciate you jumping on with us, man.
Guys, good morning. Honored to be here. Was fortunate enough to be a part of the first ever playoff team, first ever playoff win in Houston. But I mean, have to believe that's surpassed by first ever guest on 95.7 The Fan. Honored to be here. Also very excited to hear that my phone call is being sponsored by Texas Mattress Makers, because for the last 10 years I've been laying on a Texas Mattress Makers mattress, and it is phenomenal. So boom. Thanks for advertising the show, because you guys do great work. Did not get paid for that. I paid full price for my mattress. It's fantastic.
I remember when you tweeted about that, and then Yuval and everybody, they were over the moon about that.
So my favorite thing that I told JJ about how the culture of the Texans has changed over the years is I confirmed where your little sleeping cubby was that you had for your naps, where it was in the equipment room, and I thought, yep, that's where Todd Wade and Zach Wiegert and I used to drink beer during training camp.
Yep.
That was I feel like you made better use of that space than we did.
That's debatable for sure. Shane Leckler did use it a few times during my career, and we shared some beers in the parking lot. So same time, different place, brother.
Did you ever wake up from your nap with Leckler sitting at the edge of your bed, just drinking a beer, contemplating life?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's the only person that was allowed. If I walked back there and he was in it, they didn't get kicked out.
That's great. Hey, JJ, before we get into some of the stuff we want to get into with you, we played that pick from the Bengals playoff game coming in. What do you get asked about when people see you around town here? What do they bring up the most with you?
Oh, man. I mean, can I have a picture or can I have an autograph? That's what comes up first. But no, it really is. And the people of Houston are so great. The first thing that always comes out is not football. It's either about, the hurricane, the community, the things like that, and it's so kind and generous of them. And then when we get into football, it is back to that. For me, that's the number one. That's the best one. It was doing something that had never been done in Houston before, and being able to play such a big part of it. But yeah, what a special place, man.
Well, and the interesting thing about you and how you're living now, and you're back in Houston, but you're also all over the place because you have your soccer club, you have Burnley, and all of these other interests, obviously, not to mention your broadcasting career, which we'll get into. But you and Cushing are now living. Are you guys in the same neighborhood, basically?
We're close by.
You're close by. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, listeners that don't know, Brian and JJ are brothers-in-law. Their wives are sisters, and they were both good athletes in their own right. I feel like, and I don't want to put pressure on your kids and grandchildren and everything, but this city has a tradition of Clay Matthews Sr. would have, between himself and Bruce Matthews and Clay Matthews the second and Clay Matthews the third and everybody else, they've got seven guys in that family who have played in the NFL. I feel like you and Cushing might be able to blow that out of the water, JJ. Is that any part of, like, do you guys talk about that? Is there a planning session or anything?
I mean, he's obviously much farther ahead than I am. His kids are older, and they're already phenomenal athletes, both football and baseball. They do a ton of baseball work. But yeah, they're very, very impressive. My boys, Koa's about to turn 4, and Nico's just past 1. They're large. They are large human beings. So as long as they got Kaylea's speed and agility and hopefully looks, then we'll be all right.
JJ Watt joining us here on the first day ever for 95.7 The Fan. Seth alluded
We're going to talk Shania Twain, guys.
Did you hear
when I tuned in this morning, I was like, hey, let's see what this new sports talk radio is all about. And yeah, right out of the gate, a typical sports radio discussion about Shania Twain's legacy, which anybody who says she's not a legend is pretty nuts.
That's
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, JJ.
So Clint
yes.
is nuts.
Thank you, JJ. Good. Is Clint still in the building? We can tell him JJ Watt told him he's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm with you guys. He clearly, his Hall of Fame would be a 3-person Hall of Fame. Like yeah, is she Dolly Parton? No. But is she a legend? Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Well, and to that point, I do wonder this, because if you were listening to the segment, then you heard obviously that we talked about you a little bit, and that's going to be coming up in a couple of years. Do you, when it comes to the Hall of Fame, do you allow yourself to, especially on weekends like this past one where every new class gets inducted, have you thought ahead to that at all in a couple of years, like what that looks like, what you would say, who presents you? Like, do you allow your mind to go to that place?
Andres, when I was at Andres, it was really cool because obviously the history and everything, and I'm so happy for him and being able to be around so many Texans and the party afterwards and all of that. It was really cool. And so that, I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, you certainly think about it a little bit, but it's not anything that you really, the one thing I do think back to all the time, and I think this was a really cool moment for me and something that is a perfect testament to what it's like to have a good coach, a good mentor, and people who believe in you sometimes before you even believe in yourself, was when Wade Phillips, after my rookie year, he was doing a media gaggle with you guys after a training camp practice. And obviously this was just after my rookie year. And the quote from it was, he's going to be a bust, not a rookie bust, but he's going to be a Hall of Fame bust someday. And for me, when I saw that quote the next day, and I'm sitting there as a second-year player who the second half of my rookie season played all right, but the first half of my rookie season was pure, I don't know if you can swear on this or not, but dog crap. That gave me so much confidence to know that this coach who had seen Reggie White, who had seen Lawrence Taylor and all these great players, to be him see that in me before I truly saw it in myself, gave me so much confidence and belief. So that was a really cool moment for me, and I have thought about that when it comes to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, JJ, I went back just a few years ago, kind of as an exercise, because I was thinking about a young defensive lineman and the progress he was making. I went back and I watched your first few games from your rookie year, and I think that my impression was, okay, this is a guy with the benefit of hindsight, knowing what would happen. You were really close to making a lot of plays. Like you were right there, but then you were like a step short, or you took the wrong angle, or you got a little too excited. And I felt like I noticed the same thing in Will Anderson his rookie year. He was a step shy, or maybe like a little overly exuberant a couple times and making big plays. And if you can take yourself back to your rookie year, did you know that you were close, or did it just feel like, oh man, I'm screwing up, I'm sucking out here?
No, I can tell you. So what it was you're trying to do everything perfect because you're coming into a new situation with a new coaching staff and being taught a way to play the game, and you want to do everything right. So for me, especially in college, I played mainly 5 technique. Like I was a 5 or a 6 technique. So I'm lined up, just outside the offensive tackle or over the tight end, and I'm playing those techniques. And I was used to how we taught it at Wisconsin and how we played it at Wisconsin. And I come down to Houston, and of course, it's a new coach, it's a new system. So I'm playing a little more inside at 3 technique and defensive tackle work. You're getting some of those piggyback blocks, and everything is faster. Everything is more explosive. The offensive lines are better and more experienced. And all I wanted to do was impress my coaches and teammates. So every step I wanted to be perfect. Every hand placement I wanted to be perfect. And as you know from playing, you can't be thinking all the time because that's not how you got where you are. And so about halfway through my rookie season, I finally had to be like, hey man, just let yourself be the player that you know you can be. You're going to still make mistakes, but at least make mistakes going 100 miles an hour and letting everything loose, as opposed to trying to be perfect every step of the way. And that really is what opened everything up for me, was saying, if I'm going to fail, at least I'm going to fail leaving it all on the field and not trying to be a playbook player.
J.J. Watt joining us on 95.7 The Fan. J.J., along those lines, put your analyst hat on now. What's the ceiling for Will Anderson Jr.?
Oh, I mean, Hall of Fame easily. There is no question that Will has the capabilities to do everything possible in this game. He can win Defensive Player of the Year. He can make the Hall of Fame. He has every single physical tool, and the best part about it is he also has the mental capacity and the desire to bring all of those physical tools to their full capacity and utilize them fully. He's a great, great kid. He's a great athlete, a great player. He's constantly learning and growing and wanting to be better and trying to absorb knowledge. And then, as you guys know, he has this infectious smile and attitude that just makes you love him and want to be around him and want to see him succeed.
The other question I have, JJ, about the Texans on the defensive side of the ball, Jadeveon Clowney signs here, a week or two ago. He had talked about in his press conference that he did, it seemed like a more mature Clowney in his press conference. He learned a lot of things, especially getting traded away from here. He did allude to the fact that he butted heads with Bill O'Brien, and he wasn't sure what Bill O'Brien wanted. Clowney thought he was a pretty easygoing guy. What did you see from Clowney in his first stint here, and how excited are you to see him in this role with this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think JD's a freak athlete, obviously, as we all know, as everybody knows. And he came in and he had that raw athleticism and that freakiness. And, I mean, this league is hard, especially when you're the number one overall pick and you have that pressure and everybody's looking at you as like, all right, let's see it. Show us it. That's not easy to handle. And then you're also dealing with all the money and everything that comes along with it. And there is a lot going on that is tough for a young man to handle. And yeah, he did a lot of great stuff, but I do think that it was cool to watch his press conference. Seth sent me his clips from the press conference the other day and to show me some of the stuff how he's talked about. And I think there's no question that he's matured and grown over the years, and that's been a fun transition to watch for me because it's been really it's special. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing him in this defense. Doesn't have all the pressure on him because he gets to play in this unbelievable defense and benefit from everything that comes with it. So you add him into a pass rush situation where you have Daniil and Will on the edges, you have the guys on the back end locking people down, and then JD can go somewhere in the middle and like roam around and just destroy guards with his lateral movement or even direct power. I mean, it's just adding one more weapon to an already loaded arsenal.
And as everybody listening knows, you are now broadcasting with CBS, and we all think you're doing an incredible job with it. Now, I was thinking about it from the perspective of a defensive lineman, and as you're talking about Clowney coming in as a rookie and all of these other guys, your career kind of spans this evolution in pass rushing where, JJ, I've had to learn the vocabulary of what half of these new moves are, and like the hop, step, cross, chop, and everything. Like it's just exploded in what guys are doing. As a broadcaster, if you had to step back and kind of relearn the game, because now also you're talking about coverages, you're talking about the passing game. How's that been for you?
Yeah, it's an evolving thing where you have to, know exactly what's going on at the deepest levels of the game so that you can talk to players and coaches about it and also build the context in your own head as you're going to give it to the viewer. But at the very same time, you have to take all of that knowledge and all of that information and simplify it down into what the viewers can understand. Because there's a complete separation there in terms of, could I go on the air and talk about how defenses are starting out in a two shell and then they're rotating the safety down, but then by the end of it, by the time the ball's actually snapped, they're flipped back up into a four high look. And you can go super in depth and talk about Mike McDonald's complex defense, but my grandma's also watching the game. And she is going to call me after and say, what was all that stuff you were saying about cover 2 and cover 4? So you really have to find that balance of knowing everything, but still being able to present it in a way that you're not turning viewers off.
J.J. Watt joining us on 95.7 The Fan. J.J., before we get you out of here, we know it's a unique set of circumstances that have led to this, but you're going to be working with Jim Nantz for the foreseeable future, legend in the business. Even a bigger legend than Shania Twain, I would say, Jim Nantz. How excited are you to work with Jim Nantz? Have you guys been in touch and started talking about how these broadcasts are going to go?
Yeah, like you said, it's not the circumstances you want it to happen under, but I am extremely, extremely excited about this opportunity. I mean, Jim Nantz is Hall of Famer, a legend, Houston legend, obviously, and we've had that connection for a long time. And it's an honor to be a part of it, and I can't wait to get started and look forward to it. We did do a practice game together on Monday of this week, and that went great. We've been in constant contact, me, Jim, Tracy, the whole crew, just to get everything ready, because the number one most important thing is just the chemistry and the camaraderie and the comfortability, because we want that to come through for the fans as they're watching the game, just to feel like it's them sitting on the couch with two of their buddies, one who happens to be Jim Nantz, one of the most legendary announcers of all time, and the other one, me, who hopefully can bring some knowledge and also entertainment to the game for him.
Do you feel any pressure to up your golf game now?
Yeah, we were talking about it the other day. I asked him what his best round at the University of Houston was, and I think he said it was 65. So as long as I stay under double that, I'll be proud of myself.
There you go. Hey, do you have any?
Actually, yeah, your golf game, whatever pressure you might feel to get better, you're probably going to get better just by osmosis being around him.
Being around
I
Nantz.
mean, I have to absorb something, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for Ross Tucker, who's a friend of this show, taking over your spot there with Ian Eagle?
Yeah, Ross is great. Obviously, he's worked with Ian on the radio calls for a long time, so he knows it there, but he's in unbelievable hands with that crew, from everybody, from Ian to Evan, all the way down the whole crew. But he's just going to have fun, man. Ian is incredible at setting you up, and he's got every single reference for pop culture and music and TV that you could want, but he also combines it with the incredible knowledge and voice and ability to read a game and see the game. So they're going to be great together, because Ross has that football knowledge as well down pat, as you know, but he also has the humor and the wit and the ability to stay up with Ian and that. So those guys are going to be great. I can't wait to see them in that first week.
Yeah, I'm excited.
We're going to have them.
Yeah, we're going to have him here. Yeah, we're going to have him here for Bills Texans. So looking forward to that. And you guys are on Packers Vikings, right?
Yep.
First week, 3:25 window. JJ, we'll leave you with this text to the show from a listener. I delivered furniture to JJ Watt years back. He literally hopped off his seat and offered to help. We had to tell him to chill. We got this. LOL. Do you remember that?
I literally had something like this yesterday because a guy was moving the weight room for me. I don't know how to handle myself in those situations.
It's awful.
Because you hire somebody to move your stuff for you.
Yeah.
And what am I going to do? Like, no offense to the guys, I'm bigger than them. I'm standing here watching these guys move my stuff, and I'm just twiddling my thumbs while these guys are grinding and sweating. And I'm like, all right, I as a human being, I can't just stand here and watch. So yeah, of course I'm going to jump in.
JJ, I share your sentiment on that. You feel guilty. One guy who doesn't, Sean Pendergast.
Oh yeah,
the little aristocrat here. Yeah, he sits there in knickerbockers and watches the real men do the work.
JJ, Amy's listening right now. I don't even know how to work the washing machine, let alone lift furniture. So yeah, it's.
I don't think anybody on Sports Radio 610 or 95.7 The Fan is shocked by that, Sean.
No, they're not.
You know who also really appreciates you hopping in and giving advice? Who? Auto mechanics.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me?
I don't know. I gotta tell you, I took a little shop back in the day.
Oh my God. Yeah. JJ Watt joining us on the show. Hey, JJ, we really appreciate you making time for us. Congrats on all the success. We enjoy the hell out of watching you on CBS every Sunday, and hope to see you when you're in town doing a Texans game, especially because they're 4-0 when you're on the call.
Oh, I hope we get some Houston games this year. That would be fantastic. I love it. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you guys for all the entertainment, not just you guys, but everybody on the show, Sports Radio 610 for so many years. Looking forward to hearing it on 95.7 The Fan now. I got to be 100% honest. I did not know the difference between AM and FM in terms of everything it means for you guys, but you have explained it well. I'm looking forward to clear signals, no static in parking garages like you have, Sean. So just congratulations. Congratulations to everybody over there on your great work, and thank you for all the great years of coverage and many, many more to come.
We appreciate you, man.
Cut a promo.
Hey,
Nice.
yeah, no, that was
Thanks,
good
man.
stuff. That was good stuff. Thanks, JJ. We'll talk soon. Take it easy.
All right, guys, have a great one.
Yep, you too. That's JJ Watt joining us on the show. All right, that was awesome.
That young man's got a future.
Let's do some follow-up on that coming up. Some of the things he had to say.
And some of it's relevant to Caden McDonald.
Yeah.
I was thinking of exactly everything he said about transitioning as a rookie into the NFL. I was feeling it in my gut.
Yep.
Like it was, he was dead on.
All right, let's do that. We'll do that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. Boy, you want somebody with experience. These are no rookies. Kirk Holmes, if you're building your custom dream home, go with a builder who knows what's up because they've been doing it for 3 generations. Every step along the way, you're going to feel like you're in good hands and you're working alongside the builder. They build you a beautiful custom-built home, nothing but 2x6 walls, sturdily built with a 20-year warranty. That's twice the industry standard. So if you're looking to build a custom dream home, the most important step in the process is choosing the right builder. The right builder is Kirk Holmes. Check them out online at kirkholmes.com, spelled K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
All right, people really enjoyed J.J. Watt. If you missed that interview, we just talked to J.J. for about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Probably kept him longer than I had initially advertised when I texted him about it, but he seemed to be having a good time.
Yeah, he was having a good time.
He was enjoying himself.
He was, well, you know, and the fun thing is he does listen. And a lot of times, you know, when he's off doing some other show and when he's back in town, he listens a little bit to find out what exactly happened with the Texans.
Get caught up.
I feel like an extra sense of responsibility on being accurate on that.
Yep.
And everybody knows accuracy is what Seth Payne's all about.
Well, in this new FM world, what our new listeners should know is Seth Payne is the bastion of accuracy on this station.
Never swapping names out accidentally or
Show
anything.
of record, bastion of accuracy.
Never calling somebody who's named Steve Guinevere or something. It just
that never happened.
Never happened.
That never happened.
But the part when he
this is where Ben would normally hit the hotkey and said, "You go full Ted Bundy."
That's
on
right. Yeah. Never mean to say Al Bundy and say Ted Bundy itself.
Yeah.
But the analogy still held.
It does.
No, as JJ was talking about the challenges a rookie defensive lineman faces, you know, immediately I have flashbacks to what it's like being a rookie defensive lineman and everything, you know, because JJ said he sucked in the first half of his rookie year, that's an exaggeration. He wasn't the guy that he would become. And one thing that happens is you're if you're really conscientious and you're trying to do things the right way, it's like anything else, like changing your golf swing or anything. It puts you in this mode where you've got this constant state of anxiety about trying to do everything the right way. And it's hard to play fast when you're like that. And that's the challenge that a guy like Caden McDonald is facing right now, where they're tweaking some of the things of the way he operates. And it takes a little while for it. And then all of a sudden, JJ got to a point where he just said, well, screw it. I'm just going to go play. And then hopefully, the training and the technique work and everything, it comes along for the ride. But you got to find that balance between trying to do everything perfectly, but also just letting it loose.
And being diligent about it, too. You know, there was no more diligent athlete that we've ever covered than J.J. Watt. But Caden McDonald does a lot of the staying after and working with guys. You know, he does a lot of stuff off to the side after practice, at least from what I've seen. Like he seems like a kid who's working at his craft.
When JJ mentioned the piggyback block, I got a little twinge in my gut.
What is the piggyback block?
Hard to explain, but basically, so the guard and the tackle, say if you're a defensive tackle, the guard's going to hit you and then work up to the linebacker eventually. But meanwhile, the tackle, so you're supposed to hold that gap between the guard and the tackle. That's your responsibility. That's the B gap.
Yep.
But meanwhile, as you're engaged with the guard, the tackle's coming in behind the guard, and the B gap just disappears. Mm-hmm. And you're looking around like, what
the hell, man?
How can I fill a gap that doesn't exist?
Yes.
And as a rookie, and you got a psychotic D-line coach like Bill Kolar back in the day.
Yep.
It's stressful, man.
Yeah, big time. Okay. Now I'm getting agitated just hearing you describe it.
And you know you're going to get screamed at when you get to the side, and it doesn't feel possible.
There's
Those are the
nothing
kinds
good
of things.
about it.
So
Yeah.
JJ, his rookie year in the first half of the season, he was doing a lot of things right, and he was close. He was really close to making plays. He was just always just a little bit off, and then things just started clicking for him. And obviously in the playoffs that year, it was really, really good.
I didn't realize he and Jim Nantz had done a practice game on Monday this week.
Yeah.
Should have asked him which game it was. You're like, who
if they'll go back into a regular season game.
I'm guessing
or a
they
playoff
do.
game
Yeah.
from
They just do it via TV monitor there, I guess, right?
Yeah.
On their laptops, on Zoom.
Yeah, that's one thing about.
Although they're, I don't know if Jim Nantz still lives here. I think he lives in Nashville. But I was going to say, if they're both in Houston, it's easy enough to find a studio somewhere. Yeah. So
the cool thing for JJ is that he got to do it with Ian Eagle last year, and he's a consummate professional. And then Jim Nantz, obviously, those guys, those play-by-play guys, they make it as comfortable and as easy for the color commentator. Kind of like in line with what JJ was talking about in learning how to play defensive tackle or defensive end. There's similar to any profession, really. He's got to find that balance between trying to do all the technical things right, but then also just letting his personality flow. And I think Nantz is going to be great at that with J.J. Watt.
Yeah, stylistically, Jim Nantz and Ian Eagle are very different.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be an interesting thing to watch J.J. blend. I think he blended seamlessly with Ian Eagle because I think they have similar sensibilities in terms of humor. Like Jim Nantz isn't. Ian Eagle's funny.
Yeah.
Jim Nantz, he'll have funny lines occasionally, but I don't think he's known more for his kind of stoic approach to things. Mm-hmm. So that'll be where JJ can really kind of separate himself among color analysts if he shows like, man, I can blend in perfectly with this style of play-by-play guy or that style of play-by-play guy.
The other thing JJ's done a good job of, too, as a color commentator is some of the things, a lot of people lot of people in the sports media business will say, well, we want a quarterback because we want him to explain the nuances of the game. And then in reality, they don't want a super technical explanation. But for JJ, I'm guessing there's a little bit of there's probably a natural human tendency to be like, okay, these guys think I'm just a big, dumb defensive lineman. You want to be able to show your football acumen, but you got to pull yourself back. Because, like, the mass audience genuinely, like, there's a reason that color commentators don't go in deep on coverages and everything.
Yeah.
The mass audience doesn't want that. It's awesome for podcasts and YouTube breakdowns and everything.
There's a reason a lot of them are quarterbacks, too. It's the most visible, relatable position for the average fan.
But, like, so JJ, though, really, like, I think he's done a great job with understanding all of the coverage stuff and the passing game stuff, but boiling it down to the nuts and bolts of an easily digestible product.
He put it perfectly. He said, my grandmother watches the games that I do. I don't want her, or maybe the way he was telling the story, she might have even said that to him, but like, what was this thing you were talking about? Yeah. And he does a great job of that, man.
I felt like he was taking a shot at his grandma. She doesn't even understand the game.
Yeah. Does she even know ball? Grandma's not even
she's not a ball knower. I'll tell you that much. Yeah.
Not a ball knower. Okay, we're getting some text to the show. 713-572-4610 is still the text line here on 95.7 The Fan. Text message, right on cue, pulling into the parking garage as JJ was signing off and congratulating you guys. No signal loss.
Yeah.
He said, I usually listen to 100.3 HD. Congrats on the big day, guys.
Oh, so he was getting signal loss with HD also.
Yeah, just because it gets, just disappears. But this, he's getting a listen, goes into the garage, sounds crystal clear.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. For those of you, I know that some people are just diehard committed to sticking on AM, and we're still on the 610 AM dial, and we will remain. It's that the vehicles have gotten worse. The AM receivers in vehicles, the car companies just aren't they're putting as little money into it as possible.
Yeah.
They don't even want to have to put AM in there. So the quality is, the gap in quality has gotten that much different. So if you really, especially when we play audio clips and interviews and everything, that's going to make a big difference in you being able to hear everything.
Yeah, well, and even like an interview with JJ just now, who's on the phone.
Yeah.
And, the phone, obviously the audio of him talking is degraded significantly from me and Seth, but even guys talking on the phone sounds way better on FM, way clearer on FM. So, yeah, it's good news. We're getting a ton of congratulatory texts. Someone's even asking, are congratulations in order for a change like you guys are making today? 1,000%. This is so much better for everybody.
Yeah.
With the station, fans of the station, sponsors of the station.
And I think it's one of those things, like it's the perfectly right question to ask, like, okay, what type of a difference does it make? You get more listeners on FM. So, we've talked to other people that have gone through this change, and you just immediately gain more listeners, which is, yes, that's good for us. That's good for our sponsors, certainly, especially the ones who locked in the old rates.
Big
It's
time.
like locking in a low interest rate back in the day.
Or like when you get the thing where
like old Sethers who got an ARM 2006.
That was the best episode of The Office was when Michael Scott didn't know what an adjustable rate mortgage was, and he thought it was only like a 5-year mortgage. He's like, no, it adjusts after 5 years.
I paid off after 5 years.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on the very first day of 95.7 The Fan here in Houston. All right, let's 9 o'clock hour upon us. Now, everything we teased had Roger Clemens joining us at 9 o'clock. Roger had to push to 9:30 because he's in Iowa at the Field of Dreams game for tonight. His son Cody plays for the Twins, so he had to do a promo for that. He's going to join us a little later on this hour. Rudy Tomjanovich after that. So we got a loaded back end of the 9 o'clock show. So coming up next, speaking of the Hall of Fame, Bill Barnwell did a piece for ESPN.com. How many Hall of Famers are currently on the Texans roster? We just heard JJ say Will Anderson could be a Hall of Famer.
It's a plural answer.
We'll see. We'll do it. We'll hit that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. You want plurality? Or numbers, whatever. 30 years. They've been in Houston for over 30 years. Sean, I don't know what plurality means, to be truth be told.
I'll explain it during the break.
I'm an FM guy. Listen, Mokaram Injury Lawyer has been in Houston for over 30 years, and if you've been injured in an accident by one of these psychotic morons out on the highway, I'm driving through an intersection the other day, and lo and behold, I didn't realize I had to have my head on a swivel for somebody who was driving through in the opposite direction. 5 seconds after the light turned red with no lights on at 4 a.m. I averted tragedy, but if I hadn't, I would have called McCarran Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. They charge you nothing for that initial consultation. They're not going to charge you a thing unless they win your case. So give McCarran Injury Lawyers a call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault. 281-222-2222 or online at McCarranInjuryLawyers.com. Paid non-attorney spokesperson, McCarran Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713.
1250 AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I like hearing the station ID's got a little KIKK in there.
Yeah,
you got new call letters, too.
That's what's going to screw me up the most.
Yeah.
All right, KIKK.
KIKK.
It's good that we've got Roger Clemens coming in, whose four sons are all named with starting with a K for the strikeout significance. That's where sometimes, when people name all their children the same name, some people are whatever about that. With Clemens, it's with significance.
Yes.
He pitched a strikeout on this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
4 boys all start with K.
Yeah.
Including Cody, who is his son, who is playing tonight in the Hall of Fame game. Or not the Hall of Fame game, Field of Dreams game. Field of Dreams game in Iowa. That's where Roger is. So for those of you...
So really, after you have your third son, you pretty much got to go for a fourth on that one.
Absolutely.
The Field of Dreams game.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
So normally, I'm sure there are people that saw the promos of Roger joining us at 9 o'clock. He had to push back to 9:30. So he's going to be on with us at 9:30. Rudy T is going to be on with us probably a couple minutes after we had him forecasted for. That whole last half hour of the show is going to be commercial-free with Roger Clemens and Rudy Tomjanovich. So it doesn't get any better than that. J.J. Watt, really, really good also. I say it doesn't get any better than that. We just had a great interview with J.J. Watt earlier this
J.J.,
hour.
honestly, and J.J. he was talking about the challenges of a rookie defensive lineman, where everything he was saying about it made me think, okay, this is awesome advice for Caden McDonald. Because I see Caden McDonald working through some of the challenges that J.J. was talking about he had as a rookie.
Yeah.
If Caden McDonald ends up being as good as J.J. Watt, I'd say that's a good pick.
That's a value pick at 36. That was a good trade up to go get him.
Good move.
To go get the next J.J. Watt.
The draft class so far is looking really good.
Really good, yeah.
To the point where I saw somebody, a really smart person that I know on Twitter the other day, make a comment that, well, I know we haven't heard a lot about Aiden Fisher, but if it doesn't work out, it still looks like a pretty good draft pick. I'm like, it's a 7th round pick.
7th round pick.
Like nobody's ever once been criticized for having a bad draft because a 7th round pick didn't work out.
He's got all the makings of a practice squad guy on this team.
Yeah, and I don't think Aiden Fisher.
And I say that as a compliment. He's a 7th round pick.
No, he's one of those many guys that I hesitate to ever say, a guy's not having a good camp, because unless they're getting blown out of the water, some guys are doing a good job. They might not be flashing, but they're moving along, and the coaches are happy with them for where they are as, say, a 7th round rookie.
Oh, look, we're on TV right now. Look at me. I'm right behind. Look.
We're right on the CW.
Yeah.
Why do we have this wig here?
That's John Lopez's judge wig.
Oh, that's his judge wig.
That's his
right.
judge wig. Yeah, it's an iconic piece of memorabilia.
I don't feel like it doesn't need to be the first thing. I guess I need to leave it up.
Yeah, look at it. It's covering me. I look like I'm wearing a fur coat. Look at that. On TV.
It just looks like you got
I look like a pimp.
You look like you're in the Game of Thrones, actually. It looks like you're wearing a Game of Thrones
I'm the king of this show.
You're north of the wall right now.
You look like you're trying to explain your way out of a beheading right now. Like, I'm the king, and I'm about to put you on the guillotine.
That's right. No, the White Walkers are real.
And it looks like you're making a good case for yourself right there. All right, so Bill Barnwell had a piece that he picked out all of the current Hall of Famers that are playing in the NFL, future Hall of Famers, I should say. Future Hall of Famers among current players in the NFL by team. And he even goes a little further, as Barnwell always does. He has the guys that are in. He has guys that are on the cusp. He's got a couple other categories, too, one of which is work to do, which are usually like younger guys that if they keep it up, or maybe younger guys that have the potential. There are a handful of Houston Texans that made it into this article. He does not have any current Hall of Famers or any lock future Hall of Famers on the Texans roster right now.
Mm-hmm.
Guys that are locks, that are in. Like, for example, guys that are in, by his opinion, are guys like Matthew Stafford, Mike Evans, Trent Williams, Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce, guys like that. It looks like there's about maybe 15 or 16 guys that are playing in the NFL right now that he says could retire today, and they're in the Hall of Fame. The Texans have one player that is on the cusp, which means he's done almost enough and can get in with a little extra. And that is Danielle Hunter.
That's right. Yeah, and I think that's the guy that it's J.J. Watt, a friend of the show, who was our first guest on 95.7 The Fan just a few minutes ago. J.J., before the Texans even before the Texans even themselves knew that they were going to potentially sign Danielle Hunter. Because remember, the Texans didn't really realize that Danielle was going to be cool with coming and taking a 2-year deal. So that's all something that happened like the first week of free agency. J.J. Watt had tweeted out a month or so prior to that man, Danielle Hunter is criminally underrated, and he's not sure exactly why he doesn't get the attention he deserves, other than maybe just because he's playing in the Great White North.
I think it's that. I think his personality is not one where he pops a lot.
Yeah.
In this day and age, Danielle Hunter's not going to say anything that gets him on social media. He's not Micah Parsons.
Right.
Even though his numbers have been probably pretty similar to Micah Parsons at different stages of the career. I think Danielle Hunter is a Hall of Famer. I think these 2 years in Houston, soon to be 3 years, and maybe 4 years if he plays out the rest of his deal, have been awesome for his profile because of how much news this defense has made and how he is, I think, viewed as a guy where, hey, it's not a coincidence that this defense went from here to here. I'm taking one hand and putting it at Seth's chest, and I'm taking another one, put it above his head.
And I've got a really tall forehead.
Right, went from here to here when Danielle Hunter got here.
Anybody on YouTube would tell you that. Okay, so this is where Danielle Hunter is. And everybody knows sacks don't tell the entire story, but he's got 114 and a half career sacks. Once you get up to about 136 career sacks, just about all those guys are in the Hall of Fame.
Barnwell pointed that out.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. I'll find it. Keep talking.
So if Danielle keeps on at the same pace for the next couple of years, it's an all but certainty that he'll make it into the Hall of Fame. Really, 125 sacks is right where Dwight Freeney had, and the majority of guys above him are in the Hall of Fame, other than guys that played a long time ago or guys like Cam Jordan who are currently playing.
The key number for Hunter might be 140 sacks. This is Barnwell talking.
Yeah.
Each of the 10 players to hit 140 sacks are all in the Hall of Fame.
So 25 and a half more sacks.
You can get that
really
in 2
just
years.
2 more seasons.
2 more seasons like
healthy.
he's had. Yeah, 2 more seasons like he's had.
The interesting thing there, though, too, is that Danielle Hunter has 114 and a half sacks. TJ Watt, who Barnwell is saying is a slam dunk, he'll be in immediately, has a half sack more than Danielle Hunter.
Yeah.
Danielle's been in the league a couple years longer.
And TJ's won a Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, that part of it, that part of it makes sense.
Yep. There's just certain accolades that bump you up.
Well, like with JJ's not way up there on the career sack list because he had all those injuries, but he had 3 Defensive Player of the Year, which is something only 3 players for now with Aaron Donald.
2 at the time, and now 3 with Aaron Donald.
Him, yeah,
Lawrence Taylor, J.J. Watt, and Aaron Donald are the only 3. JJ could have retired after 2015. He'd have been a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he would have been that rare one that some people would be upset about it, but like the intensity of how good he was at his peak.
Yeah.
And I would still say J.J. Watt at his peak in that 3-year stretch was better. His averages were better than his averages over those 3 seasons were better than any individual season Aaron Donald ever had. Like, that's how dominant JJ was for a stretch of time in terms of tackles for a loss and QB hits and sacks and all that. It was amazing.
When JJ missed those few years because of injury, it went from JJ is like among the all-time sack leaders at his age to he's the all-time leader in sacks per game.
Yeah.
He had played so few games that you had to start looking at per game stats to bump him up there.
Oh, that's right. I heard TJ's got a half sack more than JJ Watt also. Danielle and JJ are tied right now.
They're identical. Okay. Well, ironic.
Yeah.
The very man JJ was touting is about to pass him on the all-time sack list.
Danielle Hunter is like, he's got TJ Watt just above him, and he's tied with JJ Watt right now.
Here the other
Bringing
ones.
up the rear is Harvey Martin.
Oh, Cowboy, yeah. Super Bowl MVP Harvey Martin, yeah. The other Texans that get mentioned here, and this is going to be a shorter segment because we're kind of rejiggering the clock to accommodate Roger Clemens and Rudy Tomjanovich at the back end of this hour. He has these 2 players in Keep It Up. Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
In other words, if they just keep doing what they're doing, they'll be a Hall of Famer.
It's a matter
and JJ
of
just said that.
Yeah, health, and there you go. That's about it.
Yep.
Because neither of those guys are going to all of a sudden stop working as hard.
Yeah. I asked JJ, what's the ceiling for Will Anderson Jr., and he kind of sneered a little bit. He's like, Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But I wanted him, and it sounds like a silly question, but I wanted JJ to say that because you never know. That could wind up in a headline somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
JJ Watt, Will Anderson, Hall of Famer.
JJ just said that when Wade Phillips kind of gave him that vote of confidence as a future Hall of Famer, it changed something. Sometimes other people believe more in you than you believe in yourself, and it can be transformative.
JJ is the Wade Phillips to Will Anderson. By saying these things on Payne and Pendergast on the new 95.7.
You wanted him to say that Will Anderson's going to make Reggie White look like a chump.
Yeah, I wanted some hyperbole. Yeah, I needed some hyperbole. Work to do. Kalen Bullock, Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, Kamari Lassiter. work to do.
That's interesting. So he put C.J. Stroud in there with work to do.
Because he's a quarterback, and Barnwell points out.
That's interesting, though. No, honestly, because people are justifiably very skeptical in the national media right now about C.J. Stroud. I'm guessing he didn't put all the top 20 quarterbacks on that list in the league.
No, well, pretty much any team that's got a franchise quarterback at least got some mention in this article that if they're able to get their team to a Super Bowl, if they have a few good. And Barnwell points out something that you've pointed out many times. CJ hasn't been as bad statistically as some people want to attribute to him the last couple years.
Yeah. No,
like 11th in QBR last year.
There are a lot of people that honestly only really watched C.J. Stroud in the playoffs last year, and maybe a couple of select and nationally televised games, and they think that's all he is.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, this is where I need the internet to specify which person it is that died. When they share a name with a former Houston Texan, it got me very, very scared. And then I was sad to find out who it actually was. We'll tell you who it is. Coming up next, West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM. Chris Poulos, the owner. I had lunch with Chris yesterday. Owns both the West Point dealerships. And they're just so good at what they do. It's really fun to talk to Chris about how they do business. It's fun to talk to him about sports, too. They're big sports fans at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Ruben was at the practice the other day, so if you're there, say hello to him. He's the GM of the dealership. It's a great place to shop for your next new vehicle, your next luxury vehicle at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Great boutique environment to shop in. Really, it's phenomenal. The sales staff there is incredible. They have a huge selection of vehicles that you can get into. Lincoln Aviator, Lincoln Navigator, Lincoln Nautilus. My son drives the Aviator. My wife drives the Nautilus. We love Lincolns. And West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land is a great place to get into that new Lincoln. So get on down there. Southwest Freeway, right there at the Kirkwood intersection. Or if you want to go online, westpointsales.com does the trick. They'll come to you for a test drive. You can buy the car online, and they'll bring the car to you. It's that easy. West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. Tell them you heard about it on 95.7 The Fan.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care.
Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this will be another short segment because we got Roger Clemens coming up at the bottom of the hour. And then Rudy Tomjanovich after that. Both have confirmed. Roger's going to be calling in pretty soon, so we're looking forward to that. I would request one thing of the internet as we welcome you back in here on the first day of 95.7 The Fan. The internet, I wish they would be a little more specific. When somebody dies that has the same name as somebody who I'm very fond of.
Right.
I saw this headline the other day, and it said, Ben Jones dead.
No!
And I'm like...
Bug eating? There was a bug eating incident?
He ate a bad cockroach. That's what I thought. I'm like, Ben Jones was a young man.
Somebody finally found the insect that he couldn't devour.
Yeah, devoured him.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Ben Jones used to have this shtick where he would eat bugs.
Yeah. So it was highlighted on Hard Knocks.
Is it because he was starving after his plane had been shot down? No, he's well fed.
Just felt like it.
Just
felt like eating bugs.
So, but it wasn't. Obviously, you wouldn't have brought it up this way if it was the Ben Jones.
No,
that we
it would
know.
not. No, I wouldn't have made light of
Okay.
it, and we'd have all known if it was that Ben Jones. But it wasn't that Ben Jones. Thank God. I clicked on it. Now, I did feel a little something. You know, I did feel bad about this one because as it turns out, I didn't know this was his name.
Yeah.
Were you a fan of Dukes of Hazzard back in the day?
Oh yeah.
I think every kid that it was a late 70s, early 80s show.
Yeah.
Any kid between like the age of 6 and 15 loved the Dukes of Hazzard.
And it had you convinced that once you got your driver's license, you were going to be jumping your car over creeks all the time.
Jumping over, like canyons and creeks and abysses and things like that. And it also
our knowledge as children of like what cars actually could and couldn't withstand was really warped. Yeah.
Yeah, very warped. It also convinced you that you wouldn't have doors that open on your car. You jump in through the window.
That's the way real men do it.
Yeah, you slide across the hood.
If you want to pull.
You slide across the hood and you get in on your side through the window.
Yeah.
With your feet first.
Turns out it would be much less popular to have a Confederate flag on the roof of your car,
That's another thing that didn't age all that well. That's a good point, old Sethers. Yeah. So, but the Dukes of Hazzard, as it turns out, I didn't know this was his name, but there's a character on the Dukes of Hazzard named, you know what? Can you get us in the mood here, Byron, for Dukes of Hazzard talk? There you go. Named Cooter.
Yeah.
Also a name that might not have
he was the
aged all
mechanic,
that great.
right?
He was the mechanic.
I'm guessing this was played by Ben Jones.
That was played by Ben Jones.
Okay,
he
gotcha.
passed away at the age of 84. I didn't realize this, though. He became a big-time politician after he got done acting.
Oh, really?
He's a congressman. Yeah. 84 years old. Cooter is dead.
That's you know what? I wouldn't have thought, by his body type and everything, that he would make it to 84. So I say good for you. That was a life well lived.
Yep. I don't know if he ever hooked up with Daisy Duke. I always felt like there was a little tense, like kind of sexual tension between Cooter and
were
Daisy
they cousins?
Duke.
Is that the
I mean,
that's how it
rural
happens
North
down there
Carolina or something. Yeah, probably so. Yeah, Dukes of Hazzard was pretty good. Like you said, parts of it probably didn't age all that well.
Well, it was also, the other misconception you had because watching that show is like, all you got to do is get across the county line.
Yeah.
They're
that's
like,
right.
apparently they can't chase me across the county line.
That's a great
that's
point.
where Boss Hogg's jurisdiction ends.
Boss Hogg.
I feel like they're, looking back on it, I'm not so sure that show was all that accurate about some things.
It was very influential. Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a greater character name than Boss Hogg, considering what he looked like?
Yeah.
Like Boss Hogg, he had a white suit head to toe with the long coattails.
Really the inspiration for about 50% of barbecue signs these days is like a hog dressed up as Boss Hogg.
As Boss Hogg, man. Yeah. So R.I.P. to Ben Jones, not that Ben Jones. All right? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Are we going now or 2 more minutes?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes. We'll read a few texts. People weighing in. This day is as much about the listeners as it is about us.
Yeah, Larry and Stafford just walked by.
Yep. Hey,
he looks a little slimmed down.
Yeah, Larry looks good.
Yeah.
He looks good. Just got in the car. Wow, this sounds great.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of those. We're getting a lot of those. Somebody texting in, because we were talking about our JJ interview. This person didn't get to hear it. because they say, didn't Wade Phillips say JJ would be a bust, but it would be a bust in Canton?
Yeah.
He did, and JJ actually brought up that story in the interview we did with him earlier today.
He felt it was a vote of confidence that he realized that he had even more in him potentially than he thought at the time.
Probably some pressure to live up to it, too, because Wade Phillips strikes me as like the grandfather or uncle that you don't want to disappoint.
Yeah, don't make a fool out of me, son.
Right. You don't want to disappoint him because he never yells at you.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a yeller.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a screamer. Just went through the Washburn Tunnel listening to you guys.
Oh, it used to go out at the Washburn Tunnel?
Yep. Can't find the spot now on the app. It's just playing sports. That's great.
Well, Sean and I are going to sing some REO Speedwagon after Roger
If you
comes
missed
up.
it, we had a deep Shania Twain debate earlier on the show.
It was one thing that Roger and I have bonded on over the years. It's Shakira.
That's right.
So we'll discuss Shakira for a while.
All right, so Roger Clemens is going to join us coming up next. He is in Iowa getting ready to watch his son play baseball at the Field of Dreams. We will do that. Rudy Tomjanovich a little later on this hour, and then we'll hand things off to the guys on In the Loop. Stay there.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. The traffic report is brought to you by Texas Health and Human Services Commission. Delays continue over on the East Houston Tollway southbound before the Ship Channel Bridge Plaza. It's on that left shoulder. An accident on the Gulf Freeway.
only the 21st man in big league history to accomplish that honor. 7,500 men have thrown a pitch in the big leagues, and Roger Clemens only the 21st to pick up 300 wins. Congratulations to the Rocket.
All right, that was earlier this century. That was back in the days of Sports Radio 610, as I like to say.
Yeah.
We're now 95.7
Tell
the
the kids
Fan.
about those days.
It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day. Of course, Roger Clemens getting his 300th win. I like that highlight, even though it wasn't in an Astros uniform. It was in a Yankees uniform, because that club is closed now, I think, the 300-win club.
Yeah.
Roger Clemens, 354 wins, over 4,600 strikeouts, 7-time Cy Young winner, including one here in Houston in 2004. He's one of the greatest pitchers in the history of baseball. And we're proud to have him on here on Payne and Pendergast this morning on our first day ever as 95.7 The Fan. And he's joining us live from Iowa. He's there for the Field of Dreams game to watch his son Cody play for the Twins tonight. Roger, we appreciate you jumping on with us on this big day and making time for what I know is a busy day for you. Thanks for hopping on with us, man.
You got it, guys. Yeah, and that was back in the day when you're talking about. It was back in the day when starters went 7 innings.
Okay.
Yeah, this is okay.
No.
This is going to turn into 3 grumpy old men here talking about.
I'm messing with you. No, we did. I mean, they always ask that same question. I said, I don't know if anybody's going to win 300. I don't know. The complete games are probably history. Your quality start has to change. I think our quality starts back then were 7 innings, 2 runs or less. Now it's like four innings, whatever. But I always said I was never gonna, look back at that. But I try. When I have an opportunity to work with the guys at the Astros, or they'll send me some of their bullpen sessions to look at some things. Man, I just encourage them to try and continue to work off your fastball so you can eat some innings late. So by the 4th inning you got 100 pitches. They're coming to get you.
Well, that was the cool thing when Verlander got here, to watch him and him being able to kind of probably teach a lot of the same lessons to the younger guys that you teach to younger guys about. Just pacing yourself, knowing when it's okay to let up a hit here or there, and kind of having more of a long-term mindset about it. But I guess, those days are gone. But part of your success and your ability to get all those wins was the fact that you were just so durable in your career. And I was looking back through your stats this morning, and I had completely forgotten that you were 41 when you got to Houston.
Crazy.
What's that?
Crazy.
Yeah. Well, was there a sense there too? Because you've always had an ability to keep a chip on your shoulder. Was there something about coming back to your hometown though that maybe gave you a little bit of an extra pressure that you wanted? Like that you want that pressure that, okay, I'm getting up there in years, but I'm going to keep competing. Plus now I'm doing it in my hometown.
Yeah. Good call right there. There was, you're talking about playing baseball in the East. I played, obviously Boston, New York. But when you come home, there were several pitchers that pitched, the hometown guys that pitched before me, and they kind of came home and wet the bed a little bit. I mean, there's pressure because, even my family that didn't have the means to come up all the time to the East to watch me perform, I was leaving boatloads of tickets for my high school, college people, obviously family. And now you're pitching at home. I mean, there's pressure to do it. Now, let me tell you what. Let me give you props to the fans because, as you guys know, those 3 years, I was 43, 44, and 45 years of age. I still, when you guys asked me the question, I still think about the 18-inning game coming into that thing in relief, and just the fans, how they showed up. I mean, we flipped a football town. I don't know what it was. We had 40+ thousand. That place was packed. Minute Maid was packed, and I tip my hat to our fans because they made it fun for a hometown kid like me to come home and play in front of them. And what a treat it was for me to come home and play with Baggy and Bish and Lance and Andy and Adam Everett. I mean, the list goes on and on. We just had a great team, and it was so much fun. Jeff Kent. I mean, I just keep Ensberg. You guys know Osmus throwing to Brad, winning a Cy Young Award at home at that age. I teased the guys. They gave me a lot of runs to work with, like 1.5 per start.
Okay. It's like Roger. It's like
Hey, I still remember the story of telling Phil Gardner. I think at one time, boys, I was hitting. We're in the National League, So I hit ninth, and I think my average at one time was 228, and Osmus was hitting 220. I told Scrap Iron to hit me eighth and have Osmus bump me over to second. I'm hitting better than him, and Osmus ran out of the trainer's room and said, "Hey, I hear what's going on. If I come in here tomorrow and you're batting eighth and I'm batting ninth, I'm retiring." I said, "Well, get your damn speech ready."
That's great. Okay, well, Roger Clemens joining us on the show. Roger, it's like you're looking at my rundown here because I wanted to ask you this. I think I know the answer, but I was going to ask you about you had some great seasons here, including, like I said, the Cy Young in 2004. Were you more happy about the Cy Young that you won in 2004, or were you more pissed off about the one you didn't win the next season when your ERA was 1.87?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a good one. I mean, again, I came home, I was retired. Had a bunch of fans outside the gate at the house with signs and stuff to come on, Rocket, pitch for you. And I don't know who did it, but somebody backdoored a call to Deb, my wife, and offered her something if she could convince me to come out of retirement and pitch. And I guess the offer was good enough because she came in and goes, "Hey, how's your legs feel? You need to start running over at Memorial Park again because you're coming out of retirement to pitch for the hometown team." So it was a treat. Like I said, the boys were playing ball, around Houston, and they were able to catch some of the games, but to win a Cy Young for the guys and then go to the World Series. I mean, I left out Roy Oswald. I loved watching Roy run out there too, man. He was electric. And we just we just fed off one another. It was a special time. And then, of course, we've been spoiled over the years too with what's been going on with our Astros of late.
No doubt.
And now they got a tough stretch coming up the schedule the next 2 or 3 weeks. They're really going to have to button up their chin strap, if you will, since football season's getting ready to start. They're going to need to button up.
Yeah, what does Roger Clemens, if you're an active player on that roster right now, given the way the season's gone and where they sit in the division, what are you saying to your teammates as a leader in that clubhouse?
Well, if I'm opponent, obviously I'm not pitching to Jordan right now because he's the straw that stirs the drink, as they say. But the injury bug has hit all the teams. It does this time of year. Where just like I tell my son Cody with the Twins, I stay out of his way. But I said, don't fall for the trap. This is when everybody starts feeling a little bit tired, and the injury bug pops up, and so. Don't fall for that trap, and that's the way the Astros have to do. They're going to pitch it. Their bats need to get going a little bit, but they're throwing it, and that's what's going to carry. This time of year, it's so important, and it holds true. Just like you guys talking about a great defense in football, you got to catch the ball and you got to pitch it. And when one of your guys boot a ball behind you, you're good enough. You're a major league pitcher. I stress to those guys, you can get 4 outs. Don't let the game get away from you when somebody boots a ball or a ball that should have been caught in the outfield drops in there. You're good enough you're a big league pitcher getting paid very nicely, and you are good enough to get 4 outs, so do it.
Roger Clemens is joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, 95.7 The Fan. I think you tipped your hand a little bit, Roger, but you mentioned Jordan. What if you were pitching, and this is one of those things I'd love to see a computer be able to simulate, prime Roger Clemens pitching to current Jordan Alvarez. What would your approach be to pitching to Jordan Alvarez right now?
Well, it was similar when I was in camp with the Yankees, and Booney brought me over to by Judge, and Booney said, tell him how you would pitch him. And I said, well, of course, somebody like, obviously Judge is right-handed, Yankee Stadium. I mean, he can miss balls. He misses balls at 110 miles an hour like Jordan does. So some of these guys got enough equipment. They got enough equipment on them to feel safe in a war somewhere, all that stuff they wear and they hang over the plate. But you got to, when you're coming down the home stretch in September, definitely in October in the playoffs, when you're playing for one thing, you're playing for that ring and that world championship, you got to make some guys feel uncomfortable. I'm not saying you go inside to hit guys, but you got to make a 17-inch plate, a 24-inch plate, and you have to pitch them in. I told Judge, I'm not going to – I said, am I going to just keep throwing you away and let you just absolutely flip pitching wedges out of, right field at Yankee Stadium? I said, I'm going to pitch you in. And then I'm going to pitch you in, and then I'm going to pitch you in until you hit a ball 400 feet to left field. Then I'm going to go back away. And Jordan he's got tremendous plate coverage. He's so strong. Like I said, he can miss balls in the Crawford boxes with a pitching wedge. So you just have to be super careful. And then it will come down to the game situation. I mean, if it's I got a base open and I got a 1-run lead, he's probably not going to see anything on the plate. I'm going to, hopefully, stay on the edges. I usually will attack and get strike one, give you one good pitch to hit and a bat. And if you miss it or foul it off, I got you. And nowadays where they pinch you east and west, as you guys know, that little box on TV that you see, they pinch you east and west. I love going north and south. I love how they call the high fastball now, because I could feature 95, 97 up in the zone, and then Mr. Splitty would make an appearance down in the zone.
Mr. Splitty.
Roger, when Mr. Splitty, when I was playing for the Texans, I remember reading an article about you and your preparation and how you're kind of psychotic in a good way about the way you went about your preparation and your focus on game day. And I loved it because I used some of what I read about you because it worked with my mindset. But when I got into my 30s, and especially after I was done playing football, I could tell that some part of that had died in me and I wasn't the same guy. And that's why I've always been amazed that you were able to maintain that level of intensity on into your 40s. Did you have to think about that? Did you have to find ways to put a chip on your shoulder?
Yeah, I was focused, like I said, I did my homework back in the day when it wasn't popular to, have pitch comm or all these stats. I'm kind of in the middle of the road. I'm not high or not real low. I'm kind of in the middle of the road on analytics. But I kept my players and umpires on 3x5 index cards. Then it went to my BlackBerry in the mid 90s. Then of course I started keeping notes on my iPhone too. So when I woke up that morning on game day, when I'm taking a shower in the morning, I'm going through the lineup in my mind. I know the guys that I might have an issue with. I also know that I'm going to have second and third and one out at some point in that game, and I'm going to have to pitch to get out of that. That's what they pay me to do. I need a punch out and a pop-up to get out of that. So when I get there, next thing you know, it's 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I got second and third. I maybe walked a guy, and the next guy hit a gapper, and here we go. I've already prepared for this situation, so it didn't catch me by surprise. And my mom was like that. My mom was a stickler on education, so yeah, I was prepared. And bottom line is, I had some wonderful catchers that made me look good. They paid attention to detail because I called about 90 to 95% of my game from the mound with my looks. And sometimes I would hitch my belt like an old gunslinger, and he knew that I was calling the split finger right there. Or, whatever I did, I might show him my lips, and that's when I would throw a curveball, which I would throw my curveball as my fourth best pitch. In a 120-pitch game, I might throw it 7 times just to get me over strike, a quick strike. So, yeah, you're detailed. You know that. You played at the highest level, so you know when you're prepared. You know when you catch somebody or when you can – like I've already told 4 or 5 guys, prominent starters, I won't tell you their names, but I called them after TiVoing them on TV and said, dude, you're tipping your pitches. You don't even know it, and evidently your pitching coach doesn't know it. But go take a look at it, and they're going, good Lord. I don't know why I noticed that.
That's great.
I said, and that makes somebody like Altuve, if he's hitting 250, he's a 350 hitter, because if they get onto it and it's live and he's doing it especially when pressure starts, when you get to the playoffs and pressure hits, your bad habits are going to come right to the forefront. So you practice perfect. Your bullpens are perfect. They're quality bullpens, not quantity. And so there's a purpose behind it. When I walk through that door at Dyke and Field, that's my family now. I'm with those guys for 7 months out of the year. So that's just the way you were brought up. So I'm not going to be spinning my wheels or wasting my time. And again, my catchers are my bread and butter. When the batter's redoing his batting gloves or looking down the third to get a sign, my catcher behind the plate is staring at me. We're putting the next 1 pitch, maybe 2 pitches into play, and we're attacking.
Roger Clemens joining us. Roger, we got about 30 seconds. We'll get you out of here, but you're at the Field of Dreams game tonight to watch Cody play. And from a dad's perspective, you were the star of the show for many, many years, people coming to see you. What's it like to be a dad in the stands? And are you more nervous as a dad or an actual player?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I mean, he's not I think if he pitched, I'd be more nervous, but he, hitting and playing a position, having a nice year. We're going to have some fun after the game. We're going to go do a little Field of Dreams, a little clip about dad playing catch with his son. So we're going to have some fun with that. It was my mom's favorite movie, and that's why I have a Shoeless Joe Jackson bat in my collection. So it's going to be fun. This is going to be a big deal. Taking the grand boys and my oldest son with me, and we're gonna do it up.
What a day, man! It's such a busy day and great day. We couldn't be more thankful that you made some time for us here on the first day of 95.7 The Fan. We know you've been in Houston forever, and you know all about Sports Radio 610. To be with us on this first day is a real honor. Thanks for coming on with us, Roger.
Yeah, congrats to you guys. That's awesome. Don't big league me now because you guys are over there on the Fan now.
Don't worry. Yeah, no, you're good. You're
I've
good.
already confessed to being a little bit scared of you, Roger. So, I mean, yeah.
Hey, we'll do one of these little clinics at the house. You guys just come get in the cage. I'll throw you some room service.
I know, yeah. You've offered that before, and I haven't taken you up on it.
All right, there you go. Roger Clemens joining us here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks, Roger. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. See ya.
Yep, thanks. Take care. That was good stuff.
Yeah, that was great. Especially the stuff about tipping pitches. It is amazing.
I could listen to him talk about pitching all day long.
There's so much. I mean, the things that, and the fact that when he told those pitches, we got Rudy T.
Yep. All right, let's get to our next guest here. Let's remind everybody of the primo time in the history of the Houston Rockets.
No one has ever done what this team's done. Come from the 6th seed, down in series. We won 9 road games, and we had non-believers all along the way. I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
There you go. An iconic line right there from our next guest, who is a Naismith Basketball Hall of Famer, spent 33 years with the Rockets as a player, scout, assistant, and head coach. 5-time All-Star as a player, 2-time NBA champion as a head coach, as we heard right there. Rudy Tomjanovich, kind enough to join us here on the first day, the inaugural day of 95.7 The Fan. Rudy, it's great to talk to you. Thanks for making some time.
Guys, I am honored to be with you. Congratulations. Just happy to be here.
Yeah, no, it's great to be here. And we just played that line. Did you know when you said that it was going to become as iconic as it was? Did you have that in the holster, or was that what you were just feeling at that moment when you said, don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion?
Well, I picked that term up from Kevin Johnson, who was on the Suns. And after they had us down both years, he says, I guess they just have the heart of a champion, and that's why they got through it. Now, Charles Barkley said something different. He says, those guys are like a Texas roach. You step on them and you step on them. You think they're dead, but they're still alive. I thought Kevin had the better, line.
Rudy, mentioning a cockroach in your post-game speech would have been legendary, though. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
That feels more like a bum. Oh, sorry about that. That feels more like a Bum Phillips type of vibe, maybe. If it was that, he could have pulled that off. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Well, and obviously between the championships and then just your entire career from player on into scout, on into coach, I love an old story I'd read about you where right when you're done playing, you were working, as a scout and flying coach from places, trying to squeeze yourself into airplanes. The game's changed a lot. And you kind of adapted with it the entire way to the point where you were working in analytics, over the last few years. How have you been able to stay tapped in that way? Like, is it just what's been the key to just kind of adapting with the times over all that time?
Well, I think the number one factor is that I'm curious. I want to know, You start looking at things that are done over the years and you say, why are we doing it this way? And, some of the things, and, what was so great about the NBA is that they changed the rules and they added the 3-point shot. Everybody was getting hip to how you defend people, is protect the basket, make them shoot outside shots. Just think if we didn't have the 3-pointer, the game would be all long 2-pointers. And, it would be a very boring game. And, I love that they did that. And, we tried to find ways. Part of it was just my curiosity. And then later, where my analytics started was with Coach Ed Bernholz. I don't know if you guys remember him. He was just a fellow who was a season ticket holder who used to go to the games with his wife, and his wife passed away, and he just loved the Rockets, and he was always around. So we just added him to our staff, didn't pay him. He was just around and helping do stuff, and we would have him count the percentages of guys shooting the ball in our shooting games, and we were finding out that, you know, guys shoot a better percentage standing still shooting, then dribbling, and then we started adding in the three-pointer, and it became a way of life in the NBA.
Oh, that's analytics right there. A season ticket holder gets added to the staff, basically with it sounds like, Rudy, like a clipboard and a pen, keeping track of things by hand.
Come on, we weren't that advanced. It was a pencil.
That's great.
Well, no, and you think about it from a fan's perspective, he doesn't need a paycheck getting that ring.
Oh yeah,
just that's the best payment anybody could ever get.
Yeah, Rudy, I want to ask you about that. Rudy Tomjanovich is joining us. We mentioned bringing you on the number of years with the Rockets in every capacity possible. So when you guys win that first championship in 1994 against the Knicks, and that's the first major championship in the history of the city. As someone who had been a longtime Rocket, a longtime Houstonian, what did that title mean to you, that it was the first one in the history of the city?
Well, you know, I wish I had the vocabulary to bring up the words, that wonderful feeling that you get. First of all, no one knew what was going to happen when I was the coach. I didn't know. I had been an assistant coach. I believed that Carol Dawson was going to be the new head coach if they chose to go within the system. And then all of a sudden I'm thrown into the fire. And, the first game that we went in and we changed the plays a little bit and we went out and won easily. And then we go on the road back-to-back to Utah, and we lose by 30. And now here we are back at home, and in the first half against Golden State, we're down by 20. And I'm thinking, what did I do? I'm going to be known as this guy who just came in and couldn't handle the deal. So I had to go in at halftime and talk to the team about bouncing back. And it wasn't, here I was an assistant coach. All of a sudden I'm the coach. I'm not going to get in there and jump on guys, but to convince them that we had to make a change in how we were approaching the game, and that they went out and we caught up. And at the end of the game, this was something that I had put in. I used to be the guy who threw the ball in at the end of the game, when we're doing a last-second play. Mm-hmm. And it's very important that guy knows what the options are, or you're going to have a 5-second count and it's over. The other team's going to get the ball. So I put that in right away. I put in a last-second shot. And here we had to do it in this game. And Otis was throwing it in. And we ran the play. We had been working on it for about 3 or 4 days. And he looked at the options, and they covered it. It was unbelievable. But then Akeem came right back to the ball, which a big man should do, and Otis was ready, threw it to him. Akeem shot a turnaround from about 12 feet, and as it was in the air, I just knew it was good, and I started running towards the locker room, and we won that game, and it was such a wonderful win, but it also proved to the players that I did know what I was doing, and, that here we had something that we didn't have before, and it works.
Yeah, and you were a genius. Hakeem Olajuwon makes a shot, and you're a genius all of a sudden, Rudy. Yeah. Hey, I want to ask you, Rudy, before we let you go, we'd be remiss not to ask you a question about Hakeem Olajuwon, who was the centerpiece, obviously, of both of those championships, and you guys are inextricably linked, attached at the hip in Houston sports lore. What's something extraordinary about Hakeem that people don't see on highlight reels on YouTube and things like that, that maybe only you or his teammates know from being around him all those years?
Well, I don't know if I've got an answer for that, but I have some wonderful moments with Hakeem. We wound up trading Hakeem at the end of his career. I was not for it. You guys wouldn't remember my name if it wasn't for Hakeem Olajuwon, because our partnership, put me on the map and we worked well together. So he was gone, and, one off season, I get a phone call from Carroll. He says, get a pen, write this down. He said, this is Hakeem's number. He's at the Hall of Fame. Give him a call. And I called up. I didn't know what his reaction was going to be because of the trade. And when I called him, all of a sudden I heard his emotion and how happy he was that I called. And he says, Coach, this award is for us. You helped me, and we did this together. And I remember I was living in California, I think, at the time. And I hung the phone up, and I couldn't. I was stunned, and I was so happy. And then later, Jonathan Fagan told me that Hakeem told him, I just talked to the coach, and he was so happy. It meant so much to me that he still felt, high regards for me.
That's phenomenal. Rudy Tomjanovich, what a great story. Rudy, before we let you go, I got to tell you, if people want to know what a good guy Rudy Tomjanovich is, I don't know if you remember this, but about 10 years ago, you and I talked on the phone. Joel Blank gave me your number, and Joel works for us. He's a coworker of ours now. He said to say hello. But Joel gave me your number because I wanted to interview you for a story I was doing about the second championship team in 1995. You and I did an interview over the phone on a Saturday, and come to find out at the end of the interview, you were checking out at Target. You had to hang up on me for a minute so you could pay. You did your entire interview with me, I think, walking around Target with a shopping cart.
I didn't know I had that all-around talent.
Yeah, you were an incredible storyteller, and you were getting the end of one of your stories, and I can hear a cashier in the background going, sir, yeah. And then you called me back, and I said, what happened, Rudy? You said, sorry, I was checking out at Target. I'm like, you're telling these stories to me while you're walking around Target. That's how good a guy Rudy Tomjanovich is.
Well, I'm glad she didn't say, well, how much for the preparation aid?
Oh, on that note, hey, Rudy Tomjanovich, Hall of Famer, all-time great, Houston legend. Rudy, we really appreciate you making some time. This is a super important day here at the station, and you fit perfectly into what we're doing here today because you are Houston royalty. We appreciate you jumping on with us.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. We appreciate that, Rudy. We'll talk soon. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, there you go, Rudy Tomjanovich.
Strong finish there. That was great.
He had a couple one-liners in there. Yeah, Rudy's still pretty sharp, man.
Absolutely the best.
Yeah, you covered him.
Talking to Rudy, I stopped myself from jumping in here with you guys because it was your deal. But my favorite thing in writing was post games, after regular season games, whatever. Just talking to him. He would sit there. There was a little table, like a folding table, and just as long as you wanted.
So thoughtful,
really thoughtful, smart answers.
Yeah.
Like what you just heard, like that's a regular post-game interview.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the best.
Let me do this for the first time. You're listening to KIKK FM, KILT AM, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. historic first read of the
you don't have to
station
read
ID.
off the 95.7 or anything.
No, just the call
Oh, yeah,
letters.
because it's both of them.
Yeah. So we got the cue card in case you ever have to do it. It's right there. Yeah, it's right over there.
You're giving away the magic, man.
I might be on vacation or something.
Yeah,
You never know.
Wait, you're allowed to go to vacation on FM? I thought we just had to be all the time.
Oh, no, I negotiated. If we ever change frequencies, I get vacation.
Oh, well, congratulations,
And a good
man.
agent.
When you're on vacation, Sean, this is how it goes. Anything administrative whatsoever, whichever poor sap gets stuck in
That's
here.
it. Okay, well, I just got to tell B. Scott.
They don't try to get old settlers to do any of that
Point it out
stuff.
to B. Scott. All right, there you go. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Let me read this text, and then we'll talk a little bit here amongst the fellas, because this is a great day here at the station. Sports Talk Radio. Crap, we're getting so many texts. Just got there. It is. Sports Talk Radio is not supposed to make me cry, but here I am, middle-aged female. And
with tears about Rudy T and Hakeem's story.
Middle-aged female with tears about Rudy T and Hakeem and the Hall of Fame story. That was a great story, man.
Yeah.
That was a great story. So,
I mean, it really tingled me because I love the Rockets. I've always have since I was young.
Houstonian.
And man, when I got to meet Rudy T the first time, it was I actually went out with Clint to a SaberCats game, and Rudy T was out there, and I mean, he made me feel like $1 million, and I'm like, you don't know who the hell I am, but that's the way that he operates.
He's one of those guys that when you meet him, it feels like, oh, this is like this is like one of my buddy's friend's father that takes you under their, he's kind of got like a one of your friend's fathers who's actually almost like an uncle to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Tom Jonovich.
Yeah.
And you tell your own parents, like, Mr. Tom Jonovich gives us popsicles.
Well, I get to do that at Mr. T's house.
Don't worry about forgetting to pick me up from practice, Dad. Rudy T got me.
You're late again.
That is great.
Mr. T was not.
Have you? We haven't had a chance to experience any of the party.
Wow.
Has the party dissipated? Or there's still
Confetti
people here?
everywhere. There's confetti in the parking lot downstairs.
Is there any fried chicken left?
Oh, there's so much.
There's
so much.
Get all you want.
I do love that we have not moved away from our radio roots. Now that the party is dwindling, and there are people that are putting together to go places.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's free. I'll take 3.
That's right.
That applies to AM and FM. Just so you know. Our guy Ultimate was here.
Ultimate's here.
Ultimate
Larry
Band
was here.
Approving of my like pubescent beard here. He's pointing to his own beard.
Looks good. He's all gimmicked up and everything.
He's kind of just alpha dogging me, I think.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is.
So how's it been, fellas? How we feel? I know we'll get to the question of the day, but this is a big day. Like, how's it been for you guys?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm jealous because you guys took all the guests to start the show.
There's more than 3 people.
No, that's it. You talked to all of them.
Don't worry about it, Reggie. We're gonna take them too.
Okay.
We're going to take their guests.
All right.
We're taking their guests.
Boy, JJ was great.
Incredible.
All 3 guests were
incredible.
great.
Yeah.
They were all
absolutely.
great.
No, how has it been? It's been like Christmas. I mean, it's a birthday party and Christmas rolled into one. All the people that are associated with this station we're here. The confetti, the party. Happy for them. Happy for us. Happy for listeners. Just absolutely incredible day.
But this is not the destination. This is the beginning.
Correct.
You got to stay focused every day now that we're on FM.
This is the first step.
It's supposed to AM where we were all over the place.
That's right.
So what is the question of the day?
It's been a trip to get here, hasn't it?
It has been a trip. You know better than anybody.
That was a pretty easy question.
Yes.
All right.
The answer is
yes. Are we doing lane questions of the day now on FM?
We're elevating
Phoning it in questions of the day.
We've done a lot of studying, and FM listeners like yes/no questions of the day.
B comes after A.
Right. What is the most grueling, worst, or memorable road trip you ever took? Because it has been a grueling, up and down, memorable road trip to get to 95.7 The Fan.
You guys know I love me a good road trip.
I was thinking about you when we brought this up.
Of all those road trips that Amy and I take in the summer, we've taken several where you just get in the car and go very far and stop at a bunch of places. The most grueling one was in 2022 when we went west. We went like through New Mexico and Arizona to Vegas and then came back a different way. I got COVID on that trip.
Oh my goodness.
Like bad. Like I was really sick. I was in bed in Vegas for 3 days. I didn't go to the casino. You know how that is for me.
Yeah, that was the sign.
Tough.
You didn't have to go to the doctor. When you didn't go to the casino, we could have diagnosed you in that moment.
Right.
Are you the type of person like I am where you try and triangulate, even though you probably can't, what the exact moment was that you contracted COVID?
Yes,
have you done it?
Yeah, Amy thought it was, we went to a Mexican restaurant in
Oh man, taking
Albuquerque.
shots already.
Yeah, I heard it.
No,
I heard it.
I'm sitting right here. I'm
It
sitting
was
right here.
No. And John Lopez was there and he coughed on me.
Let's just hit all the stereotypes, Lopez.
No, it happened to be no.
We went to this Mexican restaurant, and this black guy that looked like Reggie was there.
Our waitress.
I ordered the
waiter. He's a black guy, but he's a good dude. He's a good dude.
I am not going to start listing other ethnicities even jokingly. No, but we think it was there because they had a nacho bar that was. Amy was almost to the point where Amy's like,
those nacho bars.
She's like, it's not really well protected, like the glass and everything. She's like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, it's nachos. So I think I'm pretty sure
it had to be.
Yeah,
it had to be.
I don't think there's anything that had to do with your people or anything like that. It was just a janky nacho bar.
I ever tell you about the time I almost got stuck in Cuba?
No.
So I covered the 91 Pan American Games in Havana, Cuba. Went over there, long delay, and the only way you could get in and out back then was as a, quote, ambassador, United States ambassador. So there were only like 8 or 10 journalists that could go cover it. I was one of them. So I had to register as an ambassador. And then I went on this charter plane.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. For 1 month.
I was waiting for Reggie's reaction.
For one
Noted delegate John P. Lopez.
For 1 month, I was an ambassador. That's another little known fact about me. I was a United States ambassador.
Is it on your LinkedIn?
Not
your
like
resume?
the official ambassador, but a ambassador.
Does that give you diplomatic immunity?
I think so.
I don't know. I guess that's
so.
why they did it. I think that's why they did it.
want to test it.
I was going to say.
Because
Yeah,
obviously
right?
it was a socialist, so we had to be quote unquote ambassadors.
Okay.
Not the ambassador, but so about 10 of us went over.
I didn't know that you and Tillman had that in
charter
common. Look at
plane.
that.
Me and Tillman, I need to ask him about that. Went over there. On the way back, I forget exactly what I was doing, but I had to get into an actual cab. I missed the bus, the van, to get back to the charter plane to fly back to the United States. This is after 32 days in Havana. And so I had to get a cab. And I get to the, traffic and all that. I get to the plane, they're pulling off. It was one of those staircases. It wasn't like a jet, They were pulling the staircase away. And I run onto the tarmac. They get me on there. And
Did you turn into Ethan Hunt? Were you hanging off the wing?
Almost. I would have. They finally got me on the plane. Had I missed that plane?
You're stuck.
I don't know how I would have gotten back.
Wow.
Good thing you know Spanish.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a true story. I was like literally running across the tarmac.
That's a good story. It would have been an even better story if you had gotten stuck.
missed the plane.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And that's how I spent 6 months in Cuba.
Yeah, as an ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Started the Havana Bananas. Lopez dressed up in all his 70s gear.
I'm surprised. That's so hey, they can probably put a pretty good team together, I would imagine.
Yeah, they're not playing banana ball. They're actually like just trying to compete in the majors.
The funniest part of the Havana Bananas production is when half the team tries to defect.
Why are all the dates canceled?
Why are they jumping the fence over to the
Why'd they cancel half their games?
Yeah.
I got 3 players. Let's see what we can do.
Oh my God! Do you have a road trip nightmare
We're
story?
so deep into this.
It's
No,
all right.
mine's too long.
Okay.
Yeah, I was. We were moving some stuff up to. We got a condo up near my wife's hometown, so it wasn't like a huge move. But my wife was gonna fly up, and I was gonna drive the U-Haul that we got. No big deal. But we're gonna bring a cat with me. And I was like, whatever, I don't know, give it some, Benadryl? What do I do with a cat? And I was like, okay, that's no big deal.
Is it snowy?
This cat, Snowy, does not travel well, it turns out. So I drive this U-Haul, and I'm like, I got a hotel room halfway through. It's like a 24-hour drive. And the cat would not shut up the entire night. So I'm on no sleep. I take the U-Haul. The next day, I'm driving on no sleep up to upstate New York. And I just unload, and with a good night's sleep, it really shouldn't have been that big of a move, but it ended up feeling like the biggest obstacle ever. And I hired a couple kids to help me, but I'm helping out too and everything. And then I had to get back to Houston, so I'm like, somewhere along the way, I got like 45 minutes of sleep. I drive to the airport. Dude. I get on I'm sitting in the airport waiting to get on my plane, and I get a call from Brandy that one of the water pipes in this brand new condo just burst, and we got water damage everywhere. I'm like, And it was that point where I thought about.
It was the cat.
I thought about like I could just step on this plane right now, and so I had to turn around, go back, and handle that for like the next 48 hours.
I 100% would have told her I'm already on the plane. I can't get off. That's what I would have done. Oh my God! All right, fellas, this is a great day and happy for all of us. Can't wait to listen to crystal clear FM in the loop when I get in my car.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Hell, drive to Tomball, man.
Drive to Louisiana.
Yes.
Go wherever.
Listen.
Yeah.
I mean, you do love a casino.
I do love me a good casino. Just COVID was the only thing that could ever stop me from gambling.
So the pregame show, I'm guessing, is on 95.6 and just
95.7. 95.7. That is the weirdest way that someone's messed this up.
The first name Seth's gotten wrong on the new station is the name of the station.
I told our new listeners this is what's going to happen.
You warned them. Yeah, you warned them.
Yeah.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
And a 95.7 to you.
Thank you, kind sir.
There's a decimal point in there somewhere.
Yep, a dot. Yes. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start in crystal clear FM modulation now.
Yeah, there you go. You are indeed in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. It feels good to be
really
here.
Does. Really. Havana Bananas is an idea that needs to happen.
I feel bad because, I mean, we're starting our tenure on the FM stick or on the FM side of things with just pure nonsense.
Yes. What's your point?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That actually is representative of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
And we do talk sports, and we will continue to do that. Of course, worth introducing first the OG of the station and of the show. That's John Lopez right there, in his best fishing shirt that he could find.
This is my Sunday fishing shirt, baby.
That's the one that you take in front of Jesus, huh?
This is the one that Jesus sees. This is it.
I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on ones and twos. How you living, my boy?
I'm living pretty good, man.
Man, it feels good.
Big party.
Yeah, big party here. 95.7 The Fan. Obviously, you can tell if you're on the 610 dial. I mean, I challenge you, in fact. Flip it over right quick. Just see. Just taste. Just, just try it real
See
quick.
if it sounds the same.
You know what, Figgy? I got a text from a buddy of mine that said, Ron sounds different. It doesn't sound like the same guy. I mean, I guess that's possible. It just, depending on your listening habits, it might sound, it's deeper, better. Somebody said the show sounds different. I was like, oh, maybe.
Well, good.
Maybe.
I mean, that means that it'll definitely sound different come, 7 p.m.? Once you get Texans Chargers from Reliant Stadium, that's going to be really fun. You'll hear the two guys that we just sent off to get a little bit of a nap or whatever, Sean and Seth. It'll sound very much better than you could have even expected there on 95.7 The Fan. But excited for that game coming. But, I mean, I'd be remiss if we did not just appreciate the day that is John Lopez.
I wanted to ask you guys some questions here that I've gotten and see if you can answer them. And while he's in the studio, big shout out and thank you to B. Scott from Hiram Clark, because you've been working.
Hey, let me tell you,
I am
stressed. Stressed. I have not been this stressed in a long time.
On flipping, all the social media, all the cameras, everything that you do.
That actually reminds me, in order to appreciate your work, you can get involved with the program a few ways.
Yeah.
There's the text line, which is still indeed 713-572-4610. That is still there for you. You can text in. But we always appreciate the Mo Kierman Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. There's the YouTube page,
I would have appreciated the accent, but I know you couldn't have
Don't
done
do
it.
that.
I know
Don't
you
do
couldn't
that.
do it.
95.
I can do it.
Let me hear you do
This
it.
is going to be bad.
Because I'm one of us.
How is the show going like this? This is not how it's supposed to go.
He is allowed.
We keep it 100.
Go ahead and pull that one for me. I just
Goodness
need that one for later.
Who did it better? Let
In front of
the
millions of
95.7
people
fan
on this FM stick.
listener decide. Who did it better?
I am Hispanic. I can do that.
It is true that you're Hispanic. I can't speak to any of the
Let
other
me hear
stuff.
you imitate me now.
No, not
buddy.
gonna happen.
We are not that many minutes
only
into
been
this.
14
Yo,
minutes.
homie, yo. Go ahead, Lopez.
Y'all are sabotaging the
Not
show
going to
already.
happen. Well, people want to know.
B. Scott, you were stressed, and I was just trying to get in the
I feel
house
for you right
I
now.
was trying to do the house cleaning. I'm like, yo, the YouTube page is 95.7 The Fan.
Yes.
It's the same page. If you already subscribed to Sports Radio 610 previously, it's the same page. But 95.7 The Fan on YouTube and on the Twitch chat. That's how you can interact with your fellow listeners, but also with us.
I am just so glad that it has gone without a hitch.
Yes.
Everything that we did, the interviews, the switch over from the 610 brand to the 95.7, the fan brand, being back there in charge of it, it went without a hitch.
That's why I want to give you a shout out. It's been perfect.
Knock on wood, it continues to go that way.
Yeah. So I do want to ask you guys a question. Questions that I've gotten on my text phone. I've gotten over the last couple of weeks since we've known this is coming. Someone said, "Why?" And that's a great question. Why are you doing this?
Oh, really?
Why? You want to? Why? Not. And they weren't like why angry. They were just like curious. Why? Why are you doing this?
Sure.
And I was on CW earlier, and they kind of asked a similar question. And I said, and I'm curious on y'all's answer. You know, the big why is signal because it's great for our listeners, and that's not pandering. You know, it's great for us. Of course it is. It's great for the hierarchy, you know, at Odyssey, all the way from the corporate level down to the greater Houston level here, this market's level. It's great, but it's really greatest for listeners. And I think they're picking up on that now. But the other why for me is the times we live in. Like sports drives media programming now, maybe more than anything has driven media programming in history across the country. Because you had your sitcom era, you know, you had your, you know, and we know different things, you know, reality shows tend to be like the trend. Nothing drives media in this country more than sports. Let me give you an example. We saw last weekend 7 million people watch a preseason game that meant absolutely nothing. 7 million people tuned in. In the NBA playoffs this past year, NBA playoffs, the average audience was 4 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest why for me. Like, because sports programming in today's world, when you can see everything, listen to any song, you know, watch any program by clicking a button, there is nothing like live, real-time commentary and opinion, and hopefully entertainment.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's what moves things, and so, and I mean, I'm excited to be able to be here for you. And then, I mean, look, a lot of our listenership has been with us for a long time. Sports Radio 610, a brand that's been, serving the Houston area for 32 years. They appreciate that. I just want to be able to have that more consistently, more, and in a better way, and all the way across the market, which I think we have now. Yeah. So excited to be able to do that for you.
What are y'all's why? Why did this happen? Then the other question is what now? You know, what does this mean in terms of just as a listener and for us?
Well, if you've been listening to us, man, we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to try and do it better and better every day, right? Like we're going to end up in that football coach cliche of 1% better, and we're just going to make sure that we do our jobs and execute the goal. And hopefully, like the Texans, we end up in like Super Bowl territory, whatever that is for us, right?
And the other thing for me, and just for our listeners, especially our new listeners that have been on 95.7 and are like, hey, I want to jump in on this. Local. To me, it's easy to get national, news, tweets, information, but this is Houston centric. I mean, look at the logo. Look at the logo. The Houston H-Town Blue, the Be Someone font on the fan. There is nothing quite like. You can get all your information about literally any topic on the planet anywhere, but you want local Houston sports commentary. That's why we're here. That's the what now for me.
All right, yeah. Somebody said B. Scott still sounds like Caesar Shorts. And here's the thing. I do love that, if there's anything, we're here for you and we appreciate your involvement in it, even when you annoy me. Like this person from the 832 who said it's probably good for Reggie too, because now if a famous woman ever asks me what I do, at least I can say I'm on the FM. Thank you for that text.
You ain't gonna tell her all that.
Yeah. He's just gonna ask her about. I got.
You want to say fine, thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
If you didn't think we weren't going to be the same people on FM, you were wrong. All right, so with all that being the case, this is all fine and good. Let's talk about the sports that we're supposed to be talking about, because today is a big day in the city of Houston. At the very least, like, we're getting actual factual NFL football. Now, it is preseason football, but for this team, I think that there's some things that are indeed interesting in this. Do you want to have this conversation about established starters? Because it feels like I've talked about this a few times in the last week or two, J-Lo. It's kind of awesome with this Texans team, and I wanted to stop and appreciate they have so many pieces in place.
Yeah.
It is not often that you come into a training camp, a preseason as an NFL football team, and have so many known commodities with what you're doing. A lot of this, I mean, I'm listening to, you know, our colleagues across the nation who cover NFL teams. I'm looking at reports from various different training camps and seeing the various things that they're trying to figure out is how is this defense going to go. We didn't talk about Kobe Bryant there in Chicago out for 4 to 6 weeks and how that very much changes what their defense is. And now they're trying to figure out how. None of that is the case here.
Yeah.
So much of this feels like it is known, and it really just remains to be seen in the actual factual NFL football games.
Yeah.
But I think that you ask a good question here, J-Lo. Are there any established starters, any parts of the established order that we already have that have any level of danger of losing their status?
Yeah. I didn't know what on the clock. My bad.
Oh, yeah, no, we're rocking with you.
Yes, and I think that's something that we need to talk about. I think that's something because let me ask you the question, to be honest. When you start looking at, now most of these are going to be on the offense, I'm guessing, but maybe not. When you start looking at this is a given. Like, are there any players that you think are in danger of losing their status? I think the number one player on the list for me is Tank Dell. I think Tank, we hope not. I mean, we know what Jaden Higgins is doing. We know there are some other players that are, maybe Lewis Bond at some point makes some noise. Would you agree that Tank Dell is an established, given player that might be losing his status, or at least could be in danger of it if things go well in that room?
This is such a funny, circumstance, instance. I don't know what the right word is there to talk about here, because Tank Dell, they have at once talked about him as if when he returns, he is going to be a major part of what we do. Right? That has been the tone and the tenor of a lot of their conversations when they talk about Tank Dell. At the same time, they have been so careful and cautious with the way that they handle him that it doesn't seem like you can assume that he is going to be a major part of what you do early on in the season. Talk less of what it is. I mean, we have to keep coming back to just how robust of an injury it is that he undertook, right? I kind of colloquially have said that he tore all the CLs.
Yeah.
Right? It was the ACL, LCL, MCL. Was the PCL in there as well?
Sure.
Thank you for that very scientific response, John. No, but I mean, that is a level of injury that we don't see often in sports. And when we do, it is a long road to hoe to come back. And the player that you get on the backside is rarely the exact same player that you had on the front side.
Right.
With that being the case, I also look around at the dudes that have produced in camp and that have looked pretty good.
Absolutely, that's right.
And you go, is it possible that they could end up in a place where they're depending on younger guys that have more of a rookie contract or more, at least more of what they could give you in the moment, and they just find a level of rhythm where they don't have to go and deal with all of the question marks that currently exist with Tank Dell? He absolutely could be in a place where that the status that we seem to think of, where he has the connection with C.J. Stroud and we know what that has looked like, I don't know that you can assume then that very well could be pushed to the side for Lewis Bond has produced well. Justin Watson is a known commodity, right? Xavier Hutchinson is honestly getting better out there on the fields in this spring, and then talk less of the guys that you know, Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, who's taken a step forward, and Jalen Noel, who seems like he could give you the most explosive of any production on this wide receiver room.
Let me give you three more names. I'll give you three more names on the other side.
Yeah.
And see if those guys are in danger of losing
Yeah,
their
because I think that there's a few more that are really interesting. So coming up next here on 95.7 The Fan, let's dig into more. Are there more of the established names on the Texans that maybe could be a little bit in danger as we head into preseason game one? We'll do that next in the Loop.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Would you rather be single and sit across a table from Joy Taylor at a wedding or get free tickets to the World Cup final? You don't have to answer, Reggie. I know yours is tickets.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
Lopez, I've never considered whooping the ass of my elders.
I don't blame you either, man.
95.7 The Fan.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, 95.7 The Fan. The greatest city in the world is Houston, Texas.
Ooh, tickets. Ooh, World Cup tickets.
We're going to start every show with the level of animosity that I did not anticipate because of that particular drop that you put in there, Fig. Yeah, man. I appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Get involved with the program. The text line is 713-572-4610. Do you appreciate one Figgy Fig's work there?
They're giving away towels at the game.
This is going to cause problems.
I might have to change it.
No, you're not.
This is going to cause problems.
I might have to change it. It's going to throw everything off.
It's going to cause problems.
It's just the first day.
It's going to cause problems.
I won't continually say
that's
day
not true.
after day.
How many months are we? How
day.
many months are we in? How many months is it at this point? All right, let's get. Yeah, somebody said now that music coming back hits hard on the FM dial. You damn Skippy. You love ourselves some Houston. In fact,
cut that bleep up. Yeah,
we got a little bit of some Houston flavor to the guests that we will have join us today on this maiden voyage on the FM dial. So rock with us all through till we get to 2 p.m. and then obviously continue to rock with us because we got the drive happening for a truncated show today in order to get us to Texans Chargers tonight. In fact, we started talking about this a little bit earlier. Maybe not the game itself, but kind of the larger context of getting a feel on not just the Texans' 53-man roster, but the way that this roster will operate, really the thrust of it and how they're going to go into a season where they have real big expectations. And so the question exactly was what, John?
Are there any established starters? And we may even dip our toes into the old defensive side of the ball, as established as they are. But are there any established starters in danger of losing their status? Now, we spoke about Tank Dell, and there's a number of reasons why that might be the case, and you talked about them in detail. I have 3 more names. I think one of them you want to be in danger of losing their status. Not necessarily their production, but their status.
Can we start there?
Let's start there. Tell me if you agree with this. Dalton Schultz.
Oh.
You want him to lose his status as, well, they got Dalton Schultz, and then we don't know what else. I would love for Dalton Schultz to still be the same type of guy.
Yeah.
Same type of player, but not necessarily be, he is the only guy.
Well, yeah, no, of course. Yeah. You don't want him to be the only guy.
And maybe even be ultimately later in the year or going into next year or whatever after, this season surpassed.
Yeah, the question I was going to ask, and maybe this was just the initial reaction, or maybe not even a question, the statement I was going to say is, so this is like later on in the season.
Or this season. I'm even going into the season, but certainly I don't think that's going to happen with Dalton Schultz going into the season.
That was the question that I was then going to come to.
But the other two may be.
How reasonable does it feel like that? Because we're talking about Marlon Klein here.
Exactly. We're talking about Marlon Klein.
Let's lay our cards out here.
Yeah.
Because Foster Moreau, I love him, you love him, right? I think this show has been higher on Foster Moreau than maybe any sports talk radio show probably should or has been in the Houston area. But we know what he is. Like, he's more of a blocker that can give you a little bit of hands when you need to, right? Which works. When we're talking about Dalton Schultz and kind of leading the line in the wide receiver room, we're talking about, can Marlon Klein progress to a point where he has the opportunity to take that? And he's progressed really quickly, at least from what my expectations were in the spring to right this moment. Like, he's showed pretty well in training camp. There's just no way he gets there before the season or really until late in the season. Like, we'd have to be talking about playoffs before we even get to that point,
or mid-season. Right? You never know if something happens and he really starts to develop and show something. What I'm saying is the hope is, because let's be honest, Dalton Schultz is a very willing blocker, at times an adequate blocker. But we also know what happens when he has to block on pass rushers from the year before last, where the whole system put him in a bad spot. What if Marlon Klein is one of those guys that Doesn't matter the down. He's out there. He might catch the ball. He might block. I think that's what we're looking at. If you're talking about losing his status, maybe that's what you want from Marlon Klein.
I think that's great in theory. I don't think that happens in all practice on the field.
But he is a good blocker.
He is.
Yeah.
Like I think he is a good blocker. He has demonstrated a little bit more wiggle, a little bit more speed than I had given him credit for. Like maybe you want to call it deceptive speed, and maybe I'm trafficking in tropes in this moment. The thing that I keep thinking about is, and maybe this is changing in the National Football League, but I have always held true to held tight rather to the truism that one of the positions in football that has the highest or the steepest learning curve is tight end. You literally have to learn both facets of the game, and almost in a quarterback-like fashion. You have to understand the passing game and the pass blocking as if you were an offensive lineman, and you need to understand the passing game itself as if you were a wide receiver and maybe even a quarterback if you're talking about this system in particular. Talk less of the savvy that you need in order to get feel for being out there. And this is why the likes of like Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland and those guys who came in their first years and gave you really good production for those teams. That's why it was novel. It's not just that you had a rookie showing up. It's that these positions usually are harder on the uptick. Now, maybe that is changing as I'm talking about these other rookies that are coming in, but I feel like it's going to be hard for Marlon Klein to do that to a level where not only does he do that, but he also compares with what Dalton Schultz has, where Dalton Schultz, obviously, I'm not going to make it seem like he is an incredible athlete and incredible all these other things. What I will say, though, is ultimately he's played a long enough time in this league, and you heard this when he talked to the media after was it last practice or the practice before we ended up at Reliance Stadium.
Yeah.
There's a lot more savvy. There's a lot more of that he's already picked up that I don't think you can replicate in Marlon Klein in his first season.
Yeah, and we're going to have a special guest joining us here in a minute, but let me hit you with this while we're getting that organized.
You want to take a quick break in order to get
Let's
there?
Let's do it.
All right, so yeah, we'll talk more about the guys who are established on this team that maybe could lose that designation. But coming up next, let's get an H-Town legend on the airwaves. Are we doing this now? Yeah.
Oh, I thought we was going to break.
No.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Do it now or
sure.
go to break?
All right, cool. Well, coming up next, let's talk to an H-Town legend. Why don't we get a little H-Town flavor in here with the legend himself, Paul Wall. We'll do that next on Sports Radio. Or 95.7.
Oh, there's $1.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcast, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcast. West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan, and I already owe $1 to the Texans helmet because that's how we're going to do this. We will pay in order to get our corrections, in order to get everything right. But we appreciate you rocking with us here on the FM dial and on the AM dial if you're still tuned in to 610. A monumental day that has already seen these airwaves graced by one J.J. Watt, graced by Rudy Tomjanovich, graced by Roger Clemens, and now graced by the people's champ. His name is Paul Wall, and I got to throw it over to my main man J-Lo because he wants to say hello to you in a way that Houstonians do.
Yeah, we're talking about, and first of all, shout out to Paul Wall for carving out some time. He is very, very busy right now in New York. I don't know if he wants to talk about exactly what's going on up there, but he can if he wants to. But I just have to say, he had to be a part of this first day of the flip to 95.7. He's the people's champ. And I got to say, to bring you in, Paul, what it do, man?
What it do, baby?
What it do? Now, here's the thing. The first time obviously we're familiar with your work, but the first time I interviewed you was at Texans training camp. I want to say 16 years ago. You came by with Mark Vandermeer and we cut it up a little bit. And you are all about H-Town, so I know you're happy that now you can listen to your sports all over. But just for the city of Houston, we got the colors, we got that H-Town blue, or maybe I should say H-Time. But whatever it is, I want to get your thoughts on just being able to be a part of this great day.
Oh man, I'm really excited! Congratulations, y'all! I look forward to listening to y'all, especially because they keep talking about taking AM radio out of all the new builds of the new cars. So I was a little worried, like, okay, well, how would I listen to y'all? You know what I'm saying? So now I'm real excited y'all made the switch. I can't be there with y'all in person. Yeah, I'm out here in New York right now, just getting it in, just promoting new albums, all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, excited to get you in when you are back in the city to come in with us. I did want to ask you because this is we come in every show with Tops Drop, but you are a foremost authority on H-Town and H-Town music. What do you consider as the most H-Town song of all of them? Because we go out to these parking lots, we hear all of them at the tailgates. I'm interested in which one you would put up there.
Well, there's definitely different eras of it. I mean, you can go back as far as, My Mind's Playing Tricks on Me or any of the Scarface or the Ghetto Boy songs. You know what I'm saying? Or if you want to go back to a little more underground, you can go to Street Military or their kind of music. You know what I'm saying? So there's all kind of, it just depends what era. Still Tippin' definitely was an all-time classic, for an era, but to me, Fat Pat Tops Drive or any little Kiki song, of course, you know what I'm saying? And it just depends on where you're at. But to me, I would have to say "Wanna Be a Baller" is my all-time, H-Town song.
Yeah,
is that the one that turns you up most for Texans game day? Is that the one and the same?
I think so because it's a sing along. Everybody knows the words. You know what I'm saying. You get hype on it. But I mean, like I said, I might go through my little season of jamming that, and then I might be like, all right, it's time for some Big Hawk. And you put on some Big Hawk, and that's gonna get me wired up to it. And that's okay. It's time for some Zero. You know what I'm saying? Or now it's time for some Slim Thug. So I got all my different various eras, and it just kind of depends. Mona Leo killing it. So you put on some Everything Pink, I'm gonna turn up right now. You know what I'm saying? So.
All right, so Paul was Figgy Fig here. I got to ask you, man, something very important. We lost something super special to Houston as of recent. Cam Houston, we lost Cam Houston, and we lost the address, man. What was your favorite moments from those two legendary spots in the city?
I mean, I definitely had a lot of concerts at both of those places, a lot of album release parties, you know what I'm saying? A lot of times people would come to town to host parties, and I'd go hang out with them, different celebrities. So I definitely got some good memories, you know what I'm saying? But I think my biggest memories are the ones with my homies just getting ready, going up there or leaving from there after we had a great time. We headed home. So, shout out to the whole club life in Houston, everybody getting it in. And, it's just kind of just shifted a little bit. It's kind of like, all about restaurants now, you know what I'm saying? But it's still popping. It's still going down. So I look forward to seeing what the next era ushers in, you know what I'm saying, what the new places are. It's like wide open right now for all the new spots that might, open up.
All right, Paul, I want to talk Texans, man. I mean, one of the reasons you like listening to us and you're happy about us flipping to 95.7 is you get to listen to sports Sports Talk. You get to join us occasionally. You know these guys. You've been around them a long time. What are your expectations and hopes for this team from what you've been seeing and hearing?
Well, my expectations and my hopes are two different things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My hope, of course, we go all the way, but my expectation is that there's going to be some stumbles, some roadblocks. I look forward to seeing, how they handle them, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely super excited, I think, the most about Tank Dell. I love watching him play, him and CJ together. They're just so dynamic, and it's just it's like lightning, you know what I'm saying, when they're on the field together. I look real forward to that. Also CJ cutting off his hair. I'm excited about that. It's like a new era of CJ Stroud. I can't wait to see what he brings. The defense is looking like, Jadeveon Clowney back. Oh my God, the defense is gonna be, oh my God. We got a lot to look forward to, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, my expectations are, maybe not as, I don't expect them to go all the way just because they haven't, division. Yeah, I think I expect us to win the division, you know what I'm saying? But my hope, of course, is, nobody gets hurt. That's my hope right there.
We're talking to Paul Wald, People's Champ, right here on 95.7 The Fan. And you are a dude that is swaggerful, if I can coin a term. Like, you absolutely carry yourself with all of that Houston feeling to you. And I don't know if you saw CJ Stroud, our guy, was getting clowned on the internet for the way that, he walked up to the facility. Obviously, that's not the most important thing. Him throwing touchdowns is, but if you had to give him like a little bit of game in order to make sure that our quarterback has that Houston swag, like what are you giving to the quarterback?
Well, to me, I think CJ got all the swag in the world. He's unique, he's himself, and that's the most important. A lot of people, they put too much emphasis on the entrance to the ring, and they're not worried about what they do when they get in the ring, and I'm not a big entrance guy. Those are two separate things. You can kill the entrance and then get killed in the ring. So I'm not worried about how he walk into practice. I'm worried about how he play on the field. So me personally, I admire CJ a lot, especially when he said he's going to stop cursing. That really lit a fire under me to kind of cut back on my cursing, you know what I'm saying? So big salute to CJ Stroud. I know I got my homeboy Goo always tell me, he needs to start cussing again. When he was cussing, that's when he was playing good. But, I personally, I'm inspired by him. He's a real leader on the field and off, having conversations with him. He's a big leader. So a big salute, big shout out to CJ Stroud.
Yeah, so speaking of not cussing, I want to kind of go back to your album with Chameleon there, man. You didn't cuss in that album, right? Y'all, was that kind of like a cleaner album, if I'm not mistaken?
Definitely was. I've got a few albums out there that are clean like that. Sometimes it's easier when you're mixing them and editing them. Sometimes, if you have cuss words, it's, they might play the wrong one on the radio by accident. You don't want to get somebody in trouble, and then they're second guessing next time you give them a song or next time they play one of your songs. Also, we have a big fan base that's behind bars. And if your album is squeaky clean, then it can get, downloaded in jail. And if it's not squeaky clean, then it is not available. So, it's just a little easier. And, to me, my mom always just inspired me to keep it clean, just in my daily walk or in my music, just because she always wanted to, stir up some creativity in me. So, that's kind of where that came from, what I'm saying? Just trying to keep it a little clean. And it's of course I'm grown, but we have a wide range of people that listen to us. Sometimes they might listen to us in the office. Sometimes it might be something corporate. Sometimes it might be a younger crowd. And you don't want to turn somebody off to your music. You don't want to say something and put your foot in your mouth. So we try to keep it clean.
Yeah, so I wanted to set you up with this question. I'm sure you get this all the time. Have you and Chameleon there ever thought about making another album together or something? I know he don't really rap that much now, but have y'all ever thought about connecting again?
He's like semi-retired. I think that's due to how much money he got. He don't need the music. You know what I'm saying? He got so much money. Man, I always joke, man, he's going to have to fall off before he get back in the studio because, man, he got so much money he don't need to make the music, But just knowing him, he does have a passion for it. He also doesn't, he's a huge advocate for artists' rights. And the way the music industry is set up, it's not set up in favor of other artists. So he's not, he's not in favor of, people getting taken advantage of. So, but that's also, stirred up some inspiration for him to try to create a new way. You know what I'm saying? So he's actively trying to create a way for artists to get their due, whatever it may be, but whether it comes to me and him together in the studio, I definitely think you'll see that every now and then we do. I try not to take advantage of, his generosity, you know what I'm saying? But anytime I ever ask him to do a song, he always does it. And obviously, if he calls me for anything, I'm there no matter what it is, period. The answer going to be yes. Will we ever do an album together? Maybe, perhaps, but being that it's been so long since we have, there's a lot of expectations that are linked to our previous album, you know what I'm saying? So, and I don't mean like in the quality, I just mean in maybe the subject matter, the topics. Also when we put out Get Your Mind Correct, we were day in, day out growing up together. So we were, meshed together from, 5, 6 years old, and so there was a whole huge culmination of us being together where we really just meshed together, where now we've, kind of walked our own paths. And even though the destination might be the same, our paths have been, a little bit different. So when we get back in the studio together for a full-length album, I don't know if it's going to sound the way, the first one did. It might still be jamming, but in a new way, a new light. And that might, we don't want to let the fans down if they're expecting it to sound, a certain way and it doesn't sound that way. So I don't know, but I'm absolutely open to it and down no matter what the situation is. If it's involving Camille in there, to me, the answer is going to be yes.
If you do, you got to bring in Mr. Mad Hatter too, just for old times.
Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, just one or two more for here, Paul. We know you got some obligations up there in New York, but I got to ask you about this connection that really started about 4 or 5 years ago. The Texans didn't really used to embrace Houston. It was just sort of separate from the roots of Houston, from the colors and the slabs and the H-Town pride and all that. How important do you think that was for just the community at large? I mean, you've been there since day one, but you probably also experienced just that transition.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I went to a Texans game with my boy Papa Joe and Box on my wedding day. The day I got married, they came and kidnapped me and took me to a Texans game. I believe it was against the Colts, and the Texans lost, for the record. But I won. I won when I got married, but the Texans lost. And I definitely had my share of downs and then finally some ups, in my personal relationship. But I think it's not the ownership or any of that. I don't think it's the team. I think it's just some of the staff. They just were disconnected, or the people that were in charge of making those calls. They were kind of disconnected with, the Houston culture, you know what I'm saying? And as the kind of staff has had some turnover, they've been a lot more open to it. I remember, I'm friends with Reggie Bush, and I remember being on the sideline with him, with my son, taking him to a game, and we got kicked out the stadium, even though I'm like a personal guest of Reggie Bush. I had all the credentials, everything, and they basically were just like, hey, you can't be here. And I'm like, well, where am I supposed to go? And they're like, well, you can't be here. I don't know. But, it is, and it's tough sometimes when you're like I'm a real fan. I'm not like a trendy fan, or I show up, when we win. Of course I'm going to be there when we win, but, I'm a huge, real fan of Houston sports teams, especially the Texans. So, you know what I'm saying? When stuff like that happens, it was very disheartening. But, I don't hold it against the organization at all, because knowing, the ownership and upper management, I know it's not them at all. They absolutely show their love to the Houston culture, and always have. It's just, sometimes in between, it's sometimes the people who are in charge of maybe the entertainment or maybe other things, but as there's been staff turnover, they've definitely embraced the Houston culture a lot, and it means a huge amount to the fans because we feel included. And the Texans fans, as all the Houston sports fans, are diverse. They're not just, one type or one genre. It's a wide range of music listeners and lovers, a wide range of economic backgrounds, geographic backgrounds. Some people drive all the way from the country. Some people driving from down the street. So it's a huge, diverse crowd in there because it truly represents Houston, So, seeing it's all inclusive now, it's very encouraging. And when you go to a Texans game, it's a party now. It's a for sure party.
All right, Paul, I want to play a little game with you real quick to end off. It's just going to be a little either or. You tell me which one of these you pick, all right? All right, here we go. Tex-Mex or barbecue?
Ah, man, how you gonna do me like that?
Hey, man, you got to pick one.
Well, let's go Chicano barbecue a little bit.
Okay, all right. I like what you're doing there. All right, you want a Will Anderson Jr. sack or a Derek Stingley interception?
Ooh, I want the interception. I want the turnover.
Yeah.
All right. Would you rather sit in the suite or be courtside or field side?
Man, well, sometimes when you're in that suite, man, you're so far away, especially when you're a little older like me, man, the eyes don't work too good. I'm going to have to go on the field or courtside, man. There's nothing like having your feet on the floor.
Yeah.
All right, and then one more here. We just turned up 95.7 The Fan on the FM dial. If we wanted to get ourselves a little jewelry to commemorate it, do we get a grill or do we get a chain?
We getting grills, baby.
Hey. We gonna hold you to it.
We hold you to that one for real.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, man, you know we love you, and that was absolutely awesome, Paul.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for having me. Congratulations on the switch. I look forward to listening to y'all.
For sure. And we'll get you in studio here sometime soon when you're back in the city.
Yes, sir. Can't wait. I'll see y'all soon.
Yes, sir. There goes People Champ.
That was awesome.
Paul Wall joining us
Talk
here
about H-Town.
on 95.7 The Fan. Absolutely.
You talk about H-Town.
100%. He was like, I can't pick between Tex-Mex and barbecue. Are you crazy? Are you insane? All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where not everybody can do radio or podcast by themselves. And apparently this goes all the way up to the NFL. I'll tell you how next.
Ready? The 2026 leader is 95.7 The Fan. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, 95.7 The Fan.
That's right. Let's go around the NFL here in the loop on 95.7 The Fan. Worth remembering that now that you are on the FM airwaves, you got your preset locked in. I'm just going to say that you do. And if you don't, fix it.
Yeah.
You heard the tone of my voice, right?
Get on that.
No. Fix it.
Oh, man.
Fix it.
Sounds like a threat.
I don't have a dad voice. Like, I feel like that's when you need. Can you sum it up, Dad? Because I know you have one.
You know what? Fix it.
Ooh, that was it.
Yeah.
That was it. That was
I got
it
a
right
little
there.
scared right here.
Not that I've ever used that voice before.
All right. We heard about the story. Was it the Goo Goo Dolls? We know what happened.
Yeah, that's right.
We know what happens.
Yeah, your son said, I ain't going nowhere. Lopez said, fix it.
But yeah,
you know what? Fix it.
Yeah, lock 95.7.
We're out of here, buddy.
Lock it in on your presets because not just so that you can listen to the dulcet sounds of our voices, but also so you can hear Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, John Harris on the broadcast of preseason game number 1 tonight.
Yeah, man.
Pregame will start at 4, but of course 7 p.m. is when you're looking around for kickoff of Chargers, Texans. You'll hear that right here on 95.7 The Fan. That's not the only preseason game that's happening tonight, John Lopez.
Lots and lots.
There's a total of 6 of them.
Yeah.
You got the Lions at Cincinnati, which is the Bengals, I guess. Packers at Steelers. Colts at Patriots. You have Cardinals at Raiders. Titans at Niners. And, of course, Chargers here at the Texans. Is there one of them outside of the obvious that you are more interested to see? Is there anything in particular that jumps out for, hey, I really want to see something in one of those other 5 games?
I think the obvious answer would be a no.
I think there's one.
Well, only because the starting quarterbacks is not exactly a who's who.
And that's why I'm surprised that you didn't pick one.
The starting players are not exactly a who's who. Are you thinking Cardinals, Raiders?
Yes.
Yeah, because of Mendoza?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be my only one if I had to pick one. Cardinals, Raiders would be worth your time, but you're going to be listening and watching the Houston Texans.
Right, no, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was going to say I might have multiple TVs going, but I'll be at the stadium.
Yeah.
So I might have to have it on the side with my phone. You know what I mean?
But we
Just
will check in and get all the
Reggie gonna have 3 laptops.
Oh my gosh!
I only have 2
in the suite.
You should see him in the press box. It's kind of embarrassing.
And now I got my monocular, so I'm gonna be able to check things on the field. Oh yeah,
too.
man, baby!
And he's gonna be on the phone listening to a radio call.
I'm all over it. Honestly,
or a podcast.
Yes.
Now this is only staggered by one hour. I am very interested in what Tennessee looks like because Cam Ward is supposed to start there for them, and I mean, let's be honest. There was some promise in year 1 with him in Tennessee. I think that I'm ready to see what the early iterations of him under Brian Daboll in a organization, or rather a system that seems serious. Let's be honest. Like before, it just felt like they were deeply unserious.
That's a good point. That I hadn't really considered that too much. But you're right. You know, Cam Ward, this is, I guess, the first kind of glimpse of the offense and what it's going to look like.
Also, what do you make of your week 2 opponent, the Cincinnati Bengals, supposedly having Joe Flacco play? I mean, there's no way he plays longer than a quarter, right?
I don't think much more than a series, maybe 2 series at the most, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I believe they have 4 quarterbacks in camp. I don't know how I know that. I think I came across it.
Why?
At some point. Don't ask me.
You were clearly looking at the rosters.
My brain works.
He was just going and looking at. Let me go look at quarterbacks and rosters.
I don't know why that happens, but I think that's true. We'll find out. But Texans tonight is basically the headliner, and of course you can listen to it right here.
Yeah. So right here where? Right here where?
Right here on 95.7.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you, sir.
The Fan.
That's right. That's right. Some other things around the NFL. Speaking of, well, I guess I didn't mention the Chicago Bears just yet. We did mention earlier that Kobe Bryant is missing 4 to 6 months after a knee surgery. The Bears, the Bears safety, which changes their defense a lot. And I don't know if these things are tied together, but in my mind they are. Did you see that head coach of the Bears, Ben Johnson, says that he wants to have the highest scoring offense ever.
So we're talking, I think it's 35.7.
It was the Broncos from a few years back. Was that like 20?
It was in the high. It was in the mid 30s.
2013, 37.9 points per game.
Yes. There's no way, right?
I have a hard time believing that. Although, here's the thing. Caleb Williams got a lot of love last year, and it was that the fourth quarters went crazy for him.
Yeah.
Quarters 1 through 3, problematic. Like, if you look at completion percentage for quarterbacks, he is in the bottom third of the league. There's a lot of statistics where you go, actually, he does not look nearly as good as it felt like that season was, but it was just a lack of consistency. If they do find consistency, they are a problem.
No, their offense has been the entire story. All I'm saying is 37 points a game in today's NFL. I mean, I'd love to see it, kind of, but I'd love to see it just as a fan of football, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I just have a hard time thinking that it happens. I know that coaches will often, say kind of bold things, maybe not outlandish things, but bold things, especially early on in the season as expectations, because why not shoot high? This feels like this might be counterintuitive. Or am I just doing too much? Is this too much leaning into the concept of bulletin board material that doesn't actually matter?
No, I think when I saw that, like, Ben Johnson doesn't strike me as an over-the-top kind of guy. So I think
he believes it.
I think he legitimately believes they can do that. That's my point. By the way, Bengals do have 4 quarterbacks.
Why do you know that?
I don't know. I don't know why these things happen to me. But Burrow, Flacco, Josh Johnson, and Sean Clifford.
Oh, the dude that played at Penn State.
Yeah.
I don't think he's very good at all.
Well, he's the 4th-string quarterback right now.
All right.
So.
Is he undrafted rookie?
Yes.
Or was he in the league?
He a UDFA?
In 25, he was.
Okay, so last year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. So, yeah, that's
Clifford, the big red quarterback.
How close do you think that the Bears are capable of getting? Because that Bears team is really good. I just mentioned Colston Loveland a second ago when I was talking about tight ends and the ways that he, even as a rookie, showed up. How much better does that look? Honestly, they have 3 tight ends that I'm very interested in, with Loveland, Cole Kmet, who's just kind of a veteran there, and then don't forget that's the place where Sam Roush lands, the Stanford tight end, that really good blocking tight end that I think was on our radar here as we were looking at possible tight ends that the Texans could draft. You talk about DeAndre Swift, who is with also Kyle Monangai, who had a little bit of a breakout. I think Roma Dunze, healthier, looks good. Luther Burden, I think, has an opportunity to be
that's an offense.
There's a lot of really good on this offense. Like, I could see this being the case.
Maybe we should all just check ourselves a little bit here. That is that's a really
30
talented.
37 crazy.
Yeah, that's nuts.
What do you think is like a more realistic number?
They might get to 29, 30. Right?
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I could absolutely.
Bengals could too.
Yeah, the Bengals could as well. Which we mentioned that Joe Burrow is playing today, so maybe we get a first taste of how viable is that really, if they can go up and down on obviously what is the second team type players that any team is going to put out there in preseason week 1. Some other things around the NFL. Did you see this, John? You're familiar with Daniel Jeremiah? Daniel Jeremiah, well-respected NFL analyst, working with NFL media and everything. He has had a podcast called Move the Sticks for a long time, except he's no longer involved with the podcast. That's something that he can confirm recently. And you ask, why does that matter?
Yeah.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah stayed with the NFL Network with the acquisition that ESPN had of those NFL things, and ESPN retained the podcast feed, but he hasn't made an episode since June 4th. Except a new episode popped up on the feed, I believe it was Tuesday of this week, 2 days ago, that was previewing the NFC East and the NFC West. And it's still listed as a Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks podcast.
Yeah.
And he has confirmed, I have not done that. So it seems like they used AI to populate a couple of season previews on this podcast. And this is an NFL ESPN property.
Do you know how sick that is? How unfair that is to fans? We all know AI, they're only using 5% of what they could, it's ultimately going to be that you're going to see more of these things. But I just sat here and talked about, the great thing about, us switching and all that is that we can go local, and there's very few places anymore in this world where you can get real-time commentary analysis from people that are watching and listening. That's what you want in sports. That's why sports is dominating the world. That is just sick behavior, as you like to say. To do that.
And this is something that is really terrifying, and I think it should be to any sports fan, because ESPN is a very, very large entity, and they are also getting that NFL properties of it, and you never really had to worry about ESPN putting real effort behind what they're doing there. You might not like the tone and tenor that they took. This is a level of laziness that is really terrifying, because if they're going to places where, whether they want to say it was an accident or not, if this was even a possibility, that means that there is somewhere in there where they are using generative AI to do some of their
You're cheating
content.
yourselves, you're cheating your fans.
This is terrible to see.
Well, and laziness isn't even the worst part to me. This speaks to ESPN slashing more money and
slashing the product.
Well, the product is what we're talking about.
Right.
Like it's cheating fans, 100%. The second part to this, to me, is they're slashing money, and where will this stop is a fair question, and ultimately slashing that money diminishes the product. And that's what that's the big problem here.
And what sucks is, ESPN has always been at least a backstop, right? Like, obviously, local in a lot of places gives you a lot more hands-on ground, on the ground coverage.
Yeah.
But ESPN is still it's still that name that people go to, whether or not they don't love it or whatever, right? Whatever gripes you might have, right, wrong, and different about ESPN, it's still one of those places that immediately people think of. This is a huge hit to the credibility that I don't know if people are really considering the whole way.
That's the right word right there, yeah. The credibility is just out the window.
Because ESPN's always still had a level of credibility, at least when it comes to the way that, these other places. And the thing that sucks is that this isn't just ESPN. Now this is hitting the NFL Network, NFL media side of it, and they've often been pretty good about all these things. So that I found that to be very disheartening as a thing that is happening out there in the world of the NFL. One more thing here, or maybe another thing there as well, but the top 100, you're seeing another Texan pop up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We have gotten into the 20s, as I mentioned. Derek Stingley Jr. fell 7 spots from last year to become 25. Max Crosby is at 24 and jumping up 2 spots, previously 25 last year. Defensive end, Danielle Hunter.
I love it. I love it not only because
he's getting a little bit of love. Huh?
I was going to say, I love it because he's getting his proper due. This is a guy that has almost 100. I think he has 114 and a half sacks. And people are just not at record. 114 and a half sacks and still playing at that level. That's Hall of Fame track stuff. And he just has never been put in that conversation. I love it for that reason. I love it because, Will Anderson, he might be top 10. He might be a top 10 player, which is incredible.
He's that kind of player. And I do love it, right? You mentioned it, and just to reiterate, Danielle Hunter deserves this, and he's deserved it for a very long time.
Yeah.
And so it's cool that the Texans kind of help facilitate this while obviously getting themselves really good at defense. Facilitate Danielle Hunter getting the rightful appreciation. And what's funny is that you hear anybody in the NFL talk about Danielle Hunter, and they'll say the same thing. And so it stops me at times where I go, how do we all have this opinion and yet it doesn't feel like he has had the respect that he's been due?
Maybe if enough people say he's not getting enough respect, he'll finally get enough respect. And it seems like we're kind of going down that road.
That's what's happened here.
Yeah.
That is what's happened here. We've all been like, damn, how have we not appreciated Danielle Hunter more? Yeah. Are you appreciating Danielle?
And so now everyone appreciates him.
I'm appreciating Danielle.
Who's underrated? Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, exactly.
But what's funny is we still haven't reached the point where we go, everybody's saying he's underrated, so he's overrated. Oh, he's not that.
No, he will not be that.
He's still not that, to be honest. All right, there you go. There's a little bit of Around the NFL here on 95.7 The Fan. In fact, looking at our text line, which again is still 713-572-4610, somebody said that they were fully involved or invested rather in staying on 610. But it sounds so darn good on 95.7.
And has already flipped. We're getting so many similar texts.
Yeah, man, definitely. Yeah. And also this text, which is entirely outside of the bounds of that. Am I the only one interested in seeing Graham Mertz tonight? Maybe. I can't speak for everybody.
Yeah, you might be the only one, buddy.
I can't speak for everybody, but I'm not.
That's it. I think it might be the only one outside of the Mertzes.
You might be a Gators fan or something.
Yeah, outside of the Mertzes.
And apologies to the Mertz family and Graham himself. I just don't have. Now, maybe he gets out there and just blows our socks off.
Exactly.
Maybe so. But
quarterback controversy.
No, what if he do for real?
Well, I think that would be good for the Texans, to have a quarterback in that room where you go, okay, I think maybe he can take over the being that next backup quarterback for you.
Well, we're all invested in Graham Mertz having a very good game because not anything to do with Graham Mertz, but the offense. And I said this earlier in the week. I'm getting excited about this preseason game, even though I don't expect to see very many frontline players, because I want to see, does the offense work? And I think if Graham Mertz, has a good game, it'll be an indicator of that.
I think once we get to Graham Mertz, we're not really talking as much about what this offense will actually look like.
Well, just what their concepts and what they're doing, what they're doing, et cetera.
I will say though, when the idea of like Graham Mertz being out there and looking good, I want that. If I don't even think it goes to the offense, but I would love to have more good evaluations of the other guys, right? I think Marlon Klein plays damn near all this game, right? And so the opportunity to evaluate Marlon Klein with a quarterback that's delivering him, good footballs to catch, as opposed to the alternative, which is, damn, the quarterback didn't get it to them, and so I don't even have an understanding of what that guy is doing.
Yeah.
That is the part for me. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we were having this conversation before we chopped it up with the People's Champ, Paul Wall. Are there more established players on this team, on this Texans team, that maybe could be challenged as we go to preseason game and continuing through training camp? We'll talk about more of those names next.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best sports talk around. Anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite fan hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, we got a big fight this weekend, and there is no better place to trade the action than on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform.
Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Clean, clear FM radio. And that don't stop y'all from being comedians, though. Because the 936 said, man, Reggie sounds so good on AM. Damn, man. That's like saying, buddy, you got a face for radio.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Hey, his takes sound so much better now. They were trash.
It's a lot better when there's static in there and I don't have to hear it as clearly.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. But we appreciate you. Jokes or, just compliments or whatever else in between. Get involved with the program. The text line remains the same, 713-572-4610. But appreciation because the social media pages and, of course, the chats where you can watch us on video and such, those are indeed different, aligned with the new branding, 95.7 The Fan on YouTube and Twitch. We've been talking about this all morning long.
Well, it's fair.
It's
a preseason game, and it's the first time you're going to get a look at these, and we ultimately start saying, so-and-so is actually playing pretty good football.
Right.
So the question becomes...
Yeah, the question becomes, in a larger sense of the football, rather than the just the preseason game itself, are there established players, seeing as there's so much established for the Texans, that could possibly find themselves in danger of maybe losing that established status? The two guys that we've talked about to this point, Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And I think that for
entirely different reasons.
Right. The consensus that we've come to with Tank Dell is like, quite possibly, honestly. Yeah. I'm not certain at this point that we're talking about a Tank Dell that's on the active roster come week one.
Yeah.
And so that's the question that we have. And really, I think his I guess possible endangered status now, to coin something that I don't think was the full intent for you here, is more just how does he look once you eventually actually get him back to doing things fully. I don't know that we can even make the determination based off of the routes on air that we've seen to this point.
Yeah.
But, right, if he can still separate and if he can still give you those things that he tends to give you and show you a little bit of durability as he does that, 100% he's back to being that established guy because of the ways that he can separate, the things that he can do that are different than others. Dalton Schultz, it's more of how quickly can Marlon Klein come on?
Well, and for me, the Dalton Schultz conversation was more of, I think in their heart of hearts, the Texans would love for his status to be endangered, so to speak, or at least changed. No one wants him to decline his production or whatever, but I think everybody over there, and maybe a lot of fans too, would love to have that guy at tight end. An every down guy. He can block, he can receive, he can come out of the backfield, you can split him wide. Now, I don't know if Marlon Klein's even close to that. I don't think he is.
I just have a hard time believing it because the upshoot for tight ends is so much higher.
Right.
And Dalton has a lot more savvy. Like, it's not just about the clear tangibles of speed, hands, route running.
Yeah.
It is the savvy and the knowledge. Right now, especially with Dell being absent, he is either one or two on guys that manage the scramble drill with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, but
showing numbers and being kind of a safety blanket. I don't know that Marlon Klein steps into that immediately and quickly.
Yeah, but I'm not saying going into week 1, but maybe week 7, week 9.
I think that's a full year circumstance. Yeah.
I don't disagree. What I'm saying is, in their heart of hearts, I think that's what they want.
Sure.
And the biggest reason, we tend to forget. We almost downplay. We always talk about, they drafted an offensive lineman in the first round. He's got to start. I said it the day he was drafted, or the day after he was drafted. Like, Keelan Rutledge will be your starting center. Just look at what they do, not what they say. I always use that term. Well, let's not forget they drafted a tight end in the second round. They drafted a second round tight end. That isn't someone that they just think, maybe somewhere down the road, maybe he'll be a backup. But no. You draft a tight end in the second round, you have high hopes.
No, 100%.
You have high hopes.
And they need him to get there eventually, 100%. My thought was just the idea that it happens in year 1 might be a little lofty. Are there any other established players established starters that we want to talk about in this context?
I'm curious on y'all's thoughts on this. Ed Ingram.
Yes.
You think?
We haven't talked enough about this. Yes.
Why so?
What's the nice way to do this, Johnny?
Yeah, just say it.
last year,
You've been torturing them all year last year. Don't try to clean it up now.
That's right.
Hey, man, there's more people listening. We in front of more people. It's
Actually, it was around this time when you was torturing them.
Yes, it was.
I was.
Last year.
Really, truly, I was. And in the season, I think, relative to what you had previously had and relative to what my expectations were coming in, he was much better than you could have expected last season for you at right guard.
Mm-hmm.
I went back and rewatched the 2025 season as I want to do before we head into the next year. And I was like, ooh, this is not as good as memory would have told me. And I'm like, okay, let's come in with an open mind into training camp. There's been a lot of him getting whooped out here on these practice fields. Now, it's not like he's just been flat out bad. That would be an unfair characterization of his play. But he has not been, I don't think that I've seen an improved version of Ed Ingram from last year out there on the practice fields. And maybe more technique, more opportunities, it'll come. Maybe that's the case, right? I'll put that out here. But if I'm going to be entirely honest, I've not seen a guy that I go, he is 100% definitely the right guard that helps you have an offensive line that takes you to a Super Bowl. And I think that is one that's concerning because was he not the biggest money guy of the offseason for you? When you talk about acquisitions or I guess reacquisitions, if you want to talk about that. But on top of that, the interior of the offensive line is the star of the show of this offseason, right? It's supposed to help you be able to run the football better. It's supposed to help you have better protection, especially up the middle for your quarterback, which is what you need for any quarterback in the NFL. And right now, I look at those your guards, and if we're talking about starting guards, it was supposed to feel good with Wyatt Teller and Ingram holding down either side with Keelan Rutledge in the middle. I'm a little bit more skeptical of it in this moment. The only problem is, who is the one that endangers that status for him?
Yeah, well, here's the answer, at least from where I'm sitting. You remember we talked about Tank Dell. Could his status be endangered? And we gave the reason for that. Dalton Schultz was an entirely different reason. My thinking was they want it to happen, but it may not happen for a while. When it comes to Ed Ingram, I think it's both. I think it might happen, and they want it to happen. Simply because, and you talk
if they want it to happen, then the way that they handled the contract is crazy.
Well, it is, but, we also get into camp, and it's about competition, as D'Amico Ryans often says. The problem is, Nwewu has not played well in camp, rookie, and nothing necessarily to worry about, but they did redo Jarrett Patterson's contract. Remember that for a number of reasons. Evan Brown is still around. I know he's played some center, but he's a guy that has played some guard. So I think that's a possibility. I'm actually, as much as we were giving you a hard time, I'm with you. Let me give you another name here. Not going to happen, but is there a world in which you see Tay Ursery?
No.
I said not going to happen. I agree with you. But he has not been lights out or anything close to lights out in pass protection in camp.
I can agree with that. I think that I give him a little more deference on you are going up against the baddest jokers in the league, and Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. We understand that with the edge rushers that the Texans deploy. I think I would, and this is just me being an unreasonable fan in this moment, I would have loved to see another jump happen for him, but this is when I have to lean on a truism of life and sports, is that development isn't linear. And so it's not just going to be point A, point B on an angle, and it's just going to go smooth like that. I think that this is more of what we're seeing from Ariante Ursery, in that there can be a little bit of fits and starts in development, but ultimately he still looks like a starting left tackle. He might not look like the best left tackle in the league, but I'm not sure, one, if that's necessary, and two, if he can't get there, right? I still think that there's a possibility that he can develop towards that place. And so I don't feel bad about it. Plus, as we're talking about it, right, we're talking about not just the established nature of them being endangered, and Buddy, ain't nobody coming to endanger that. Yeah. Right? Like Blake Fisher, even if he established himself as a better dude who can be useful to you on this team, more so than he was previously, I don't think that he's touching what Ariante Ursery gives for you at left tackle.
All right. I guess I'll be the one that says it. Week 9, Week 11, an established starter that might be in danger of losing their status. Is there a C.J. Stroud discussion to be had?
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, they were going to make a change in the playoffs. They were considering making a
You sure about that?
Well, trust me.
Trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. The sources here.
And you talking about Week 9?
If it is a bleep show, if all the things that we are hoping and frankly we are seeing, especially in the last scrimmage that Reggie and I were privileged to watch from the press box, he's playing well. It's not going to happen. He's their starter. He's their spoke. They're bragging about it. He's our guy, dude. If things go south,
so you mean if things go south for the whole team, or
you're saying
CJ playing?
So Reggie's shaking his head. You're saying no way, no how they're going to consider putting Davis Mills in there.
I'm not saying that, but I think that the idea of the endanger his status.
That's endangering his status. He doesn't have a contract.
I think.
Well, he does. You still have a fifth-year option, and I think that's part of it, right? He's still a dude that you look at and you go, if you get to that point with him, right? Mm-hmm. And this is a big if because I don't think that's the case. I think that he's going to be at the very, very worst serviceable for what you do.
I agree with you. But the question becomes:
if it falls off a cliff,
yes.
Then what are you then also tanking your opportunity to send him somewhere else and extract that value out?
So you mean if the team fall off the cliff or CJ?
Him.
I don't see that as like a real viability. I think with all the other conversations we've been having them in the realm of reality, and I think that this one is outside of that realm. Really,
we know the reality of what happened late in the season last year.
Yeah, I think you got to. I mean, if he's really playing that bad,
yeah.
I think they probably gonna have to make a move, especially if they are in the playoff hunt. If they trying to make the playoffs,
I can't emphasize this enough. I'm with you, Reggie. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to.
I don't know if you are.
I think he's going to be at least serviceable, or good enough to do the job for this team. But we've seen it unravel. We have seen it with our own eyes. His last real game was a complete unraveling. All I'm saying is, if we get into after the midpoint of the season, and it is unraveled, and it's not exactly what we're hoping, and the defense is still doing.
You talk about CJ's playoff CJ Stroud.
Yeah, but John, what we're doing there is that's outside of what we're talking about. Because what starter would you not go to when you go, if he looks really bad, somebody else is going to step in for him? That's the nature of sports. Like I think that's outside of the conversation of a reasonable somebody taking this status away from.
Well, not reaching your expectation and unraveling are two completely different things. If Will Anderson doesn't have a great year, he ain't getting replaced. He's just not having as great a year. Same with pretty much everyone on the defense. But given what has happened and the complete unraveling and the stakes with which they're playing, I'm just asking the question.
And I'm answering and saying, nah.
And I'm saying my answer to my question is I kind of see it happening.
I'm a little, I don't know, man, because I feel like they would have took him out at halftime. If that was the case. And they left him in there, man.
Maybe after the first couple series they were thinking about it. I don't know. I'm just hearing things.
Hey, they didn't know. It's true. I ain't see Davis Mills with his helmet on throwing the ball on the sideline like he about to come in.
No, you didn't see it.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sport 95.7 The Fan.
That's $50.
Still $50?
$25.
When did it start? It's $25. Nobody said that was the case. I was willing to put an extra. I was maybe even willing to put some
$95.07 if you say Sports Radio 6.
Wouldn't it be $95.70? Because why am I making this more difficult on myself? Yeah. You're in the loop here. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. The Astros got to win versus the Giants. Does it make you feel any better? We'll talk about that and more next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage.
281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 95.7 The Fan Style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'?
Oh, the intro changed a little bit. How did Jack
Just a little
Harlow
bit.
get in here?
I have no idea. I didn't put that in there.
Jack Harlow gonna get
I
me
just
every
roll
time.
with it. Yeah.
You remember how I used to false start all the time on this segment
with that sponsor on it.
Jack Harlow's gonna get me. He's gonna get me because I hear Big Voice Man go, all right, 95.7 The Fan. I want to jump in there, and all of a sudden here's Jack Harlow dropping into What's Poppin'. Like where'd you come from?
You know the best part about Reggie stumbling a little bit with the 95.7 versus the old station? It just kills him.
Yep.
He's not going to be able to
After
sleep.
the show, he was like, man,
he's not
this
gonna
was
be able
an awful
to
show.
sleep tonight.
It's
I
a
said
funny
it 3
bit.
times.
I'll be honest. I'm not going to beat myself up more that much about it. I think really the thing that surprised me was in the, was it 2 weeks since we announced that this flip was happening?
Haven't done it once.
Not only that,
Yeah.
like it's been in my head where I was like, I think I got a feel for it. Today it's just been, I get to the point where I need to say the name of the station, and all of the muscle memory kicks in. I'm like, where did this come from? I've been thinking about this for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The prep hasn't helped at all.
Yeah, I screwed up answering the phone.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I've been saying every time I answer Sports Radio 6, I've been saying that for years.
That's real nice of you to admit because you didn't even have to let people know that you messed up.
Yeah, no,
Everybody
that's just,
heard mine.
Like on the air, I think I got it, but on the phones, I'm just like, damn, I forgot about
You know what I'm gonna start doing? Because this is the thing. I am only in the place to make this mistake. So I'm just gonna start teeing up J-Lo randomly to say the name of the station to see if he gets it.
Oh, I'll get it right every time.
I bet you will.
I will.
Okay. All right.
Every single time.
Very good. All right. Let's get into what's popping. I'd like to start here. This is not where I would typically start. I typically start with the game that happened most recently. However, right at the end of our show, maybe a little bit after, there was an announcement that happened in the world of the NBA that does touch Houston tangentially. It's maybe more of an other places announcement. But Russell Westbrook, after 18 seasons in the NBA, 9-time All-Star MVP, he announced that he will be retiring from the National Basketball Association. How does this move Rockets fans, or if at all, is a question that I have. 713-572-4610, because the way that he was perceived in general around the NBA always fascinated me. Always.
Yeah.
But I'm very interested with the very particular way that Houston fans relate to him, especially considering the way his tenure, the way it ended, all of that.
I didn't even think of it in terms of a Rockets perspective. I just thought of it as a basketball fan. First of all, I kind of like the way he did his retirement. Just kind of, that's it. Nice little statement.
Little statement. He had Michael B. Jordan.
It was he had Michael B. Jordan doing it.
I did
Produced.
I did like he didn't say not one word.
Mm-hmm.
It was all Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah. No, I did like that. And just as a player, I mean, you hit on it. I think people are going to be discussing just how great he was, from now on, in terms of what he's done. But just an incredible player that had some, I get shortcomings. Is that right? I don't know what the right word is that are going to kind of affect his legacy.
Yeah, I think that if we're going to call them shortcomings, for lack of a better term, the things that I would point to are he's a headstrong dude, which worked for him in a good way. I always like to call Russell Westbrook a sheer power of will all-star, because Russell Westbrook, there was a lot of things that he did that he had no business doing. Like Russell Westbrook was never a good shooter.
Yeah.
Except he made a lot of shots in the league in big moments at a rate that he probably shouldn't have, just because he decided, I want to and I'm going to.
Yes.
Right? He was just, he is the epitome, mind you. If you're a parent and you have some level of interaction with small children on the up and up, and I would be like, hey, Russell Westbrook might be the ultimate. I just decided, I put my mind to it, and I made it happen.
Yeah.
He was that kind of guy. He wasn't hurt for a long period of time, all through high school, college, and into the NBA until Patrick Beverly got him that one time. He just decides that he wants to do things, on top of the fact that he's like the most stand-up dude that you could probably want in the league. Like, the thing that I never got was the way that people looked at Russell Westbrook never seemed to fit what they always say that they want from a player, because he was a family guy, wasn't really a party guy, worked his ass off by all accounts, was wildly loyal, and all that. And yet people didn't seem to like him in the way that you would imagine that they should, a star player that has all of those things going for him.
And the thing I always think about, there are very few players that you can say, if he wants to get to the basket, he's getting to the basket. You can try anything you want.
Yeah.
You can try anything. He's getting to the basket. And that's what makes him great. What you talked about and the fact that he can certainly control the ball and getting to the rim. The shortcomings are, and again, maybe there's a better word, but that's what comes to mind. He made some crucial mistakes and fell in some big moments. Not altogether his fault, but I think that's going to be the discussion with him.
Yeah. On top of that, we don't take kindly to guys that are unwilling to find some change and unwilling to kind of mutate in order to figure out a way to adapt. I guess is the way that I'm looking for, word rather that I'm looking for. And I think that left a sour taste on the back end of his because he did not mutate or he did not adapt in a way that felt palatable to what the modern NBA was in the latter half. But I implore people, just go back and watch Russell Westbrook from OKC days and the earlier portions of his career. Hell, I even appreciated him in Houston because you got to this weird place where he was kind of playing de facto center for you right before COVID pauses the NBA, and that was working in a weird way. And so I don't know. I always had an affinity for him, so I recognize that I'm a little biased here. So I had a little bit of emotion seeing him retire, but we continue to churn this. Like, he is another demonstration that the league continues to roll on. You've had a few of these, but this one feels like a milestone to me, John.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And mad respect for that guy, just as you mentioned, the sheer will, the ability to make plays, and certainly being able to be on some really great teams as well.
I think he also helped to kind of expose the James Harden, like, in a weird way. I think he was part of the reason why we look up at James Harden, we go, damn, this did not work out the way you wanted to. Because you love James Harden, but when you juxtapose James Harden with the work ethic of a Russell Westbrook, it goes, oh, this is not it. And maybe Chris Paul was a little bit more of that as well, but it was very clear that, oh yeah, these styles do not match. Some other things that are popping, well, I guess happy trails, to Russell Westbrook before, but other things that are popping, the Astros got a series win. They finished a road trip 3-3. If we're not worried about how it looked, cool.
How about that base running?
Baseball. The base. How about the base running? How about the actual run production? How about the bottom of the lineup? How about the top of the lineup? Like, none of that looked good in this game or in this series. You just did enough. And what was a weird bullpen, even the actual pitching itself.
Yeah, the way they worked the bullpen early was weird. But again, Imai got his stuff going, so that was always good. He had that little weird slider happening again.
But I mean,
but it was good.
Loaded the bases up. They issued a crazy amount of walks.
Yeah.
You ended up, because you went with the opener and you wanted to get Imai a clean inning, you used two pitchers before you even get to the second inning. Imai comes in and he gets through what was it, 3 innings? And it wasn't all that great looking either. I mean, ultimately they were scoreless through, after Brian King allows the first run in the game, they're scoreless through the remaining 8 1/3 innings. Is that correct? And wild. It was the results.
Yeah.
But the way that it looked weird, and I don't know how to make those things jive. I do feel good about what this bullpen is, but I just keep looking up and I go, it can't look like this.
Yeah, it just didn't look. It was disjointed as wins go, but hey, got the win against the bad team, which is what you wanted to do. And now, you come home for the Mariners series, and you got the 3 best pitchers coming up in a row. So that's exactly what you wanted to see. Yeah.
Who are your 3 best pitchers?
Don't you have Wesneski, Peter Lambert, and Hunter Brown?
I mean,
isn't that the
Lambert, Wesneski, Brown? Yeah.
Yeah.
Has that felt spiritually like actually your 3 best pitchers of late?
It's the best. Maybe I should put it this way: your best 3 options. Your best 3 options.
And that's what I'm pointing to, right? Like that's the thing that feels like this road trip. And of course, you're on the road, right? West Coast, it's a little bit different. I imagine that all those things factor in, body clock, all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But man, it's been a real swing back, hasn't it? After you have the Astros, just a barnstorming team of sorts in the way that they had played to get themselves back above 500 in the top of the AL West, which they do still remain, mind you.
Yeah.
But the last few games, even in getting victories, it's been like, man, this is a top-heavy lineup that the top of the lineup has not looked all that good, although you did have Jeremy Pena break out of his slump over this last series. He needs to be better. Jordan's got to come back up. Like, it's just, you need more of that to show up, and then your starters have just got to look much better. Even when he's technically not a starter, you have Tatsuya Imai in doing that bulk pitcher thing, and even that looked a little funny, even though you got the results. Like, even when it looks good, it doesn't, if that makes sense.
The base running thing was just hilarious to me. I mean, those are the things that can just absolutely kill you. It's fortunate you're playing a bad team. And stretch run. begins right here at home.
Yeah, they've got a 3-game set versus the Mariners this weekend, and that I was going to say that matters, but also like the entirety of the AL West. I've circled back to this where I just go, none of this is particularly good.
No, it's almost like the division. It matters because that's the easiest path to get to the postseason, and you're leading the division. But it's really you just need wins. You just need wins. It doesn't matter who your opponent is at this point. Yeah.
Does the quality of like their actual play, does it look right?
No, absolutely not. That's why just get
of the effort is what I'm kind of trying to get.
Yeah,
to.
the effort is not nearly. It's not nearly good enough to get through any postseason series. Not even close right now.
No.
Yeah.
Well, night off today, and then they'll be back in action, as I mentioned, Dyken Park starting on Friday, tomorrow, with a 3-game set versus the Mariners. It'll be Hayden Wesneski. Or is it Lambert? I immediately forgot which one will be on the bump. We'll talk
Lambert,
about that more
Wesneski,
tomorrow.
Hunter Brown.
There we go. Thank you very much for that. And then one more thing to mention. Tonight on 95.7 The Fan, Texans versus the Chargers. You'll hear that starting at 4 a.m. or 4 p.m. rather, when not 4 a.m. 4 p.m. when pregame starts with.
You don't want to listen to this station at 4 a.m.
Why not? Why not? We're here for you.
Ain't nothing
the whole
important
time.
on there during
Bite
that time.
me, 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Be there.
Very good. All right, you're in the loop here on.
No, I'm just playing.
I'm taking that to Parker. That's you. All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 Fan.
God Almighty.
I'm blaming you because I was trying to get out of the segment. Y'all started doing stuff. That's on y'all. Y'all paying that one. But coming up next, let's talk about this preseason game that the Texans have coming up this evening. Who are you most excited to see in this game for the Texans? 713-572-4610 is the number. Text in and we'll talk about it next.
95.7 The Fan is here. The best. Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston. Your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Crystal clear on your FM dial. In fact, if you've heard us saying that and you just didn't believe us, I would like to take you to the testimonials, where we've got folks letting us know all over the city that they can hear us loud and clear. Somebody was like, "Oh man, I'm in the garage. I can actually hear y'all. I can just have my lunch out here."
They warm the heart.
Somebody said they don't have to turn their radio up as loud. I hadn't even considered that, right?
Yeah.
With the static or whatever on the AM dial. Some people were just cranking the radio up to be able to understand it a little bit better. Oh, no, loud and clear here. And then someone else even mentioned that, they used to use the Odyssey app. They said, I'll be damned if you don't even sound clearer than the Odyssey app is.
I've seen a couple of those, yeah.
That's wild. Wow. Yeah, man. And to be fair, if you are tuned over to 95.7 The Fan, over from 610, and you're going, this is too much. I get it. It's too much to hear all this bass coming through the voices. You're not used to it. It's fine. Take breaks. You can bounce back and forth.
Yeah,
That's
we got
also
some audio experts on the text line too, man.
Yeah, we do. They're telling you what to turn up.
You need to turn the gain down.
Well, Figgy, do you need to turn the gain down?
Hey, I don't control all of that, man. I control what's in front of me.
Yeah.
No, sincerely, we appreciate all of the give and take that you guys have given us on the text line, the various different ways you can talk back. A lot of congratulations coming in, and apparently we have to go to the phone line for another one.
Yeah, man, we got Josh out. I want to say he's listening to us in Detroit. Josh, what's up?
Hey, is this the spot? I was hoping to hear Pat Benatar. John, can you play Pat Benatar for me? It's Malcolm at Tootsie's in Miami.
Oh, God. I
was wondering if you could play Richard Marx for me, John.
Yeah, so we heard that at Tootsie's in Miami, actually.
I think we did. John, the best part about moving to FM now is when you're hitting on chicks and you say, I work on 6:10 a.m., they no longer say, oh, my dad listens to that. So we're on FM now. We're cooking.
We are cooking on FM. I need to start wearing like some polyester shirts and things like that.
Well, hey, look, you're cooking. This is a big deal for you. You've moved to FM and things are going good. John McClane's got a new movie coming out called Spring Breakers 2, right? So we got that. Everybody's doing good. I mean, I just think it could get bigger than that. Then I hear you guys have moved to FM, but I do want to think of this, John and Reg and everybody and Figgy. Understand that there's some poor bastard that woke up this morning that turned on the radio expecting to hear Phil Collins. And they heard you guys breaking down a preseason football game. So think about those people while you're patting yourselves on the back.
That's fair.
Remember that.
If only there was someone who really enjoyed singing karaoke that could break into a Phil Collins song right now on cue.
She's an easy lover.
Great song.
Get a hold on you, believe it. And Philip Bailey.
Yes.
But another thing, guys, and this is, again, a very important thing, a very big day, a red-letter date in history for this radio station. But I do want to pass along that 97.5 is trying to combat you guys by moving to CB. So, so you may not want to get too comfortable yet. The ham radio listeners are coming for you guys.
Yeah, but those big antennas.
Yeah, big time on their Trans Ams as they're trying to pick you guys up. But at least you're off of AM now, so the only thing left there is church and 790.
Miss you, big fella. whoever you are.
I miss you guys. I love you very much, John. You know that.
I know it.
This is a wonderful time for you guys. You've moved into the 20th century in technology.
That's right. That's right.
Don't tell anyone it's the 21st.
We'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, exactly.
Much appreciate the call, man.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Reggie and everybody, Figgy, John, you guys are doing great. And I do want to say one thing, though.
Yeah.
That we do want to give I want to give a shout out to Rick Kamla, who couldn't be here for this, and that makes me sad. I feel like he would have loved this.
Just missed it, honestly. He just missed it. I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for calling in.
Lord.
Have a good one, guys.
The one and only. The one and only. You said that's Josh from Detroit?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yep.
Josh from Detroit.
That's
huh?
right.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate you, Josh, for the congratulations and the comedy routine. You didn't expect to get that on 95.7.
That's a quick little stand-up right there, man.
A tight five.
Yeah.
Tight five.
Tight five.
All right, let's do a little bit of preseason talk as Josh was talking about. Who are you most excited and interested to see tonight on the field at Reliant Stadium? There's a few names that come to mind.
Well, it just changed a few minutes ago.
Right. Well, I don't know if did it change for you? You didn't expect what was going to happen here? Because
Yes.
Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 doing a little bit of that reporting. He's saying that the Texans' starting offensive line, including rookie center Keelan Rutledge, is set to play about a series. That is where he is at. Davis Mills will play briefly at quarterback before Graham Mertz takes over duty for the remainder. The names that he has out here are C.J. Stroud, David Montgomery, Woody Marks, Nico Collins, and the remaining of the guys that you would anticipate are resting today.
Didn't it change for you? I mean, you get the starting offensive line out there. I don't care who they're going against.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I didn't know that it was going to be the entirety of the starting offensive line out there, but I appreciate that, and I am happy that is the case.
Yeah.
They need to develop some continuity there, and I don't know that they've been so good in the early portions of camp to where I go, I feel comfortable. I want to see them continue to band together, being out there, especially the likes of Keelan Rutledge, and have more opportunities to snap. I mean, we've talked about it. He has so few snaps under his belt, even him snapping to his wife, right?
Yeah.
There's so few snaps that getting him in a game type feel, getting him for the feel of starting a game in real, I think all of that is going to be important for us. So I'm glad that he has that alongside the guys that are most likely to be around him when you reach week one on that same field versus Buffalo.
Yeah, no, that's where the focus is probably going to be mostly, and as well it should be. I do want to see the entire line. Obviously there's going to be a lot of the other specialists and other players not playing, but the line playing is going to be important to me. He also reported Marlon Klein expected to play a lot of snaps.
I think Marlon Klein plays damn near the whole game.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it at all.
Well, here's the thing. Let's just play this game like this. You expect him to play or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I did before.
Dalton Schultz?
No, not at all.
Foster Moreau?
No.
Well, if that's the case, there's only three other tight ends.
I was going to say a little bit.
Like, there's only three other tight ends after that are available, and those
Yeah.
guys are Marlon Klein, Cade Stover, and Lane Pryor. Because remember, Brevin Jordan's still day-to-day, although what if they do the thing where they all of a sudden pull him out of nowhere after not practicing for a little bit and put him in the game, right?
But
Like,
even if
that's
they
just
don't, I mean,
unreasonable.
they would have three. Like you said, Lane Pryor would be the other one. So, yeah, I would expect Marlon Klein to play a lot.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that is number one for me when excited and interested are the words that I bring up when it comes to this game. I want to see him. He has wowed me personally at camp, and that's in part because I probably had too low of an expectation of him coming in. I will recognize that and raise my hand about that. With that being the case, all that sounds good. How often do you have preseason and not even preseason, training camp all-star that you get to the field and you go, maybe not so much.
Right. Yeah.
And so that is the first thing I want to see, because as we've talked about and we've kind of, danced around, he has the opportunity to be a real impactful player for you. Not just a dude that plays, but a dude that could be impactful if what we're seeing translates to the field. This is your first opportunity to see if that does indeed translate.
Right. And then to your other point of excited to see this player or that player. I mean, we've got to start with the ones, preseason games being, so meaningless for so many players, not meaningless for those that are really making a splash in camp. And let's see if it translates to the field. Colin Wright. Colin Wright is a big one.
That's the other one that I
think
had.
Lewis Bond is a big one.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think you've named 3 of the 6 guys that I wrote down immediately, and I scratched out when I was like, okay, who are the guys that I'm most excited and interested to see? As we've talked about, Marlon Klein, Colin Wright is number 2.
Yeah.
Because again, he has been incredible. Same right as Klein, or same reasoning rather as Marlon Klein, just in a different package. Because he has been. There hasn't been a day that has passed where he did not make a play, which is. This is got to be a coach's dream when you bring in a player, especially undrafted free agent at camp, is just he makes a play every single day.
You're not exaggerating. Literally every day he's done something that we okay, you kind of make a notice of it.
And so if you get him into a football game and he's able to show you that same level of tenacity, that same level of production, now we're talking about cornerback depth being completely erased as an issue, right? Because if you have him as a viable cornerback 4, cornerback, just solid depth guy, what we've talked about, you're not going to be able to stave off a drop-off if you happen to lose playing time from Derek Stingley Jr. or Kamari Lassiter, your 2 starting cornerbacks.
Yeah.
But you will feel a lot better about a dude that could come in and play and compete right on the field. And that's really what you ask for when you're talking about depth players, especially when you have guys that are so good on the front line, is do you have guys that'll come in and continue to compete? Colin Wright shows like that's the case.
Yeah.
This is an opportunity to see it on the field. And it speaks also to, because I went back, and Colin Wright, obviously undrafted free agent, I went to my Bible of draft picks and draft experts, which is Dane Brugler's The Beast for The Athletic. And some of the things that were written down as his weaknesses were like being a little too handsy or grabby in circumstances, and maybe having like recovery speed or maybe the lack thereof. I think that those are things that should show up in a football game. So if there's any concerns to be had for Colin Wright, I imagine you start seeing them tonight.
Yeah. Anybody else on your list? Because I think those are 3 good ones. Marlon Klein, Colin Wright, Lewis Bond. Anyone else on your list? Because I've got one that I know it may not even be on the roster. I just like what I see out of this kid, and that's Noah Whittington. I just like the way he plays football.
Why do you say he might not be on the roster?
I mean, because he's an undrafted running back that has shown some things in training camp, but they got 3 guys already, and so maybe someone else they'll bring in, or someone else that will
practice squad or something.
Yeah, but I like his running style. I just just watching the way he runs.
Has the injury to Jawar Jordan not given you a little bit of possibility here? Because you liked it, and I don't think you're alone, right? I think that the Texans coaching staff likes what Noah Whittington is. We talked about, we noted when D'Amico Ryans was speaking in one of his press conferences after one of the days of practice, was it earlier this week, maybe last week, where he says he's the descriptions that he uses to talk about Noah Whittington are the same ones that he talks about the guys that he really values and respects, right? Great vision, presses, sets up his blocks well, does a great job with, running hard. All those things are the types of things that D'Amico Ryans or any football coach would love about a running back. Those are the descriptions that they use for Noah Whittington. And so availability matters, especially because Jawar Jordan, they were forced to use him last year by the time that he ends up getting in. I've always wondered what their actual relationship is to willingness to play him. And if Noah Whittington shows really well, I don't think that it's implausible to see that the availability of Noah Whittington could put him in a place where he gets some love here.
I don't know the kid. I just like the way he runs. He's just one that kind of pops, even though he hadn't necessarily had huge runs or anything. Just nice, solid runs. He had a good touchdown run on one scrimmage, but that would be about it. Anybody else for you?
Some other names that come up here, and somebody asked, Jawar Jordan got hurt. I think he's dealing with a little bit of a hip thing. They said it's about a week. But I don't imagine that we're seeing anybody come back to playing for the Texans in a preseason game, right? I think that they would want to ramp any of those guys up, and we have not seen Jawar Jordan for quite a few a number of days, and so I don't imagine that you see him by any means in the game today. The other names that I have written down, Kai Kroger.
Yeah, I mean,
he looked a lot better in that scrimmage on Tuesday. He looked really good in it. And I say that, and you know that that's not a small thing because I've been pretty hateful to what I've seen from him. But he looked really good. Does that continue to look like that, especially when D'Amico has told us that they are going to value, and Caserio, I believe as well, they're going to value gameplay in the actual games when it comes to their evaluations here.
No, and I think his job, even though they released Stonehouse, his job is still not secure.
I don't think so.
Because it's so important, and he has had some hiccups here and there, but he did perform better in the more recent practice.
And so is that the real Kai Kroger, right? To quote the great Marshall Mathers, will the real Kai Kroger please stand up so that we can evaluate on whether or not this is going to be useful. Also, to see if he's holding, because they talk about holding being
so important.
Which, boy, do I feel silly being like, well, we need to see the holder on this. Let's see what that looks like.
It's all right. We talked about Graham Mertz today already, so we can talk about holding.
We did. The other two names that I threw in here. Is it weird for me putting Blake Fisher in here?
No, God, he was on my list.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my other one. He has to, he's on thin ice. And it's not just me, Figgy. I mean, I think a lot of people are.
I think it's fair to say.
Is he on actual thin ice or is he on proverbial thin ice here?
I think he's on actual thin ice. And I don't know if they like what they've seen or not. He hasn't really shown a lot one way or the other. He's given a couple sacks, but who hasn't? At the tackle position on this team.
No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal on this team when you're facing that defense. But he can, he's one of those guys, I can't afford to give up a big play today.
Yeah.
He just can't afford it.
He fight for his job on this team.
Yes.
Well, is he? Because who's taking the job? That's the thing that is why I asked, is he on real ice or just kind of proverbial ice?
I think he is.
I don't know that there's another tackle taking his job. You need to have 4 of these things.
Yeah.
And he is the 4th guy with a fairly large chasm in my mind to whoever the 5th is, whether it's Hagan or Neal and Buddy. Chasm is the word that I will use very intentionally. I just want to see, it's less about him losing his job and more how is Reginald Atatula going to feel in the instance that he has to play actual factual football, right? Is it one of those, okay, I think we can make this, or is this where your heart drops into your stomach because he's on the field? That's what I'm really looking for.
Again, you can't. That's why he can't afford to have a bad moment.
Yeah, this is a 2nd round pick in his third year.
Yeah,
it's his 3rd season. I just don't know if they cool with him just being kind of. He ain't even average at this point, man. I don't even know what he is.
No,
I don't know if that's going to keep him on this squad.
The other name that I put in, the final name that I'll say that I was considering for the guys that I'm most excited and interested to see tonight, I saw some people say Caden McDonald. Fair, but that's not necessarily the one that comes to mind for me. I used Wade Woodaz as a touch point. I want to see which of these guys actually shows up in game circumstance for the linebacker position.
Fair.
Whether it's Woodaz, Marte Mapu is a guy who we haven't talked about a lot, but he continues to roll with the 2s when they put that defense out there. Which of these guys looks like they're more likely, more apt to be that 3rd linebacker? Because that's one of the last roles that you think that you're going to see consistently from this Texans team that is not necessarily solidified. Who is going to be that linebacker 3, especially when they go to their base defense and are really trying to stop the run? So, all right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. See, I stopped myself that time. Look, hey, I got a little ding.
He was ready. He had his finger on both buttons.
That's good positive reinforcement. I need that. Coming up next, we still give you the staples that you've come to know. We'll get you your lunchtime confessions here in the loop next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on 95.7 The Fan.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I guess, fellas, the first day of 95.7 The Fan is as good a day as any to confess something very personal.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Hillary Duff loves me. Like, legitimately loves me.
Okay,
how
Cowboy.
you know this?
Well,
trust me, bro.
I think it's a friend of her, the cousin of a friend that works for her, texted. No, that's backwards. Some cousin.
Trust me, bro. Sources.
Who works for Hillary.
My third cousin, sisters, brothers.
Among all the texts we got, that one definitely stood out. Because this person texted and said their cousin, that's what it is, their cousin works for Hillary Duff, and Hillary Duff, which first of all, yeah, but
you managed to.
There were so many.
That should hear me out.
Yeah, I've ever heard.
That should hear me out.
Oh boy,
you could have just said hi.
Yeah.
You could have just said hi, Hillary.
Lopez over there turning red.
Which, first of all, Hillary Duff.
Chill out.
Hey there. Apparently listens to this show and to us.
I can't believe that.
Religiously.
They're going to send just our show back to 610. They're going to be like, the Payne and Pendergast, the drive, y'all can stay. Area 45, y'all good.
We waited all these years to start acting the fool.
To go back.
No. Like, I believe the text. That was good enough for me. Hillary Duff apparently listens all the time and loves us. And my second point is come through. Right?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Obviously, yes.
If she's that big a fan
100%.
And that big a fan of sports,
she got to come studio.
Through.
No, I don't know if we need to put her in studio.
Absolutely.
It's a hazard.
Are we gonna,
Have you not heard the way John's talking? That's a hazard for her.
But see, it's also a hazard her calling in. I'm not sure if that's her or not.
Yeah, we got to get her in studio.
I need to believe this.
Oh, you think that this might be another person that's name is Hillary Duff, but it's not the Hillary Duff?
Yeah, no, I just can't believe it, man. Like, really?
She loves us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe that, man.
Why not?
I don't know, man. She was all this time listening to AM radio.
Well, now she's even more so.
I know, man.
Yeah.
And even if she did, the 281 might be right. It might just be, and it's over. Like it's you just killed it.
I
It's
just
now
ruined
done.
it for
She
everyone.
ruined it. Yep.
I ruined it for everyone.
You scared the you know what.
She knows I'm kidding.
You scared the girl.
I don't know if she does. Well, if she does indeed listen, then she will know that's your sense of humor. Damn, I hate you might be right.
Yeah.
But I still
Come through, Hillary.
Yeah, look, Hillary, I apologize for him. I don't take any responsibility. I just feel like I should apologize.
Somebody said she may have until now.
That's right. That's right.
These are my confessions.
I have to confess to being an idiot.
Okay. I mean, nobody's complaining.
Yeah, I figured.
Nobody's disagreeing. Yeah.
But I figured that you might be interested in the particular reason why I'm an idiot.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. Did you hear about last night the celestial happening that was going on, Mr. Weatherman?
What was it?
The Perseid meteor shower.
How did that slip? Oh, I saw something. Yeah, there was a peak like between 4 and 7 p.m.
Yeah, or AM.
AM, yeah.
Rather. But it was one of those things where at night you were supposed to be able to see the Perseid meteors, which is most visible like once a year.
Yeah.
And this is that time period. Now, I stood outside of the parking garage of my apartment complex, staring up into the Houston sky, hoping to maybe see a shooting star.
There is nothing wrong with that.
You know what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I live literally in the loop.
Yeah, you probably
There's
have
just there's all this light
too much
pollution
going on.
It's way too much light pollution. I didn't try at all.
Yeah.
To like go out to like Rosenberg or nothing. I ain't hitting no homies out and see like, oh, can I come over to your spot to be able to see this a little bit clearer?
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of I'm in the middle of near Uptown here.
Look it. No, that's a street light.
Yeah.
Right.
You can't even see a star.
I'm talking about 45 minutes with my neck craned, and my head looking straight up into the sky, just looking at stars and going, wait, did that one move? Mm-hmm. Wait, did that one move? And I there was at least one person that drove up the garage, parked, walked, and I could feel the periphery from my periphery. I didn't look over at them. I kept in the sky because I was dead set on seeing this meteor. Yeah. But I was just like, they think I'm an idiot right now, and they're probably right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good effort though.
But at least I tried.
Yes, you did.
These are my confessions.
All right, so on the way to work today, this morning, specifically, I want to say it was around 6:30 this morning, about 6:30, 6:40. And I was in the car. I usually have it on 610. And I decided, I'm like, wait a minute, I need to program my my car, my preset to 95.7. And mind you, this is like 6:40 now. And so 95.7, the spot is still playing.
Yeah.
And I turned it on, and it was a song. It was a song called "Send Me an Angel" by Real Life.
Okay.
That was on, and I'm like, okay, I'm jamming. I cut it up a little bit. I was just there to hit the preset, and so at this point, I didn't turn it up a little bit. I'm driving, and then after that, Billie Jean from Michael Jackson came on.
Heck yeah!
So I'm like, okay, it looked like I'm 2 for 2 right here. So I'm jamming. The next song, Wild Cherry, play that funky music, white boy.
Okay, we are. So man, you was cooking.
I'm like, man, they ain't cooking, man. I gotta confess, I'm a little teary-eyed. I'm like, man, this going away for us jokers. I'm like, man, look, man, like listening to the radio, especially music, sometimes it's rare to get 3 good songs in a row, man. Usually you get a good 2, and then they put on something you do not like. But I'm like, man, they jamming right now, man. I'm like, I didn't know they played all of this. So I got a little teary-eyed a little bit, man.
Well, this is why it's great if you have the Odyssey app, because you can still listen to that same great music, 95.7 The Spot, on the Odyssey app. So you don't have to lose that.
And it's also, and I know everybody keep talking about HD. This 95.7 The Spot will be on HD3.
Yeah.
So if you still got the HD radio, just go to HD3. So 2 clicks over.
You know what's funny is as you doing that, you know what I did this morning?
What?
I changed my Gmail signature in the loop. 95.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
10 a.m. 2 p.m.
I forgot.
There's so many little things when you have a major change like this.
I changed my sig.
You know how who I feel for most? The women who get married and change their name.
Oh yeah,
because there's so many little things in places stuff, where you got to remember.
Yeah.
And I feel kind of like that, where I'm like, oh well, yeah, here on the text line it says the reply back. We got to make sure we change it there. Yeah. And oh man, you just reminded me I need to go and change my email signature. Like there's a lot of places. So I feel for all you ladies out there when y'all getting married, deciding to change your names. It's a lot of work. Got to go through all the bureaucracy.
Forms.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
If I was a woman, I wouldn't want to change my
cards.
Yeah, I wouldn't change it just off of the strength because I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that paperwork. I hate it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Every once in a while, a player that you like, respect, follow, does something that makes you completely change your opinion of him.
Really?
That happened today. I liked Jaden Daniels. I voted for him.
I'm glad you bring this up.
I voted for him to win the Heisman Trophy.
I'm glad you bring this up.
I think the world of Jaden Daniels. I thought he was an electric player, even when he's running all over the Aggies and everything else. I really like that guy. Dead. That is dead for what he did. I guess he's done it recently, but it came to news today. So apparently, he sent a cease and desist to LSU, his alma mater. Now, he didn't say this in the actual complaint, but the story is he did this to stop using all his name, image, likeness, etc., because they gave another player his number.
Number 5, that number 5 jersey.
The number 5 jersey. And it changed. Like my opinion of Jaden Daniels, boom, like flipping a station.
Okay, so you think that he's just like flat out wrong here?
Yeah, get over yourself. Get over yourself. It's up to the school when and where they give out these numbers. They have not given out a Joe Burrow number, and apparently that was one of the things that
correct
that upset him.
I believe that they're moving towards retiring that number 9,
and they should. I mean, they absolutely should. It's up to them. It's up to them to decide, and maybe out of respect, you can call him or whatever. Maybe they did. But my opinion of Jaden Daniels changed with the flip of a switch.
I think you might be going a little hard here.
I am
Because
not.
at first I felt like that, and then I stopped and I went, do you know how many Heisman winners Louisiana State University has had?
Isn't it 3?
It is 3 of them.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is one of them.
Okay.
Joe Burrow's the other.
Okay.
Or one of the others, right?
And Billy Cannon.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
I was like, that happened way back before the telephone. I don't know. But I'm joking, of course. But yeah, man, I think that he should have a level of deference here. And I get how you go.
He should not do this.
Well, here's the thing. If they had not already been in a place where like we're clearly not giving away that, putting that 9 back out in rotation, and we're probably, if they hadn't already gotten to a place where we know that they're likely going to hang up that number 9 and retire it, I could get why this is frustrating. I am with you though. You called the lawyers on this?
Yes. What are we doing?
You took your ball and went home in a legal sense?
Why don't you pick up the phone? Why don't you talk to someone? Why don't you whatever? Just figure it out. This is sorry.
Can
man.
I ask? I'm gonna just throw this out here. I'm not making any assumptions. Do you feel like a lot of this is due to his management, aka his mom?
I hadn't thought of that.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
And
because she controlling a lot of stuff, man. She got her hands in a lot of different situations when it comes to him. I wonder if she kind of got in his ear and said, hey, nah, we got to do this the right way.
No. Well, somewhat. I don't want to make it seem like, oh man, that villainous woman, right? Because I don't know if that's fair
that's his
here.
management though.
But yeah,
that's his that's the person that runs everything for him.
Right, and I would probably go to the similar place if this was another person whose management was not their mother specifically. Like I know that she's very controlling of what happens within him, and like she has a large hand in it. But I'm not doing this as like, yo, his mama did this. But he has the whole responsibility for it because this is your management speaking for you. So yeah, no, I do think that I think that both sides end up being wrong here, which is not really ever too fun. Because I do think that this is a level of respect. Because at first I was like, yeah, man, they won that national championship, and LSU has won. Do you know how many championships Louisiana State has?
Yeah,
they've won 4 of these, right? And this is the most recent. And then you have like the Nick Saban joint in, what was that? 03? Is that the right year? Yeah, that's meaningful. But he also won a Heisman, and I can understand how you go, hey, I would like y'all to give me some of the deference that y'all are giving Joe Burrow.
Yeah, look, I get that you can argue about the validity of giving away the number, not giving away the number, how it should have been passed. What I'm saying is this is your school. You won the Heisman Trophy for them. They have your pictures everywhere, and now you're telling them to take them down. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Take them all down. This particular thing is what made me change.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I feel you. I thought this was nasty business, but I also I don't want to ignore. I don't think he's wrong for the sentiment.
It's gonna get ugly.
I don't think he's wrong for the sentiment. I'm sorry.
It's gonna get ugly overall when people start doing this though.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think this is a trend? You think
I think
people
so.
about to start doing this in
especially
football?
if he winning and all that stuff, man. Like a lot of these colleges kind of bank on that. Like look who played in our stadium and pictures and stuff like that. That's kind of like a selling point. And now you got to take all that down?
Hold on, friend. I don't know what case you're trying to make. I just want to point out that this very particular word that you used on the text line jarred me. Someone said Burrow had a legendary team and a natty. Daniels had a bleep team and just the Heisman. Just should never be close to the Heisman. Just the Heisman is insane.
It's a participation trophy.
I don't even know. I think you might even be close to what I'm trying to say, but we can't put just next to the Heisman. I just want to be clear about that. That can't be the way to handle this.
I'll give you that.
All right, you're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Come on, Fig. You got to give it to me. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I want to throw you off. I feel like you're rolling.
No, I need
He's
it.
in a groove
I
now,
got you.
Figgy.
At this point, I need it.
Yeah.
I need the
got you.
positive reinforcement here. Coming up next, we do this on every Thursday here in the loop. Buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks at Sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing.
Guests on 95.7 The Fan join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I know y'all not trying to fight with me on this text line about the Heisman Trophy Award.
Just the Heisman.
Are we really doing that right now?
Just a piece of metal.
That's okay.
It's become a quarterback award rather than
No, wasn't Adam Silver. I got my sports mixed up.
Manfred.
Yeah, Rob Manfred.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on
95.7 The Fan.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to keep you on your toes too. I'm going to keep you on your toes too.
Man. I got you.
Is there how many awards are more prestigious than the Heisman Trophy?
Individual in any sport?
Yes.
I mean, MVPs in the professional league. And not a whole lot after that, right?
Yeah, man. Y'all not going to get me on this. I'm going to be honest. Like, this is real hard pressed.
Do you feel like that's more important than them winning the national championship?
No.
Personally.
I mean, no, but I don't think this should be like if you don't win a national championship and win a Heisman, we can't give you a level of respect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do think that there's some validity there. Telling them to take all your pictures down because of it might be a little much.
So if he would have won a national championship but no Heisman, then that would have made the case for him he'd have a point there.
No, actually, I think I'd rather go this way. I'd rather see you win the Heisman and not rather, right? If you're a fan, you want to win the national championship. But I think if he was in that circumstance that you're setting up, Fig, and they had won a championship with him there, but he had not won the Heisman, I don't know that his case is stronger than what he has.
Oh, to do this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because that was a team thing, and to his point, they're promoting him as a Heisman winner.
Yeah.
Even still, kind of crazy that all.
Yeah.
Not if he wins his court case or whatever it may be.
And somebody said, "Hey, big dog, worry about your NFL career right now."
Yeah.
All right, let's do a little buy or sell, John. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. J-Lo, what you got?
All right. Are you guys buying or selling? You know what? I'm going to start with the fun one. I'm going to start with a really, really fun one. Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood on playing Ohio State. Quote, "It's just another game."
Get out of here with that, man.
I knew that would get Figgy going.
Get out of here with that. That is not another
Don't say
game.
bye. Please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't.
Where Bryce Underwood from?
God almighty.
Where's he from?
You're going to do it, aren't you?
It don't even matter where he's from.
That's crazy.
He's wearing Michigan right now, man.
He's a Detroit guy. He's a Detroit guy.
You can't buy this then, man.
Here's the thing.
You know, I kind of want to hear you say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to go ahead and
make the
hear you
case.
say it.
I can buy this from a player perspective of they try to, keep all these games the same. The biggest thing is like you have to sell it just because ain't nobody trying to hear that, especially them people on your campus. At Ohio State, they be going around their campus and putting X's over literally any M that occur. And when I say that, it sounds like, oh man, they do most of the M's. No, you're hearing me wrong. Any M that shows up on a sign, a paper, a building, they cross out the M's. And equally, like the folks in Michigan be doing all sorts of like kooky stuff as well. Mm-hmm. This matters to them in a way that, like we say it, where if you lose every other game but win this game, you're cool. This is one of those places where that might be true, you know? And so, yeah, man, you might be thinking that you're doing the right thing and, you know, being a player and making all these games the same and we're just going to have the same level of effort. Nah, man, this is backward hustle, brother.
Yeah, he is flat out lying. Mm-hmm. He is a liar, man. Like, no, I know in that locker room they got this circled. And I think it's at a point you ain't got to circle this.
Yeah.
Said, all right, when we play Ohio State, and nah, man, they blocked the doggone logo after the game last year, man.
Yeah, he's
like,
lying.
Nah, they lying. That's not just another game.
And even if the thing is, hey, they're all important, and if you lose this one, it's still lying. Sell.
Not in college.
Sell, Mortimer, sell. All right, you guys buying or selling this? Staying in college football. One Joey McGuire. From Texas Tech University. Quote, "We are the most hated team in college football, and I absolutely love it." That second part to me, I think is key. We are the most hated team in college football, and I absolutely love it.
I'll sell this. The reason why I was considering buying it is, don't forget, he's a high school coach, right? And not to denigrate high school coaches, but they seem to thrive on some of that other stuff.
Yeah.
Some of that extra stuff. And so I do think that that's one of those things where he would like to be like, yeah, man, nobody believes in you, that type of bulletin board material. However, He's over here clamoring for teams to schedule non-conference games with Texas Tech. And you know what hurts that? The fact that nobody likes you.
Yes.
So I don't believe that you love it because it actively is hurting your capability to build a schedule that you want, which has now become a point of contention for college football when it comes to making the playoffs. So, no, I don't think you love it in all facets and forms.
Yeah, I'm actually buying it, man. I think you ever seen somebody, I guess, get disrespected and they say, all right, I'm going to just use this for fuel.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's using this. Maybe not in the long run. Maybe it might hurt him in the long run. But I think right now, I think he's probably selling this to his team like, hey, nobody here likes you. They're not giving you a chance. And that's the dorky college football thing.
I'm actually with Reggie on this one because I think I could buy it, but he can't love this because it hurts the standard or standing of their team potentially in terms of, playoff, because their schedule is not that good and it could hurt them in terms of, playoff standing, et cetera. So I am with you on this one. All right. Are you buying this one or are you selling this one? I was going to say Vic Fangio, but I think Jalen Carter said it as well. So I'll use the Jalen Carter one. Jalen Hurts, quote, looks faster. He's actually at 28 years old, faster than he's ever been.
This one's going to be a real difficult one for me to buy here. Like I'm going to sell this because this very much slides into one of our favorite cliches as a show. You want to say it with me?
Best shape of his life.
He's in the best shape of his life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this, just no. Yeah. I can't believe this. What I do wonder if he's trying to speak to here is, does that guy look more confident running the football and utilizing his legs? Because it does feel like that was something that they could really use to help the Eagles, or the Eagles help themselves find a level of stasis again. It felt like he was not doing that enough to help their offense. So I do wonder if that was just like a kind of a carrot on a stick to help continue to push him towards where they want him to be to help their offense be better than it was last year for certain.
Yeah, I'm selling it. I just, to me, like, I'm not trying to hear this from a quarterback at the age of 28 that been in the league this long. Like, oh, he's actually faster now.
Yeah.
Like, nah, like it'd be one thing if he was a running back and you trim down or you slim down and all that stuff, and now you're a little faster. But I don't know. I'm not buying this.
Yeah, I want to. Maybe they're just using him more, as Reggie kind of alluded to. And it looks like, hey, he's running more. It's harder to catch him. We can't really touch him in training camp, so he must be faster. I kind of want to believe it, but I think it's more of what you said. Okay, are you buying or selling this? Rashi Rice said that going to jail was, quote, a learning experience and a reality check, and he's actually better for it. He just alluded to the last part, yeah.
I sure hope so. I am skeptical, though. And maybe this is just because it feels like he's had way too many in quick succession mess-ups, so to say.
Yeah.
Right? And it didn't help the way that he walked out of jail when he did. Or
ran.
or ran evading cameras in a way that did not fully make sense to me still. I could believe that maybe he's taken time to actually think about this, but I still... The things that we have seen to get him here in the last, handful of months did not make me feel like this was the quote that I was going to get from him.
Yeah.
I hope that that's the case, but this feels more like a media training, PR training kind of answer to give as opposed to an actual lesson that was learned. Ultimately, I want that to be the case.
Sure.
I just don't fully buy it.
I'm selling it, man. I feel like, he didn't even stay in jail long enough to actually understand, like, man, I need to change my life. And the way, like you said, the way he ran out of there, it looked like it was all a joke.
Yeah.
And I know some people that went back and forth in jail that was close to me, and it wasn't until that longer bid that got them where they're like, man, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
And I don't think he had one of those yet.
It's a good point. How many days did he stay in?
It's like 30, right?
Yeah, it was like a month if memory serves.
Yeah, no. I had some homies that go to jail for about 30 days, and they be like, man, this is easy. I'm cool.
Yeah.
But then when they get that 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, then that's when they like, man, I got to change my life. He ain't get one of those. And hopefully he don't get one of those. I ain't mean to say yet. But, But it's usually when you get one of those is where you really change your life.
All right, you buying or selling this? Dejanay Carrington said she never said her flagrant 2 was, quote, white privilege on
on social media.
On social media.
This whole thing was
the WNBA is so messy.
It is very
It
messy.
is extra. That's
Goodness,
the perfect.
this is
They are
messy.
messy on top of messy.
This is a reality show, man.
Yes.
And it always has been, and it's only gotten worse now that there's more, for lack of a better way of saying it, more interlopers that are coming in and deciding that, hey, man, this is
and for
my
those who
category
don't
to
know,
talk about.
big tough foul on Sophie Cunningham.
Correct.
Took her to the ground, hand across the face.
Yes.
And then pretty much immediately after she got tossed with the flagrant 2, tweeted out white privilege.
Yeah, and I will say, like, again, a lot of interlopers, a lot of people talking about it. I don't know what tweet or what actually thing she was meaning that towards. I'm not gonna lie, did not dig too deep into that one. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for me to not look at this and go, the big thing that happened, you send a tweet out with no context.
Yeah.
It feels like those things would be related.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's gonna be hard. She might be right, but yeah, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I'm not buying it either. I know she tried to say it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
But I felt like maybe she being real semantic with it, where it's like, oh, I wasn't talking about the actual foul was white privilege.
Right.
Maybe she was talking about, I guess, them calling the foul and it's Sophie and Sophie is the white privilege. I don't know. Maybe she's trying to be like that.
Or maybe she's talking about the reaction to it. Because one thing I will say, I have seen that same foul with like the hands across the head a number of times over the last few seasons in the WNBA. Not to excuse it. It's a flagrant foul every time you get it in basketball now. I just have seen it more frequently.
So I might be more inclined to actually believe her explanation if she hadn't tagged the Fever on that tweet.
Did she?
Yes. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
She tagged the Indiana Fever. It's one thing like, hey, maybe whatever her explanation was. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, so any chance you had of anybody believing you, she tagged them. And it was like minutes after the foul. Like, come on, man.
They are messy,
Messy
man.
upon
Goodness.
messy upon messy. Yeah.
Drama.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. A little bit of buy or sell here in the loop on 97.5 The Fan, or 95.7 rather. I did that as well. That's another $1. Fantastic. Coming up next, let's continue our celebration of this change to 95.7 with another Houston sports legend. How about a little bit of Dynamo on the 20th anniversary of them winning the MLS Cup? Let's talk to Brian Ching. Plus, I have a little bit of something that I want to see if you think that I was a little bit wrong about on the Texans. We'll do all of that next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans first. FM, KILT AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks for rocking with us on this Thursday. Momentous day, flip day for us. Hope that you were listening on the FM dial 95.7, getting the clear sounds of our voices, getting us all over the area. You just got another text in this past break.
Yeah.
Where did you say that we have a listener right now?
So Captain Scott lives down in Port O'Connor. Captain Scott on the Bite Me podcast, which you can hear on 95.7 FM tomorrow morning starting at 4 a.m., said he can hear us in Port O'Connor.
Sheesh.
That's a pretty good hike.
Nah, not bad at all.
Pretty good hike.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Very grateful for the opportunity to be heard smooth across the greater Houston area and continue to bring you the services of the Houston sports leader as 95.7 The Fan. In doing that, I'd be remiss if we didn't continue the parade of Houston dignitaries that we've had on the airs today. We started with J.J. Watt at 8:20 a.m. with Payne and Pendergast. They talked to Roger Clemens. They talked to Rudy Tomjanovich. We ended up talking to Paul Wall a little bit earlier. Now, joining us on the hotline is a two-time MLS Cup champion with your Houston Dynamo. He's a proprietor of Pitch 25 down there in Edo and a good friend of the program. His name is Brian Ching. Brian, what's happening, man?
Hey, Reggie. Hey, John. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. So 20 years, man. I know the first thought is probably, wow, 20 years. But what after you realize that it has been that long since that first championship, what goes through your mind in terms of just how that all happened so young in the franchise and certainly for you as well?
Yeah, it was. It has been a while. I definitely can't believe time flies that quickly. It almost kind of feels like yesterday that we moved here to Houston from San Jose in 2006 and won that championship. It's been a long time coming, and when you just said that, it made me realize I've lived here in Houston longer than I've ever lived in Hawaii. So I'm definitely a Houstonian now.
And that means something because you're a native Hawaiian and everything, right? With Houston being home, what is like the thing that you immediately think of when you think of Houston? Like what is the endearing kind of quality that constantly comes to mind for you?
I'd say like the Southern hospitality. Houston is its people, its diversity. I would say, its ability to kind of grind things out and not be flashy. And it's something I think that our team when we first moved here kind of really related to the fans in that way, and that we didn't have a lot of superstars. We were just kind of bunch of guys that grinded things out, that did the hard work, and had this tenacity to be winners. And I think, I when I look at, Houston as a whole, we are not a pretty city. We're not a flashy city, right? And, but we get things done. We come together and we work hard and we get things done. And that's one of the things that I think, really endeared our team to the city coming in right away. And one of the things I really think about, when I think about Houston.
So obviously need to talk to you about the World Cup, which was, of course, huge for this country. I thought it was even bigger than I expected, and I had high hopes. I'm curious of your thoughts on that. And here we are about a month now after the final. Are you still feeling that energy? Are you still feeling the effects of how this has affected this country in a positive way?
Yeah, I definitely feel that, it was an amazing World Cup. I think, the U.S., Mexico, and Canada did a great job of hosting and showing the world what we're all about. I think, some of the things that I got when a lot of the Europeans kind of came over here was, they were impressed because I think they hear a lot of maybe negative things in the news about the U.S., but when they got over here, they were kind of blown away with, the people, the facilities, and what we had to offer. And, I think that, that's only helping, one, the U.S. image, but two, the sport of soccer here in our country. And, I think the American fans definitely came out to watch the team play. Now obviously, I think everyone was a little disappointed and had higher hopes for the U.S. team to go further, but there are a lot of great storylines that people latched on to with the Cape Verdes, Norway doing so well, Argentina going back to the final. And so, I definitely feel that buzz, and I was hoping, obviously with the first World Cup that kind of spurred the MLS, kicked off the MLS. And now with this cup, hopefully it's going to be bringing in a lot more U.S. fans. I think I saw one survey before the World Cup, maybe about a year ago, and saying that, more fans identify themselves as, soccer fans now than baseball fans. But, hopefully that trend kind of continues, and the World Cup only helped grow the U.S. fan base. Hopefully that trickles down and really benefits the Dynamo. And, looking forward to try to seeing them in person on Saturday night and against the LA Galaxy. And hopefully we'll get a packed stadium.
Yeah, that's the thing is MLS is taking on, and we're talking, mind you, to Brian Ching, Houston Dynamo legend here on 95.7 The Fan. And one of the things that MLS has come with has been the, we've got it from here world kind of mentality after the World Cup. And people are finding their local teams to latch onto. The Dynamo that they're looking to jump into here locally, they've been on quite a roll. It's been a little bit of a downtime in the meantime. It feels like they're really trending back upwards. Is there anything that you feel like kind of ties you back to the MLS club, your MLS Cup champion teams in 06 and 07 that you're seeing in the squad on the field right now?
Yeah, I think Pat Onstad, who was on our team, is kind of helping put this team together and has been doing so for the past 4 or 5 years now. And I think he's done a great job of bringing in guys that are proven winners and leaders on their team. I think, if you look at our team, they have 4 or 5 captains that were captains on different teams. So you have a good leadership group. You have a very solid guy in Hector Herrera, who's accomplished pretty much everything in the sport and is a true leader on this team and a big name. And then you have guys coming in and scoring goals now. So they're a fun team to watch. There was a number of years there where, I'm not going to lie, it was very difficult to go to games because the product on the field wasn't great. But I think over the past 4 or 5 years, Pat's really helped build this team, and Ben has build this team into a team that, not a lot of superstars, if you look around the league, but a lot of guys that know how to win, a lot of guys that are here to work hard, grind it out, deal with the weather, use it as an advantage. And it's fun to see. I mean, if you look at, I think their last 12 games or 10 or 12 games, they have 8 wins, 2 ties, and 2 losses. And so, they're 2 points out of first place in the West. So they're a team that's gaining confidence and a difficult part of the year to play here. And I expect, big things for the rest of the summer to come from these guys. And hopefully they can continue to gel and kind of show it to these teams that have the big names and the big stars. And so, I'm excited for the game this weekend, especially because the Dynamo is bringing in, 10 to 15 guys that were on the 06 team. So some of the big names players that we had, the Brian Mullins, Alejandro Morenos, Brad Davis, Dwayne DiRosario, Pat Onstad will be here, Wade Barrett. It's going to be a fun time. They're going to be giving out offering replica rings for purchase from the 06 championships. They rolled out a new archive kit, they're calling it.
Yeah.
And if you haven't seen those are pretty amazing. I'm definitely going to buy one.
I've got mine right in front of me, and I'm showing them on the YouTube. It is sweet, and it's the original logo that you guys wore, correct?
Yeah, the original logo, and then on the backside, there's the original logo from the MLS as well. So there's a lot of thought went into it. I think the design on the front in the white is kind of a throwback to the Astrodome, if I'm not mistaken, right? That roundness of it and things. So a lot of thought went into it. It looks really cool. I was fortunate enough to be able to, do a photo shoot with one of them, and so hopefully I'll pick one up. I think they go on sale today, so I'll probably pick one up tomorrow. So it should be a good weekend to come out and see the old guys and the new players, the new team that is totally kicking butt right now.
And I'm glad you brought up, what this team is doing this year and starting to win and the old team, because I think there is something of a connection there with what we're seeing now. The team that you were on was just fun to watch, like from the literally the first game in which you scored 4 goals, mind you. I'll never forget that. But literally from the first game, just a fun team to watch. And man, that matters in this city. It's not even about soccer as much as it is about, there's a lot of opportunities out there for people to spend their Fridays or Saturday nights or whatever. And you got to be fun. And I think this team is getting a lot more fun to watch.
I think you nailed it on the head. I mean, they're scoring goals. They're creating a lot of opportunities. They keep the ball. They move it well. And then they're feisty, right? They get in other teams' faces. They make it difficult. I think a lot of teams are realizing when they come here now, it's going to be a dogfight, right? It's just like the old days. Like teams used to fear coming here. One, because of the heat, and then 2, if you got a team that's ready to scrap and claw for everything, you're going to be in for a long night. So it just adds to the misery. And one of the things I think that we did create was that fear of other teams coming in here, and I think the team is getting back to that level of respect around the league, and it's fun to see. Obviously scoring goals is a big part of the excitement, and they've been doing that, and they have a superstar. A guy just made the All-Star team in Guilherme, number 20, and he's been scoring on a scoring streak. So hopefully he can continue that. We can get some of the other guys involved in scoring goals as well, and continue this good streak that they're on.
I mean, it's such a score because you didn't even mention the fact that this defense has actually started being real lockdown. You were like, no, we're scoring all the goals, and I love that about you, Brian. Real quick, one thing I always love about players that have played over a long time, especially ones that have done great things with the team, do y'all have like a group chat, like dating back to that time period? Do y'all stay tapped in, or is this just going to be we catch up for dinner now and have a real reunion this weekend?
So yeah, we there's a group chat, obviously on a fantasy team with some of the guys as well that we've been doing for the past 10, 15 years. But I'm really excited about Pitch 25. We're going to put on this event where we feed the guys a bunch of alcohol and we get them on stage and we ask them stories about the past. So it's a very fun event. The guys are very open, talking about things like rats eating our Gatorade bars, cats in the ceiling, no AC for like 2 months in the summertime, all the different fights that we've had. It's a real inside look. We're actually, Oliver Luck's coming in, Chris Canetti will be there to tell stories about opening day, how that was kind of a bit of a disaster, and our owner was out collecting tickets at the gate because we didn't expect the walk-up crowd that we were getting, and half the full crowd didn't get in till halftime, and missed a bunch of the goals. So there's going to be a ton of stories flying around Friday night here at Pitch 25. It's going to be a fun event, opportunity to mingle with a lot of the guys from the past. I think there's going to be about 10 to 15 of us that were on that team and significant players on that team. So it should be a fun event.
Oh, that's going to be great.
We're calling it Legends and Lore. And it'll kick off at Friday night at 8 o'clock here at Pitch 25.
Give them a bunch of alcohol and let them play a little bit. See
what
happens.
Well, we don't want anybody to hurt themselves. But the thing I will say is that there should be no concerns about getting into Shell Energy Stadium, right? We should not have any replays of that for this night to celebrate the 06 MLS Cup team. 7:30 is when the match kicks off versus LA Galaxy, the hated LA Galaxy here around these parts. Brian, we always appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. Excited to be able to see you on Saturday, but also thanks for talking with us a little bit about the Dynamo.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Reggie. Appreciate it, guys.
Right, there he goes. Brian Ching, legend in the game here in Houston. Brought one of the championships that Houston has, at least in soccer.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on 95.7 The Fan. Still about one of those times where we look over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Yeah, so another local squatter heading to court again. Crazy story there. And then somebody was banned from Walmart. We're going to get down to the gritty on this. I want to know who was right in this situation.
Banned from Walmart.
There's a lot of ways you can do that. I'm interested to see which way. Next.
All right, let's talk about, speaking of big sports weekend, man, big night for combat sports coming up, and there's no better place to trade the action.
Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On 95.7 The Fan.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Interlude 95.7 The Fan. Injury in the accident? Don't fight it alone. Let the Sheriff team stand up for you and fight to get what you deserve. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Appreciate all the love that been coming in on the text line. I don't think the station ever got this much love on the text line, man. It's usually, a lot of love, and then about 70% love, 30% hate. But I haven't seen a lot of hate.
No,
as much.
It's been great.
So keep that going, man. Let's keep 2026 going with more love than hate, if y'all know what I mean. And before I get to this story, I got to give a shout out to somebody. So I went to this barbecue spot called Eastbound. It's over in Edo. And I walked in, and a guy recognized me, a guy by the name of Brian. So I just want to give a shout out. He said he's a huge fan of the show.
Hey. Shout out to Brian.
Yeah, he was listening to the show on his way to work yesterday. So give a big shout out to Brian. Ryan is two Ryans. So it's a Brian.
Ryan, and Ryan.
Yes.
Is that how you get a shout out on the show?
Hey, I will say that threw me off because I met somebody named Ryan. I'm like, hey, how you doing? Go in the other room. Hey, how you doing? I'm Ryan. I'm like, wait a minute. Remember that scene?
Which Ryan?
Yeah, remember that scene for Rush Hour when he got kicked? And he was like, which one of y'all kicked me? I was like, which one of y'all said y'all was Ryan?
Or what was the Newhart show? This is my brother. What was it? The Texters.
Did you just quote the Bob Newhart show?
I think it was the second one, Newhart. Yeah.
Come on, we on FM.
I was like, you trying to get young and hip.
We not on AM.
We all remember
the
Bob Newhart show, right?
Not even that one. The second one, Newhart. Yeah.
Oh,
what
my
year
bad.
did this come out?
Sorry that I didn't remember both the Newhart shows.
What year was this?
I don't know.
1952.
Y'all are gonna feel like fools when everybody texts in saying, "Oh yeah, this is my brother so and so and my other brother so and so," is what they said.
Yeah, we still got the grandfathers listening. Salute to y'all, man.
There it is.
Daryl and my other brother Daryl.
This is my brother Daryl. This is my other brother Daryl.
So the 281 remembers the Newhart show.
Yeah.
And then shout out to Andrew who said y'all actually look clearer on YouTube as well. Yeah, we got upgrades there as well.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
But we decided
don't
to do
y'all feel dumb now?
No.
No, I don't, man.
Go ahead and give me that year. What's the year on Newhart?
I already closed the tab. So.
Yeah. Just know it's OAF. As I continue on the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, another day, another serial squatter in the city of Houston. So this local lady is back in court facing her latest eviction. Here is Fox 26 News with this story.
Suspected serial squatter back in court today facing her latest eviction. According to court records, she's been living rent-free for almost a decade.
I know she's a serial squatter. We've done a lot of digging on her, and we've talked to many of the other landlords that she has done the same thing to, and she's doing this over and over and over again in the same zip code.
Through a translator, Carmen Mata told the judge she was the victim of a scam. She says she gave a $500 deposit and first month's rent to someone posing as a realtor.
She swore that that was true, that everything she was saying was true. And if it is true, then she's been scammed multiple times, exactly the same way.
How do you think she got into your house?
We believe that she might have broken in. They might have violated the lock. She knows how the system works. She knows exactly what she needs to do. She wins 1 week at a time until she can stay the longest that she can.
How does she have so many evictions?
This person right here is not who you guys think he is. That's all I have to say.
Since Carmen says she doesn't speak English, we asked her daughter to speak on her behalf. What I want you to explain is why your mother has all these evictions.
No, I want y'all to explain why you guys pull up to people's houses and record.
We didn't pull up to anybody's house.
Kids in the house.
I don't know. We have nothing to do with any of these pictures. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I have the same camera equipment. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that weird? Cameras over there, cameras over here.
Shout out to Randy Wallace, Fox 26. But
man, she put him on his heels real quick. He thought he was on the offensive. All of a sudden, he was like, "Wait, no, but no, we didn't do anything."
She said all of these cameras are weird. You don't think that's weird?
They're professional.
You're like, what are y'all talking about?
And it's awful. It just stinks.
I've got to be honest.
Yeah,
I can't speak for anyone else. This would be exhausting for me. This has got to be the most exhausting
to do that?
way. Yeah,
Yes.
Be on the run all the time.
Yeah,
that just seems. Depend. I mean, the way the rent's going up, maybe my mind changes sometime in the future. I'd rather pay.
Yeah.
This seems so exhausting.
I wonder how much money she saved on doing it. Like, is she just flat out broke and just?
Well, it seems like she's done this a lot.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah,
but she
she's
has
an
enough
expert.
wherewithal to know how the system works and all that.
Yeah.
And
I
being
could stay here for about a year and then get somebody else, that little 500.
Yeah,
and then stay there for a year. Like that, it got to be stressful, man.
Have you seen the show Neighbors?
Was that also from 1990?
No, it's actually just came out in 2026,
I know.
2025. And it's one of those that deal with things like, it's actually deal with disputes with neighbors, but one of them was about a squatter. And the dude said, yeah, you can squat. I'm moving in too. And started playing music and animal sounds and all this other stuff all day long until they finally left. It was pretty cool.
I was talking to a buddy of mine who said he moved into this apartment and it was some neighbors next door. He like, hey, how you doing? Didn't think nothing of it. They were squatters.
Oh, man.
He had no idea, man. And then I think they ended up breaking into other people's houses and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But he was just like, wait, those people were squatters? They were nice to me. I gave him like $20 to help me move this table inside.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
I'm like, man, that's crazy. That's 10 years? That's, I don't want to salute her for this, but that's kind of impressive being on the run like this for 10 years, not paying no damn rent.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop 95.7 The Fan. So somebody was banned from Walmart, and
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
I just want that to be clear. It was not me.
So no, I want us to really have a discussion about this because we kind of talk about issues where somebody might be doing something nice, but technically it's against the rules. So we seen it with teachers in schools helping a kid that probably don't have a place to stay and stuff like that, and they end up getting fired because they're not supposed to do that. But on the other side, we like, man, he's doing the right thing. Like, he shouldn't lose his job for this.
Yeah.
This is kind of the situation a little bit. So you had a comedian going in Walmart, acting the fool a little bit, but he was also paying for a lot of people groceries. And this is what happened. This is courtesy of Inside Edition with this whole story.
A highway pullover, but it's not for speeding or reckless driving. The cop tells the driver he's just been banned from Walmart for life. Stephen Fabian tells us what's going on.
Why are police pulling over this car?
You guys are no longer allowed to go to any Walmarts, any Sam's Clubs, or any Murphy gas station for life, okay? So that is a life ban from Walmart.
That's right, banned from all Walmart stores. Forever.
Who's issuing that?
Walmart is.
What'd we do?
So why is Walmart banning this guy? His name is Damon Darling. He's a comedian who became a social media sensation for paying for groceries at Walmart stores in Ohio.
Well, ma'am, I'm gonna go ahead and pay for your things today, okay?
You are amazing. Despite the good deeds, the nation's largest retailer is fed up, saying he repeatedly violated their policies through disruptive behavior and trespassing, unrelated to any charitable giving. That includes attention-grabbing pranks like this.
Can I put it there?
The ban is already taking effect.
But you know you're not allowed to. Why ain't I? I'm just buying people's groceries. Man, you're not allowed in any Walmart.
We spoke to the comedian today as he prepares for a nationwide comedy tour.
You had to think Walmart wasn't going to like this, right? Filming their customers in their stores without permission.
The fine line. I wasn't sure, because I watch videos all the time of big creators that are loved filming in Walmart. It wasn't like I stole anything or hurt anybody. I'm trying to just put some joy into the world.
So I want to know how y'all feel about this. Like, I know technically, probably per the rule book of Walmart, you can't record in there. But he had some moments where he's probably doing little pranks. That was probably a little irritating. But he was helping a lot of people buying groceries and stuff. I want to know how y'all feel about this, and how would y'all handle this if y'all were Walmart?
Appreciate what he did. Probably still should have been banned. To be honest, I mean, it's almost like he was using but I'm buying their groceries, but I'm buying their stuff as a reason to kind of get the sympathy of that would allow me to do things that are against, whether it's Walmart policy or whatever, privacy, all those things. I get his angle, and that's all it was. Like, hey, maybe if we pay for some groceries, we'll be able to do this a little bit longer. Doesn't matter. If you're still doing something that is either against their policy or maybe even a legal thing with privacy laws and everything else, then you should be banned.
So if you were the CEO of Walmart, how would you handle? Would you handle this the same way? Or would you try to maybe take him under your wing and be like, hey, look, we can't keep doing this, but...
I don't think you can afford to let him keep doing that as a major corporation.
Oh, you can't keep doing what he's doing now, but maybe they could partner up and say, hey, I like what you're doing. Yeah. Hey, let's try to do this instead of recording people. And acting the fool in there.
What are we doing here, man? You can't be in here bothering our customers.
Exactly.
It's really that simple.
He's using the groceries as this sort of like a shield.
It's like, yeah, but I'm ending up paying afterwards. Hey, man, if the customers are being annoyed by you consistently, you can't be coming in here annoying the customers.
Right.
Yeah, man, you ultimately do some cool things for some folks. They ain't got nothing to do. What that got to do with you getting in here and annoying our customers, right? 100%. Ultimately, Walmart, and I hate that I sound like Mr. Businessman here, because goodness gracious, do I not enjoy this. But their business plan is people come in and spend money, and we want to create or really get rid of all the friction towards that. Yeah. And a big point of friction is this dude keep coming in and putting a camera in my face.
Yes.
That's the point of friction. We don't want to do that for these folks.
Yeah. I'm kind of with y'all with it, but I think I would probably try to work with him on something else. I wouldn't totally ban him for life for this.
Yeah, that might be an option.
I will probably try to work with him on something and see that he's trying to, do the right thing, give people groceries and stuff like that. I'll try to work with him on something else. That would be the last thing I'd try to do is ban him for life for doing something like that. I would tell him no cameras and stuff like that. Maybe we could do a separate event or something like that where he could help people, but you can't come in.
The thing is, he might not be interested in that. He wanted the value of whatever it was he was doing.
He is a comedian,
right?
And he's currently on tour, so I don't see him saying no, hell no.
That's the curiosity I have. Like, when he goes on tour as a comedian, does he do stand up, or is he doing some level of trying to take this content into putting it on the stage? That's the thing I'm curious about. Like, what is that show actually?
I would hope it's a stand up. If he say he's a comedian on tour, like, do they got other stuff where they just put his content up there?
I don't know.
It better be a damn stand-up if you talk about a comedian on tour.
The thing I will say is, it's not like Walmart's the only place where people congregate. Now, if his whole thing is entirely around giving people money, I do think that, that I get that that kind of mitigates what you're doing. If you're just doing kind of man-on-the-street content, a lot of other streets where men are.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, another day, another roller coaster stuck.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so...
What you mean, another roller coaster stuck?
Another roller coaster. It's been a lot of roller coasters getting stuck randomly.
Apparently, I've been missing out on the roller coaster beat. I just have not seen all these news stories.
I've been seeing way too many for my liking. But here's CBS News with the latest stuck roller coaster that went viral.
New video of the frightening moments when an amusement park ride broke down on the New Jersey shore. One rider screaming for help. Everyone on the ride stuck hanging upside down for about 7 minutes last month. Now, according to eyewitnesses, and you can't make this up, they said the song Safe and Sound was playing in the background.
This song was playing in the background as they were hanging upside down.
Yeah, I didn't need to hear that. I didn't need to hear any of that.
Safe and Sound. I thought that was hilarious. I'm like, man, if y'all don't turn this damn song off and get me out of here.
I don't care about the song Get Me Down. Is number That is objective number one. Objective number one is get me down from here.
Yeah.
And it always crosses your just a little bit every time you get, and I haven't been on a roller coaster in a while, but it still crosses your mind just a little bit, like, I wonder if anything could go wrong on this thing.
Hey, would you get on a roller coaster if your granddaughter was tall enough and all that stuff, old enough to get on one?
Probably.
Would you get on that?
Yeah, probably.
Like a real roller coaster.
Oh, yeah, I used to love roller coasters, and then I kind of retired just basically tired of it, whatever, about probably 10, 15 years ago now, maybe even longer. But it wasn't like I've always loved roller coasters. It's just
me too.
Beats you up, man.
Yeah, I think I got to the point where I can't handle it no
beats
more,
you
man.
up.
Like
yeah.
it's not like I'm scared, but I'm just like, nah, this wasn't even fun.
Mhm.
Like I'm actually getting off this whole sore.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't remember the last time I was on a roller coaster. I was trying to think back to it. Can't remember.
I got on the Ferris wheel and I was just like, this ain't even fun. I'm like, nah, I'm cool on this. They get up to the top and just stop.
Yeah.
And sitting there rocking back and forth.
Oh, no.
I'm like, man, I'm good, man. I don't need this. I ain't got no kids.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't got no business.
You're all the way married. Like
Yeah.
this ain't one of those first date type things.
Yeah, we couldn't even get no cute picture, man. It wasn't even comfortable up there.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, nah, I got no business
Yeah.
being up on this Ferris wheel.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's the mixtape. You catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on the program. If you see something mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media. He is at the Figgy Fig, and wherever you want to check, you can get at him there. All right, you're in the loop here on 95.7 The Fan. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. Before we do that, JJ Watt was on the airways earlier, and he said something that I found to be very interesting that I wanted to dig back into, if you don't mind. We'll do that next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason.
quality candidates with Indeed-sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Thank you, Figgy.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, big voice man. In the Loop here on 95.7 The Fan. I think I've run myself up a tab that I think we'll just go ahead and round it out and say I owe it a smooth 20. I'll put a smooth 20 in the bucket for the fine bucket for my insolence today. But we'll be better tomorrow. I'll tell you that for damn sure. And I mean, what a great first day, if for no other reason than we got it. We're
What
here.
a great first day,
man. Incredible to be able to have all the various people that have joined us. Much appreciation to, first and foremost, all of you rolling with us on the FM dial or still on the AM dial if you are, or wherever you're listening. Thanks for making us a part of your day. But really happy to be able to do this clear for you with all the reach that we have now on 95.7 The Fan. Thanks to Paul Wall for jumping on with us earlier in the show. Thanks to Brian Ching for jumping on with us as well. There's no one else that I need to thank in that direct way, do I? Oh, I guess
Josh from Detroit, man.
Josh from Detroit,
all the way from Detroit.
Josh from Detroit,
giving us a tight 5.
Yeah,
a tight 5 is what I'm going to keep calling it. And then we're getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive as they will get you ready quickly for Texans Chargers preseason game 1. Never forget that's what's happening.
Oh yeah, it is a game tonight.
Yeah, there's a game today. There's a game today, which we're excited to see. The big thing that caught our attention earlier today in the program was that the entirety of the starting line is going to be playing for the Houston Texans. I imagine this is probably like a drive or two just for continuity's sake before they start running this together. Yeah,
I think it's got to be it. No more than maybe 2, I would guess. But I think it elevates the amount of at least interest you have in the at the start of it. At the start of the game, to see what these guys are looking like.
Yeah, I don't know what the Chargers, are doing with their defense, but I need to see some push off the line for my spirit, for my well-being. We've talked so much about their capacity is the word I was trying to say, of running the football, and it's going to need to be these big bodies actually moving dudes. I went through and was just looking at stats because I'm a sicko, as you know, and they're by far their most effective rushing performances was in man, in duo circumstances. I want to at the very least see them continue to do that well, where they're actually moving dudes off the line, getting up to the second level and creating that, at the very least in that. I know they're going to get some outside zone type stuff. I know they're going to use some of these other, I guess run techniques, but at the very least, I need to see that tonight early on, that Rutledge and Teller and Ursary and everybody is actually moving dudes off the line and creating space for these dudes to run.
I am with you 100%. And you get to see your guy, McDaniel.
Oh yeah, Black Mike. I mean, he's not going to be pulling out all the stops though.
No, but you can go chat with him after the game.
You think I'm gonna go to the? Is there even a place for me to talk to coaches after the game?
Yeah, you just got to put in the request.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'd like to see the request, see how he words it.
Yeah, no, I'm putting Black Mike on it. They're going to be like, who?
I want to talk to Michael McDaniel.
No, I'm going to be like, hey, man, I want to talk to the homie Black Mike. And they're like, who? You know who I'm talking about.
They know.
You know exactly who I'm talking about. Go get Black Mike.
Yeah.
Go get Black Mike and the sunglasses back out here. Did you see the video that the Chargers had of him at practice where he looked like he had to change his pants after seeing Justin Herbert throw the football? And I was like, how much of this is about Justin Herbert? How much of this is about the fact that he's
Tua?
Yes, the last guy that he had was Tua Tagovailoa.
It's all comparative. But yeah, it looked like he needed to put a sock on the door or something because it was very exciting.
Yeah. I'm excited to see what the Texans have here. Colin Wright is a name that we talked about. Marlon Klein is a name that we talked about. Who is your big one that you're excited to see here?
Well, Keelan Rutledge for one, but the offensive line and who did I have? Marlon Klein. Oh, Colin Wright. And Lewis Bond.
Yeah, Lewis Bond was one that you
was
were
another one.
in.
I think those are going to be the ones to watch.
Yeah, I think so as well. Again, appreciation to all the people that have been a part of this. It was really cool flipping at 8 a.m. and hearing the first guy on the phone line. One J.J. Watt, who is doing a fantastic job for CBS. He's going to be doing that with the one team in week 1 of the NFL. And so he jumped on with Payne and Pendergast. And there were some interesting things that he said. I thought this was a really good conversation that was had. So you can go into the podcast page for Payne and Pendergast and listen to it. You won't offend me, not one bit. But one of the things that Seth asked, I thought it was a great question, asked him about rookie year J.J. Watt, where he was doing some good things. He was getting some push, but maybe he just wasn't finishing all these plays. And Seth asked J.J., In those moments, could you tell that you were close, or were you just, man, I suck, I'm not getting to where I want to be in this moment?
No, I can tell you. So what it was you're trying to do everything perfect because you're coming into a new situation with a new coaching staff and being taught a way to play the game, and you want to do everything right. So for me, especially in college, I played mainly 5 technique. Like I was a 5 or a 6 technique, so I'm lined up, just outside the offensive tackle or over the tight end, and I'm playing those techniques, and I was used to how we taught it at Wisconsin and how we played it at Wisconsin. And I come down to Houston, and of course, it's a new coach, it's a new system, so I'm playing a little more inside at 3 technique and defensive tackle work. You're getting some of those piggyback blocks, and everything is faster, everything is more explosive. The offensive lines are better and more experienced. And all I wanted to do was impress my coaches and teammates. So every step I wanted to be perfect. Every hand placement I wanted to be perfect. And as you know from playing, you can't be thinking all the time because that's not how you got where you are. And so about halfway through my rookie season, I finally had to be like, hey, man, just let yourself be the player that you know you can be. You're going to still make mistakes, but at least make mistakes going 100 miles an hour and letting everything loose as opposed to trying to be perfect every step of the way. And that really is what opened everything up for me, was saying, if I'm going to fail, at least I'm going to fail leaving it all on the field and not trying to be a playbook player.
And that pretty much is how you hope every player, can let it rip. But here's the other part of that. That is exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants from his players. Obviously technique, as JJ just put it there, but don't let it burden you. Don't let it overburden you in terms of not being able to let it rip. That's why the defense is so simple.
100%, relatively. I don't want Matt
so
Burke,
simple comparatively.
I don't want Matt Burke coming and talking to us because he will.
Let me tell you about simple.
What you mean? We're doing some real advanced stuff over here, John. You know what's funny is as I hear that, it feels like it should be apt for C.J. Stroud, but quarterback is just an entirely different position.
Yes.
Does it feel like it's one of those things that could apply?
It's twice as hard because of this system too. They ask the quarterback to do even more in this system offensively for CJ.
I do wonder though if year 2 in the system, it's one of those things we talk about. If this isn't what we're getting to, where it becomes a little bit more second nature getting to the spots as opposed to having to mentally go through it. Because I can vividly recall going back and watching film of CJ Stroud where it feels like I could see the gears turning.
See him thinking?
And I could see him thinking about
smell
it.
the wood burning?
Right, where, again, I'm not here to litigate how good you think CJ Stroud was last year, but I do wonder if, that ain't just an easier place to see a CJ Stroud more comfortable, more fluid, more, I guess, productive in just a level of comfort that allows him to be a little bit less in his head about it, a little bit more grip it and rip it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to make the system any easier. It's just you hope that he handles it better.
Yeah.
Handles it a lot better. Man, Ron comes in here. He looks like he's one of those players after a football game going to the bus with 3 plates of food. Got that they're coming out, got the backpack on. You've seen them, Clint. You've been one of them. Yeah. They got all that food in the locker room. Then he goes, I'm going to fix 2 plates.
Honestly,
those styrofoam plates.
We had to get dinner for the kids. We having chicken and waffles, baby.
They got their backpack on 2 or 3 plates stacked up. I'm going to the bus. I'm going to eat.
Yeah. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing.
That night, baby.
He's saving $50 a night.
Always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk.
From the Breakfast Club?
Oh, my goodness.
Chicken and waffles.
It was good. It was good.
You want me to go get a couple of them? I'll drop them in your car on the way out.
Hey, let me tell you something.
I'll get waffles. You get them in the morning.
I'm going to tell you, I filled these suckers to the brim.
Never a doubt. Never a doubt.
Clint, what are you offering? That you're going to get some more plates, as if he has any shame to get the plates himself?
Well, I don't know.
He was not concerned about that.
He went and got 2. I'll go get 2 for him. I'll fill it up with waffles. He can have breakfast in the morning too.
One is 2 because one is nothing but waffles and the other one ain't nothing but chicken.
Well, what else is in there? You want more chicken, more waffles?
That's all they're going to eat. They eat that bacon, but I don't want that bacon after.
As long as they ain't watching out the window, man, nobody will know I put it in your back seat.
That's right.
And that new rig, you gonna get that. You gonna get some grease on them new seats and on that new rig you got, Chief.
I get you.
That's right.
Always want to remind you're listening to KIKK FM, KILTAM Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. As we welcome in the fellas for a little crosstalk. You already heard him. It's Clint. It's Ron of the Drive. Fellas, what's popping?
Hey, did you see the sulking picture somebody posted?
Somebody sent that. It was text message.
Oh yeah, that was PC. Yeah, I saw it.
Hey, that was good.
I saw it.
Hey, who did that? I forgot who did it.
PC.
Creighton, I believe.
Creighton, Area 45.
Oh, PC. That may be some of his best work. Oh, PC.
I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it.
Oh, man.
I'm not. See, this is the thing. You're gonna bring it up. You're gonna say I'm worried about it, and there's no way for me to fight this.
I don't think
right?
you're worried about it.
Because if I say I'm not worried about it, it sounds like I'm worried about it. But if I just disregard it, it feels like I'm not engaging with you. You feel me?
Yeah, it's a can't win.
It is a can't win.
It really is.
It's just a look in your eye.
That's why it has a shelf life for a few days, boys.
What does that
people
even
say?
mean?
Somebody earlier said, "Boy, Ryan sounds different."
They did.
I'm not gonna lie to you. My wife.
I read it.
My wife said you sounded different.
I did.
She said maybe I know how Figgy and I've talked to Reggie and Figgy enough in person. You remember that time we ran into them turkey legs at the Houston Rodeo?
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, that was a great day.
Mm-hmm. But she said she was like maybe I've talked to Figgy and Reggie enough. She said, but Lopez, and she just started. She said she just was flipping back and forth.
Yeah,
from 6'10" to 95 to 95.7.
Maybe Lopez.
She said Lopez. His voice doesn't sound as deep.
Maybe he just got a little. Maybe he's got a little extra FM juice.
A little sexy.
I don't know.
Did she say I was sexy?
I feel like deeper is.
She said raspy sexy is kind of what she. Not as deep as it typically is. A little more raspy.
But I don't know. But somebody, I read.
Well, tell her thank you. I think.
Yeah. Somebody said I sound different.
No, I saw that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
tell you, I don't know. I don't know how y'all like. I wouldn't even know how to take it. Like,
that you sound different?
You think that person was being serious? Somebody told you sounded better on AM?
They did. I thought it was good.
I was laughing in the car when you said that.
They joning and they talking something.
Oh, no question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's been people getting their jokes off, which honestly I appreciate, man.
Absolutely.
It's mostly with love, except for you jokers in front of me. Y'all ain't bringing on love with yours. I see it.
It wouldn't be sports radio, sports talk radio if somebody wasn't pulling your leg.
100%. Real quick, though, we were talking about this earlier. J-Lo asked a question, and maybe it's not specific to this game that's coming up here this evening, but just with the Texans in general in this training camp. There's a lot of established guys. Is there an established starter that maybe could see that status change for them? Because there's a couple of names that landed with me. I know that you threw out Tank Dell. That one feels like a very evident yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Arion Ursary was one that you threw up, and I'm just like, who could even make that change for him? Yeah. But the one that really landed with me was Ed Ingram.
Mm-hmm. I had expressed myself about Ed yesterday.
You did?
Yeah, I think I heard you mentioning this. It just feels like
I think Ed's safe almost by default, right? Because Keelan Rutledge appears to be working out at center. I think there was a real chance for Ed or Wyatt Teller to be in trouble if Rutledge doesn't work out at center, and you got to go with Jake Andrews or even Patterson, whichever one you like there, and. Then Rutledge has got to play guard.
Yeah.
Then I think he either would be in trouble. But it looks like Keelan Rutledge is going to be that dude. Looks like you were right, J-Lo. He's going to be that dude from jump. And
go ahead and take your victory lap, Ron.
I'm not taking a victory lap. Something you said. Ed can't be in trouble. Not for Nick Caserio.
Oh,
it's all about what you do on the field, Ron.
Ed and Braden Smith can't both be in trouble.
Yeah,
your two highest paid signings on the offensive line that you brought in, they both can't. Not after Cam Robinson last year. They both can't be in trouble.
No.
Now I'm going to tell you, Ed's in trouble on the field.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what we were talking about.
He's out there getting his ass kicked a little too quickly.
Forget the Caserio implication and the financial political pull that it's going to have on him. Just his play, I believe he could be someone that might be.
I think now we're putting the cart before the horse here, being before the first preseason game. But I think. The pass protection piece for Wyatt Teller ain't going to be no walk in the park. Mm-hmm. We obviously know what you're referring to with Ed Ingram. That starts with pass protection questions.
Yeah.
And then, we potentially could be staring down a little rotation at the right tackle like we did last year at left guard.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, a lot of this stuff needs to work out. A lot of this stuff needs to be clean. Luckily for them, the Rutledge piece, the first round draft pick,
it's huge.
It looks like that piece is going to work out exactly how they hoped it would at the center position.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it, we'll see. I think when rubber meets the road in real action, we could see some struggles in that pass protection piece.
He was the biggest investment they made in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
in terms of free agent wise.
Yeah.
They gave him more than Reed. They gave him more than Braden Smith. They gave him more than Wyatt Teller, Montgomery, who got new money that they brought in. Of the new players they brought in, he is the largest investment. He is the highest paid offensive lineman on their team.
Got to have him.
Yeah, he's got to. He can't get beat by Sheldon Rankins that quick and that consistent.
I mean, I blinked and there was a white jersey on the other side of England. Yeah. He went from lining up across the ball to being behind him like that. So, whoa.
We've talked about this from the Keelan Rutledge standpoint, but as you said, all three of them, go check out them first 4 games and start thinking about the guys in the middle on those teams. All right, you go.
Dexter Lawrence is in there.
You get your Ed Oliver first. You get Sexy Dexy. Yeah. And DeForest Buckner's no walk in the park.
Quentin Williams
you got
in there.
Quentin Williams coming with the Cowboys.
That's fun.
We got a kid who's never played center before in a game. We got to have the right guard who we made our highest paid offensive lineman and the most money. We got to be able to depend on him.
If anybody's a duck, it's got to be that center, right? It can't be one of those guards.
Maybe we got to make some stuff with Wyatt. We can't be looking over here and you getting beat by Sheldon Rankins is a good player. He's not those guys that I just named.
Yeah,
you can't be getting beat like that.
And to that end, I think today will go a long way in either quelling some of that concern or maybe
the
drumming
line's
it up.
playing.
So
at least a couple series.
Yeah, line's playing to start this game.
I've never been so proud of D'Amico.
For starting the whole first line.
I've never been so proud of him.
And so my eye's going to be trained on the middle of that, whether it's the starters and then also the next guys to see who is pushing these dudes at the
is anybody
spots.
playing for the Chargers?
Yeah, defensively you're talking about?
Yeah.
I didn't dig in on that.
I mean, boy, if we look up and this O-line, which I wouldn't, I would think there'd be a heavy run presence coming out, and especially if you got your one O-line out there versus a bunch of Charger 2s. Yeah. I would think that they would just make a statement and run the football down their throat.
I hope so.
But don't mess around and get in an obvious passing situation and then struggle against some 2s. Boy, that could be a hell of a story come Friday after game.
Yeah.
Well,
Reaction Friday, if you will.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
That's right. Excited for that tomorrow. I'll catch you, J-Lo, for Reaction
We're
Friday.
going to be talking about it.
Until then, excited to let these guys enter the new era 95.7 The Fan as well. But yeah, right now the drive is live.
FM. It's an FM version.
All right, that's right. The Drive is live. A short show today and a historic show for The Drive. It's our first time here on 95.7 The Fan, and we welcome you in with us, as you can see on YouTube and Twitch. Clint right there. Someone texted in, Clint, great pipes. Tyler's got to give us his first words on FM. Come on, Tyler. You got to give us our first words.
Appreciate that love, J-Lo.
The Drive is live. Yeah, there we go. There's Tyler Milner as well, as you can see him. We all accidentally came as twins.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not even kissing up because Reg is still in the building. Reg's original version is better than that, Tyler.
I'm sorry, Tyler. That was
I mean, that was.
I
that
got
was
a chance to warm my voice up.
Yeah,
I mean, the pipes weren't loose. The effort wasn't there. I mean, the gravel wasn't there. I think you got kind of you got just almost surprised with the suggestion. I mean,
it's a bit hectic back here. I will admit that wasn't my best. But
you act like we're still on AM or something, man.
I'm trying to figure out the new cameras and our new graphics, and I was trying to get set up. I wasn't ready. Not a great excuse. I'll be better next time.
There you go. You're fine. You're fine. You're good, man.
Sorry,
good.
Man.
Cal and Hannah McNair coming up here.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty quick. In the next 5 minutes or so, right here on The Drive, they will join us. Again, we will hand things off to Seth and Sean coming up at 4 o'clock as they will have the post game, because there is a game today. There is a game today. And before we hear from the owners of the Houston Texans, Clint,
Drive is live.
That's what I want every day. Okay, honest to God, I don't know if he's hearing. I want you to find that. Give me a Reggie one, and if he's not going to do it, we'll do it for him. Get him live. When Reggie and the Drive is like get him find him when he goes full Macho Man, and he's not going to just close the door on this. No, this is what we're requesting, and we'll find it. We got audio that we can get to. All right, Clint, I do want to pass across this news. We talked about it a little bit. According to Aaron Wilson, who is reporting this, Clint, Stroud, David Montgomery, Woody Marks, Nico Collins, are those included into the thought? I'm going to guess. I would think Dalton Schultz would be included into this. But those are guys that we look at tonight that will be all resting, not starting, not a major surprise at all. None of, according to Aaron Wilson, the defensive starters are slated to play at all. None of them. He'd also be surprised if Jadeveon Clowney plays. But as we were talking about with the fellas, I think the bigger news is who will play. And according to Aaron Wilson, the starting offensive line, including their new center, Keelan Rutledge, the rookie, are set to play about a series. So that is probably the big news out of that. We'll see some Davis Mills, but this is mostly going to be a Graham Mertz game. And a lot of the young guys are going to have some opportunities, including Colin Wright, who has, I think, probably become the camp darling. We were asking about the cornerback, Lewis Bond, another one. They'll have a chance. Wade Woodaz, they'll have a chance to get a lot of playing time tonight. But I think the big thing is the guys who won't play, which is not a major surprise, but almost to me a bit of a surprise. The entire offensive line will go tonight. And I said this when we were talking to the fellas. I think this is a great move by D'Amico Ryans. I said it yesterday. If I had to beg for one group, it would be the offensive line to get some run tonight. And I think this is a good idea.
Yeah, look, I think it's it's a little bit of a buzzkill that CJ's not going to play with his offensive line, but it is I think great use of an opportunity to get some reps. Great use. You're asking this offensive line to completely turn the corner and become this physical 5-man group or 7 or 8-man group, however you want to couch the personnel. And the only way to do that is play real football. The only way to do that is play real football, not training camp where we're just thudding up, not training camp where we're going somewhat of a half speed and you're staying up and you're being somewhat friendly to your partner. And against our defense, a lot of the times you're getting your tail whooped anyway. So this is a great opportunity for the Texans offensive line, which I would argue is one of the most important units in all of football, not just here in Houston, in all of football. To get this offensive line right is a monster story, and so I commend D'Amico Ryans. If indeed this report is accurate and the O-line is starting, it's a lot more than I expected in game one. And
you didn't expect this at all?
No,
I didn't either. Yeah.
No, I damn sure didn't expect the starting offensive line to play. And I mean, you mean to tell me that Trent Brown is going to walk out and CJ ain't going to play? You mean to tell me that Wyatt Teller and Ingram and Braden Smith are going to play, but CJ ain't going to play?
That's what I was going to say, Clint. Who you think is starting at right tackle?
Oh, I think it's Braden Smith.
Trent Brown.
I don't think Trent. I think they're going to draw the line with Trent playing in preseason one. Which I said it yesterday. I don't have a whole lot.
He might draw the line there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would argue that if CJ were going to play, then there's obviously some value in him being out there and hearing that voice. But if CJ's not going to play, I just don't know what Trent really gains from getting in a game like this. So, look, tip the cap, man. It's more than I expected from a starter playing perspective. So I'll take what I can get and love every minute of it with this offensive line. Hopefully you go out there and you road grade folks and we establish on TV in a real game situation, we establish the Texans are for real.
And I don't mind if they hand that sucker off and just, especially if they're going against a lot of twos, which I think they will be, that they get up there and establish like an ass kicking.
Oh, look, I don't think anything would go. I mean, I don't think a big play on the first. If Davis Mills threw a touchdown to Jaden Higgins, I don't think it would have the same impact and the lasting, existence, if you will, as if they ran the ball 7 times straight down their throat and punched in the end zone with the starting offensive line. I don't care who it's against. You know me, I'm never going to minimize that. I don't care who it's against. That is, to me, that would be something fans would be absolutely stoked about when they walked out of that building.
All right, it is game day, and it is our first day on 95.7 The Fan, and our first guest, this is going to be a trivia question right here, the first guest ever on The Drive, the afternoon show on 95.7 The Game, and congratulations to you all, the McNairs, Kyle, Hannah, join us here. And again, you guys deserve it. You are the first guest that we have ever had on the FM station. We appreciate you joining us.
Well, the drive is live with Hannah and Cal.
957. Fan, hey, we got through. Did we win?
What'd you think?
2 tickets.
Hey, what'd you think about that O-line play, Cal? Give us the fan in you. What'd you think about that O-line play tonight?
They're coming along. We can't wait to see them play. You know me, I want them to run the ball and stop the run. I want to play good in the red zone, be good on 3 minutes. Third down, and really good on 2 minutes. So that's all I want.
Hey, I'll take 3 minutes. That's even better than 2, Cal. Let's go, baby.
I got a little greedy there. I'm sorry.
Cal and Hannah McNair joining us. It's a big day for us, but it is also a big day for you all as really now it feels like the season officially starts. And I feel like we've said this the last couple of years, but this feels like a really important season as the offseason is kind of built to this point. We're hearing from fans and national people. The expectations feel like they're as high as they've been here in the last couple of years. How big is this upcoming season for you guys?
Wow, it's big, but every year is big for us. But we're really excited about this. We think we have a really good roster. But we got to go put it on the grass. We got to go out there and play and go play at a really high level and win these games. So that's what we're looking forward to doing.
What is y'all's game day? I'm talking about y'all as in Cal, you and Hannah. What does y'all's game day look like? I mean, I think even as a former player, I can kind of take folks behind the scenes of what a player's up to and what the last minute prep looks like. But for ownership, what does game day look like for you two?
Well, we like sticking to routine. Yeah. And, it's just mentally preparing. But usually, like on Sunday mornings, it looks different today, obviously. We went for a walk in what feels like 107 degrees. But, it looks different. Like in the mornings, well, I would say for Cal, it starts Saturday night. He's pretty quiet, goes and sits by the grill. He likes his Saturday nights free so he can prepare mentally for Sunday mornings. And then, I can't eat usually. So I'm pretty amped up for game day. But yeah, it's pretty. We like routine.
We get there a couple hours early.
Yep.
Go up to the suite and visit with folks. Make sure everything's good there.
Usually
get check in from people. Yeah.
Do you know who's going to be up there in the suite that hey, look, I got a Hannah, we got to keep it at about a 7 this game. We've got some important some big money in the suite, or is it hey man, let's just show up and hope we win and have a good time?
I'm in a zone. I'm in a total zone. I try to stay chill. As you know, not on camera before with all in my emotions. But it's hard. You get excited for big plays and, you get upset with bad plays but you just keep going. So I go up and down during games, but hopefully it's a lot of ups this year.
Hopefully a lot of ups.
Hopefully a ton of ups here. Hannah and Cal McNair, the owners of the Houston Texans, join us. And I think one of the hallmarks of the offseason and really what we've started to see in the past couple of seasons is you guys love to reward your players that you have been able to bring in, draft, and then be able to develop and reward them with contracts, from Will Anderson to Henry To'oTo'o here recently, several guys there. How important is that, and how much of a big of a plan is that for you guys with a lot of your young players to be able to keep them here and show that kind of commitment to them?
Yeah, great question. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to draft really well, have the coaches develop them, have them fit into the system they want them to play, and be important players for us, and then reward them with a contract that they've earned, and then keep them here for a long time. That's really the goal of what we're trying to do.
But the underlying for the whole organization, and not just the players, is when you add value, compensation follows that. So even on the business side, coaches side, staff, it's all the same. So we reward the players that you guys obviously see, but ultimately the whole organization is about adding value as a team.
And Henry got a contract, and people go, well, you gave him a contract. No, he earned it. He earned every penny. And so we're really excited to be able to do that for him. But, it's not a given. It's something they've earned for sure.
What about, the Henry To'oTo'o thing, and I'll move off the contract thing, but the Henry To'oTo'o thing is just absolute money. We've watched that guy. I think he's 2 years in a row the most improved player, and it's been fun to watch him develop and take it personal and go out there and get better. And what a fun player, one of many, but what a fun player to watch. You want to talk about adding value, guys? What about this flagship station of the Houston Texans?
Yes.
What about this flagship station on this nice, crisp, clear 95.7? The Fan.
To y'all. I'm so happy for y'all. Congratulations. That's big time.
Ain't no static here.
That'll be a drop, Cal.
Really happy.
Tyler's already marked that.
Okay. We're really happy for y'all. Congratulations.
No, we appreciate you. We know you guys got to get going. A big night for you, big day, big night for you. We appreciate you taking a little time and helping us celebrate on our first day here, making the move over to FM. And good luck tonight and the rest of the season. Hopefully this isn't the last time we run into you.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see y'all, and come by the cookout. It's coming up next week.
Yeah, on the 18th. I know you don't want to be out there, Ron, but we will have a towel for you in case you come out.
How do you think I don't want to be out? I've been out there every year sweating.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Now, sometimes I don't
Maybe
get a
we'll have
towel.
a cool towel for you.
Yes, yeah. I'll get a towel this year. Yeah, let me get a
I'm
towel.
going to have Joanna just have an ice bucket next to you so you can keep dipping it.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. That is Cal and Hannah McNair joining us here as they are, I believe, en route heading to the stadium.
I love speakerphone action.
Do you?
I love it. I love the owners on the speakerphone on the way to the game. That's big time. Yeah, you can have that in the office on a dedicated line and somebody looking over the shoulder what you can and can't say. No, man, let's get that speakerphone in the rig on the way to the stadium, man, and break bread.
Yeah. Yep, Dwayne. That's why I asked the question. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump into the conversation. Yeah, there it is, man. There it is. No, man, it was a good conversation, good fun times with the McNairs, and big year for them. Big year for them already as we get set to roll. All right, we'll continue here. Again, remember, we are out of here early as the Texans got a big one tonight. They started off, and we will see from some of the starters, which is, I think, great news, especially on the offensive line that we'll see. Coming up, we'll kind of revisit something we talked about when the schedule came out. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Hey, more good news, y'all. More good news. This time it's Kashada.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texans, a little bit later on, get ready to take on the Chargers. You can hear that right here live on 95.7 The Fan as Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, our guy John Harris. Will he be on there? Is he doing TV? I can't remember. I think he does.
Sometimes he hops in the booth and does a little TV, huh?
Yeah, with Indy Kalu does a little TV. So we'll see. But we know Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware will be there to hold it down for you. Coming up, pregame starts with Seth and Sean at 4:00. Clint, I want to bring you in as well, Tyler, and the listeners, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. If you remember in May, the schedule came out, and we looked at the schedule, and we all came up with what we thought the Texans would do in their 17-game schedule. The way it was laid out, the roadblocks, the tough parts of the schedule, and of course Tyler had the best record for the Texans. And if I remember right, Clint, in May you had the Texans going 10-7, and I still believe you had them winning the division at 10-7. I had them at 11-6, winning the South, and Tyler had them 12-5, winning the division, and I think going pretty far. And I think you had them losing potentially a playoff game like they had been, winning one and then losing another. I think we were in the same space of that. But you had them at 10-7, winning the division. And many of you gave your thoughts on where you thought the Texans would be after the schedule came out. Now that we've been through roughly, 10 practices or so, we've gone through OTAs, we've gone through mandatory minicamp, we're starting to see what this team is looking like. We're entering the first preseason game, Clint, and the listeners as well. Isaiah said he had him 13-4 as the number one seed. Have you shifted at all? Tyler, have you shifted at all? Have you shifted at all on what it is that you see from this team? Has anything changed for you now that you've been able to see them more and kind of put together what this thing's going to look like?
I think something's changed, but it's not my prediction of record. I think 10-7. I like 10-7.
It hadn't changed enough to move off of that?
No, it hasn't changed enough for me to necessarily move off of my schedule prediction at 10-7, but there's been a lot changed. Look, I think when you start with the strength of this team on the defensive side of the ball, one, they've stayed healthy. Two, I think Caden McDonald, the second round pick, which was slated to be a first round pick, I think he's proven to be a guy that's going to be a heavy rotation guy that could help that interior defensive line in the one position where I think if there was a question on this defense was the anchor down ability, if you will, of the interior defensive line. I think you had Tommy Togiai and then some guys that could get skinny and shoot gaps. Now you got Tommy Togiai and a guy named Caden McDonald that can both be interior stuffers, if you will. And I think that's going to play a big role. So he's here and he's proven to be a guy that can contribute. I think the Jadeveon Clowney get answered one of the biggest questions on this team, which was depth at the edge rusher position beyond Hunter and Will Anderson. Obviously Reed Blankenship has fit in well. I think the depth corner position is really competitive, if you will, right now. And so I think all the questions, although there were no major glaring questions, all the questions you had about this defense, I think at this point are being answered in a pretty confident way. Not a highlight reel, jump off the field type of way, but give you some the ability to relax and rest and be confident in this defense. From the void perspective, I think has been Really, really positive this camp. And then I think offensively, I think the quarterback survived the first 10 days of camp without having an interception problem, which I personally think was very real. I didn't minimize. I think a lot of people minimize that. I think it was very real. Navigating that and showing that that's not necessarily a problem. I think the O-line is going to be better. Good Lord, they can't be worse. And the running back rooms appeared to be better than I thought. I think Jaden Higgins has been a major story here with how good he's been and the chemistry between him and C.J. Stroud. So, yeah, I feel better about the team overall, having seen them for 10 days, but I'm not ready to move off my schedule prediction.
Not change from that much.
No, sir. No, sir.
Tyler, you feel any different than you did in May? You still feel the same? Maybe you feel like, hell, maybe 12 is not enough. Maybe 13 or 14, or are you stepping back a little bit?
Yeah, I wouldn't say my opinion or my view with this squad and everything we're seeing at camp has changed thus far. I need to see it in-game action. I'm talking week 1 type stuff. For me right now, seeing is going to be believing, and that's where I'm at.
I feel better about the team because I feel better about where the quarterback is. I thought it was a real concern of how is he going to, and not just him, how is he going to feel coming back from what happened in New England, but also how are they going to feel together? Like him, the OC, how are they going to look together? Again, I still feel like they got handcuffs on him a bit, and hopefully that kind of moves on as the season comes about. But I do feel a lot better about where he is mentally, his mind space, and how he's performed. So that makes me feel better. I could be talked into 12 because I still think this team, they're going to. I don't really see this team having slip-ups against teams they're not supposed to beat. And I know they've had this in the past, but I just feel like they're a team that their defense will be able to just dominate all of those teams that they play on their schedules, right? My thing is the more close to elite teams and how they perform, and they got 3 or 4 potentially coming out the gates to start the season. That's where I am, but I feel a lot better about where CJ is when I saw the schedule come out, and now that we've seen him a couple of weeks in training camp.
Well, I think it's more than fair. I think to your point also, he's handled the no extension, the contract situation. He's handled it like a champ. Yes. At least outwardly, he's handled it like a champ. So I think that was always a wonder of mine. If they don't extend him, does he hold out in camp? Does he go into a shell? How does he respond to that? So that was a piece of it too. And it looks like, from a fan's perspective, it looks like, all is well on the home front at this point.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, yes, the Texans have a game tonight, and we will hand that thing off here at 4 o'clock. But the Astros off today, but were able to increase their lead in the West with a loss last night. There's some things. I said 31 games yesterday. It's 41 games, as I was corrected on the text line smartly. 41 games left. There are some things that I'm looking to see, hopefully moving forward for Joe Espada, Dana Brown, and company, moving forward with the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Here's what you need to expect to see moving forward if you're looking to buy a new rig.
Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive on 95.7 The Fan. Our first day, baby, as we are we're getting so many people messaging us about how much clearer we sound. Some of us sounding different. One said, Tyler, you sound younger.
I'll take it.
Someone said I sounded congested.
You do sound a little bit like you might have some snots.
Do I?
A little nasally? No, I don't think you do.
You sound good, just like maybe you got some snots up there.
Well, we had a big reveal this morning, if you want to call it, or a big flip this morning, flipping over from that AM dial. So we were all up here a little early. So getting up early and getting moving may have got you a little nasally over there at the show.
Maybe. I didn't know. I don't feel it, but
I don't hear it either.
Well, thanks.
Maybe they do just because it's clear. So they
really
now know the real show.
Now. They really hear it all. You can still catch us on YouTube, Twitch as well. We appreciate the audience over there. I see you, Joseph. I see you, Frank, in the building. I see all of you rolling through here. We appreciate you jumping in with us. We will get back to here. The Texans coming up. As remember, they play tonight against the Chargers. Pregame starts at 4 o'clock. We'll hand that thing over to Seth and Sean, who you heard earlier, as they flipped over at 8 o'clock. So we'll turn things over to them as we get ready for the first preseason game. And I know we had some winners over here the last couple of days. Hopefully they enjoy themselves. Some good seats tonight. While I know you weren't awake for this, Clint. I know Tyler was awake, but he wasn't watching it. The Rangers, they lose last night to the Angels. And they lose that series, and with the Astros getting that dub during the day against the Giants, their lead gets up to 1.5 games. And they've increased that lead, and they are off today, but they'll get ready to face the Mariners. I think they can absolutely kill the Mariners at this point. The Mariners, who have been free-falling, they have been struggling, and really one of the surprise teams of baseball. I think a lot of people thought they were flat out contenders. They are 5.5 games back of the Astros right now, 9 games under 500, and they've lost 6 in a row. So they're coming in. You can absolutely end things with the Mariners on Friday. But, Clint, there's a few things that I want to see moving forward. There are 41 games, not 31, as I said yesterday, but 41 games left over. And these are some things that I am really looking to see from the Astros that I think can give them the best chance to just go as far as they can go, win the division, and then see what they're able to do once they get in the dance. And that's, to me, is one, Paredes, guys. Paredes needs to get hot. I'm talking like Jeremy Pena 2022 hot, where he ended up winning the ALCS MVP, the World Series MVP. He just had a special, like 32 days where he just went off in that number 2 spot. And the reason why it is Paredes, Clint, and Tyler, you all have seen, and many of you have watched, Paredes continues to come up in good situations. Why? Because he's hitting behind Pena and he's hitting behind Alvarez.
Got to be e-socking me.
And I'm telling you, the better teams they play and the bigger the games they play, Clint, he is going to continue to get those opportunities because teams are going to be fearful of allowing Yordan Alvarez to kill him. And Pena's been doing a good job getting on in front of him. And I think that is a big key to this team is Paredes getting hot.
Yeah, it'll help.
Yeah.
It'll help. I mean, you're always going to get a quality at bat. I personally feel really good when he's at the plate, but you're right. I mean, down the stretch here, I think anybody in that 3 through 6 hole right there getting hot and staying hot and being a big factor is absolutely paramount. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So that's a big one is the guy behind and really if he doesn't cut it, which I'm with you, Clint. He's the one that makes the most sense, right? He's probably, as you said, probably gonna have the best at bats of the options between him, Walker, and Altuve, and the hope we've seen him catch fire, and he should get a lot of opportunities. The other one for me, and I know you'll agree with this, is I think Cam Smith needs to be in the lineup every day. That's what I would hope to see of what you have left. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you his play has absolutely garnered him to be out there every day. But when it's compared to whoever else you got out there and you didn't do anything to go upgrade in a corner outfield spot, Velasquez is not that, right? You got an inner center fielder who's going to play every day. But I think Cam Smith, because there is a bit of feast and famine with him, but right now, comparative to everybody else, like it makes a lot of sense that he's out there. So I think he should definitely be somebody that is playing every day.
Yeah, I like that. I like Cam. I'm a fan. I just think if the bottom of your lineup is going to be a mixture of Sugarland guys and low end Daikin guys, then I think the one guy that can sit on the pitch and hit it out of the stadium, along with a guy that he's got ice water in his veins. I mean, whether he produces in clutch or not, he's up there and he's getting good at bats and he looks like he belongs and he's not overwhelmed. Give me that guy consistently the rest of the way. Not to mention the ceiling's through the roof and he can, he's potentially legit your long-term answer in right field. So let's not treat him like he's one of these other Sugarland guys that you're shuffling up and down here. So I agree with that. I got a few things for you.
You may run into a few. What you got?
I got a few things for him. Run through them. The obvious. Pena production, Jordan bombs. I think that combination, when Pena came back and he was hot, that combination right there,
1-2 punch,
that's hard to deal with. That's hard to deal with. Now, it'd be nice if the other guys contributed, but that right there, yes, indeed, and Jordan bombs. Those two guys right there are going to be hard to handle down the stretch. Now, and I put Jordan bombs on there. Some people may say, well, duh. Well, I mean, he's of late he hadn't hit one. Yeah. We need that streak to start back up. Also, offensively, Varsho's got to bring something to the table.
I'm glad you said offensively. Now he's going to play good defense.
Yeah, but that brings me to this: if he's going to be your plug and play center fielder, he's got to bring something to the table. I mean, he's got about 3-4 hits since he's been here. I mean, that's just not – and the at-bats don't look good. So, I mean, I don't know. I was sold that he's going to get really good at-bats, got real discipline at the plate, yada, yada, yada. I mean, he's going to have to do more than he's done since he's been here. Now, on the bump, this is big, right, because it's been such a big part of what we've done to date. Peter Lambert has to stay the course. He has to prove the naysayers wrong that, oh, boy, he's going to run out of gas because he had never pitched this much. Or, boy, the numbers will tell you that he's living on the edge, man. It's just any moment this thing could collapse. Yeah. He's got to stay the course.
Peter's got to let a naysayer know.
That's right. That's right. I love it. Brian Abreu. Brian Abreu's got to continue getting back to himself and who he is. I mean, more times than not of late, we've seen him go out there and be the Brian Abreu that goes out there and has the potential to just shut people out. I mean, a great 1-2 punch with Josh Hader in the 8th and 9th. He's got to get back to that, I think, for the Astros to have a real shot. And then last but not least, probably the biggest piece outside of the Pena Jordan at the top of that lineup, I don't know if it's going to be Blanco. I don't know if it's going to be Javier. I don't know if it's going to be Wisniewski. But they got to keep trending in the right direction, and one of those guys has to separate. I've lost all faith in MI. I don't think 41 games is going to be enough for him to be a starter.
No.
I think the days of Blanco being available and we start King, those days got to be over. One of those three guys, we need all three of them to kind of keep trending in the right direction to be effective arms in the rotation or in the pen one way or another. But we need one or two of those guys to separate so that we've got a legit shot at that 3 or 4 starter spot.
Yeah, baseball talk, by the way, on 95.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Clint, the number one thing I would like to see is I'd like to see Tyler Milner become a fan again.
I think I don't think you have to do too much talking to get him going.
I don't know, man. We'll see. That's just where I am. Like, all this other stuff is fair. I'd like to see Tyler Milner embrace his team again.
I accept your challenge, and we can find out just how serious you are about how badly you do want to see my fandom return.
I just like for you to get into it and go to a game.
I'm eyeing one next week if you want to go.
I'm just saying the Mariners are here this weekend. It's all yours.
I'm real busy this weekend, though. I'm hosting a fantasy draft. I'm spending some time with my nephews and nieces. This weekend won't happen, but I'm looking at next Tuesday real hard.
I'm just hopeful,
if you want to go with me.
That boy's growing up, ain't he?
I'm
Right before our eyes, man. A little fantasy draft with the fellas, time with the family on the weekend.
I'm just hopeful, man.
Hey, shoot, usually he's Tuesday night in the Heights, baby. My man said, weekend, we family.
I just
like
remember
it.
I
Love it,
remember videoing that guy when we were together at Kirby Ice House, and he just lost his mind when the Astros won. Believe they moved on from the Twins. Haven't seen that guy since. Coming up next, the Texans, they get ready for their first preseason game. Who are you intrigued to see tonight? And who you think we're going to be talking about tomorrow? Could be from a positive or a negative perspective. Who are we going to be talking about tomorrow after this thing concludes tonight? We'll do that next.
All right, y'all. Summer.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KIKK-FM, KILT-AM Houston, your home for the Texans. Houston's sports leader is 95.7 The Fan. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are 1 hour down, 1 hour to go, as we have our first broadcast of The Drive on 95.7 The Fan, and you will be able to hear the first broadcast of the Houston Texans right here on 95.7 The Fan. There you go. We hand things off to Seth and Sean here in the next hour at 4 o'clock. You'll be able to hear Sean and Clint a little bit later on after the game, post-game right here on 95.7 The Fan.
Late night with the fan,
late night
baby.
action. Yeah, man. That coffee, that's the first one of many right there.
Yeah, maybe I'll give one more. I need a little honey in there, man.
Need a little
honey to really make it go down.
You ran through all that honey?
I did, man. I think I gave, being the good teammate that I am, I told Bijani, hey, man, you want some of that honey, man? Oh, yeah, man.
He surely went after it, didn't he?
Yeah, he went after it. He went hard. He goes hard in the paint.
He does. Mm-hmm. We appreciate you joining us. And our guy, salute to Black Greg. He had to make himself different from the regular weird Greg. But Black Greg, shout out to y'all. Today is my 40th birthday. Got the Texans game tonight. Get to listen to my favorite station, crisp and clear. So salute to you. Happy birthday, big guy.
Lordy,
I don't know if you're a big guy.
40.
Yeah. Never again. I will. I know you may have gotten a little excited because
I'm very excited today, man. We're on
moved
FM.
over to FM, but never again will I ever hear you say, "Lordy, Lordy, look, don't do it."
I thought it sounded pretty smooth myself.
Yeah, it came smooth for you.
I mean,
we've got to be above
the
that.
timing was good.
I liked it. I gave some energy, some inflection.
It did. It caught me so far.
Me in my tracks, man.
It caught me so far off guard. I didn't know what you were referring to until I went back to Black Greg's birthday.
It took me completely out of my worship.
Was he 40 or 41?
He's 40.
Okay.
Lordy, Lordy. Stop.
Lordy, Black Greg's 40.
Man.
Your face was so good.
Stop, man.
It looked at me like I just shot someone.
You have, every once in a while, over the years, Tyler has a few of those lame-isms, as I would like to call them.
It's like about once a quarter I say something and you just completely stop dead in your tracks and you stare at me.
Lordy, look at this. Stop it. Someone texted in, don't listen to him, Lordy. It's a stop. Oh, my God, man. He swung his hips while he said it, too, man. That was a hell of a move. All right, man. Happy birthday, and we appreciate you again for joining us, and we hope that you guys are enjoying as much as we are enjoying this move over to the FM side. This is our home now, 95.7 The Fan. And tonight, Clint, there's a preseason game. So I got a couple of thoughts I want to get out to you and the people. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in with this, please. You know this is our conversations as much as it is with you, our fans and listeners. Who are you intrigued to see tonight? And we're starting to get a little understanding, potential, at least reports, if you missed it, of the O-line being able to be out there. But who of the guys that you know we're going to see tonight, who are you intrigued to take a look at?
I think there's several. Now that we are at least been led to believe that the O-line is playing, I mean, it's Keelan Rutledge, the first-round pick, the guy that's going to set the tone from a physicality perspective. The guy that's going to be the solution for all the communication issues that this team has had on the O-line over the last handful of years. So it's got to start. If he's playing for real, it's got to start with Keelan Rutledge, period, point blank. And then it can go out from there with the O-line. Obviously, the guards, Wyatt Teller, Ed Ingram, the tackles. I don't know if it's going to be Trent Brown or Braden Smith, and Ariante Ursher, the second year. What was his second round draft pick last year?
Yep.
It's got that piece is so important. If they're going to play, they're going to be the headliner. They're going to be the group that we're talking about. We'll see if they play long enough to tell us anything, but if they're out there, it's got to start there. But I think when you get to individual players beyond Keelan Rutledge, if he plays, when you get beyond that, I think you got to go to the tight end room. Marlon Klein has got I think he's got a real chance here, boys. I don't know what the pecking order is going to be. I know they really like Dalton Schultz. Obviously, they really like Foster Moreau. Really, obviously, I know Cade Stover has a head start on him from a knowing the offense perspective. But this kid's got a chance to be really special.
He's going to play a lot too.
Yeah, I hope so. This is the kid where you go, all right, it's blatantly obvious. One play, and you go, okay, now I know why he was a second-round pick. I think it's going to take time for Caden McDonald, who I'm excited to see too, but I think it's going to take time for him for everybody to go, okay, that's what a second-round pick looks like. Supposed to be a first-round, second-round pick. I think it's going to take a little time for Keelan Rutledge, especially if he's playing center and doing a lot of the communication, and especially if he doesn't play much tonight. It's going to take a while for you to go, okay, I get it.
See it. Yeah.
I see it. Marlon Klein's got to catch one ball, Ron. He's got to catch one ball and get to corner at 6'5", 250. He's got to go up in the end zone on a back line. I don't care if it's against second and third stringers in the third quarter of a preseason game one. Don't care what it is. All he's got to do is climb the ladder and go get one. And all of Texans Nation is gonna take note and go, wow, now I get why that kid right there is a second-round tight end. I get why D'Amico fell in love. I get why Nick Caserio fell in love. And the future's bright here. So I'm going to go with a tight end room, Marlon Klein, Cade Stover, but more specifically just Marlon Klein because of what he's capable of doing. Is he going to turn all that potential into real talent and real production, or is it just going to be potential for a year or two until he develops?
Yeah. Marlon Klein is definitely him and Cade. To be honest with you, both of them I think are going to see a lot of action tonight. And they're guys to look at. I think a couple of guys for me. One, Jared Wayne has shown up several times during camp, and I wonder, do we see something from him? Does he? Because there was at least one day where he made several plays, and he made them with CJ, where he went up and made some plays when Nico was out, where it was hard to miss him. He is somebody to look at, and I'm with you. My man just texted in, old Wood ass. Yeah, he's going to get some big time action. And I look at guys, Clint, that have the potential, maybe not week one, but the potential to factor in at some point this season. Yeah. And I think Marlon Klein is that. I think there's a potential that Jarrett Wayne could factor in, and I definitely think there's a potential that Wood ass could factor in. So those are guys that are going to be intriguing to watch tonight.
Well, I think right there in the middle of that defense, start up front with Caden McDonald. I would imagine he's going to get a lot of run. This is one of those moments where I think I've heard D'Amico say enough. I've talked to Seth Payne enough. I've watched and seen it with my own eyes. I mean, I think he's going to be a heavy rotational piece, and he's going to help this defense. He's going to bring something to the table that they at least didn't have enough of, right, before he got drafted. But tonight's the night where you go, okay, does he have a little bit of wiggle, right? Does he have a little bit of wiggle to do some of the things that we saw Tim Settle do, and big man with some wiggle that we've seen, maybe even Sheldon Rankins? Does he have some of that wiggle to be a little bit more dynamic than just a anchor in the middle of the defensive line? Not that he needs to, but it'll be good to see it. And then I think on the other piece is, how strong is he? Right? You've seen guys in that interior defensive line position with just crazy strength. I would argue that Tommy Togiai is one of those guys. There's just an abnormal – he's shorter, and there's an abnormal strength there that allows him to displace interior offensive linemen.
Bench press people right off of him.
It's great. Does Caden McDonald bring that to the table? Right? And I'm talking about right away. Or is it one of those pieces that developmental down the road you could see? How quick does he jump on the scene? Wade Wood, I like him. Wade's one of those guys – that when you see on the sideline, you see him in pads, he looks long. like most linebackers, it's even. I know we're in 2026, but most linebackers. You look at Henry To'oTo'o, you look at Azeez Al-Shaair. There's a thickness. There's a shorter, stockier, like packed tight. When you look at Wade Woodaz, I mean, he's longer, like a speed. I mean, he's longer.
Yeah,
and
speed. Yeah,
I'm anxious to see what that looks like in real time. I do agree with the texter. That's going to be a fun one to watch. He's probably going to get plenty of run this training camp, this preseason. That one's going to be fun to watch too.
Frank checking in here on YouTube. Bond and Whittingham. Whittingham has been a popular. The running back has been a popular player, and I think both of those guys are going to see a lot of action tonight.
I think the one out of the gate is, especially if they're going to play the starting offensive line and they're not going to play Montgomery, not going to play Marks. Look out, Jawar Jordan.
Yeah,
I don't know how long
healthy he's been. He's had a bit of an injury thing, but
is he banged up right now?
He has been banged up a little bit, so we'll see if he goes. But yeah,
if he's healthy, he's one that's got a little bit different skill set than them other two, and it is fun to watch. And so if he's going to be going against the twos for the Chargers with our one offensive line, look out now. That could be a big play in the making.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I've been thinking because how this goes. Tomorrow we'll come in and it'll start with Payne and Pendergast in the loop with us in Area 45. It's going like somebody's going to come out of the game in terms of the conversation piece. Who we're going to talk about. Somebody's going to spark something. Now it could be something very, very small for somebody who probably is a long shot to make the roster, or it might be somebody that just put themselves in position to give themselves a real shot to make it, or somebody we knew was going to make it that we may look different. I've been trying to think like who are we gonna predict? Who are we gonna be talking about tomorrow? And the number one thing, and a lot of it is based off what you kind of said at the beginning. I think Brevin Jordan is going to be who we're going to be talking about.
And he ain't even going to play.
Yep, and it's going to be in a way of, oh man, he's in trouble.
That means you think Marlon Klein's going to make a little noise. And Stover.
I think we are potentially going to see both of them. You walk away, the coaching staff, fans walk away from the game feeling even better about those two coming out of it. Now, I don't know. Now, if one of them makes a big catch in the back of the end zone like you described, okay. But I do feel like I don't think Brevin Jordan's going to get helped in this game by poor performance from these two guys. I think they're going to do something to take another step. And then I think a main conversation is going to be is, man, Brevin Jordan's in trouble because we know the top two guys. I bet Dalton Schultz and Foster Moreau may not even play in this game. Those two guys have taken steps forward, and they may just completely pass him with the performances tonight.
Yeah, it'd be. We talked a little bit about that yesterday. I mean, I think this tight end room, the depth is really, really, really good. We can talk about minus Klein. We can talk about the explosion and the speed and the twitch that may or may not be there with Dalton Schultz and Foster Moreau and that kind of deal. But they're deep. You get down to Cade Stover and again Marlon Klein, and you get down to where does Brevin Jordan fit in. I think it gets real interesting, especially if a guy's not even out there.
Yeah. So we'll see. Big one for those guys. All those guys tonight. Big one for them, and we'll see how they roll. By the way, we've been doing our countdown 50 days. When we started, was 50 days out from the season. And the biggest storylines in the NFL coming up. This one, Clint, I want to go to San Francisco. The 49ers, are they real contenders still, or has the window closed? I think they're in that weird spot of they got a lot of players that you look at as good players, but are they aging? Are they aging past their prime with the George Kittle and Fred Warner, they've had injuries, and they bring in Evans to add to this team. Which way do you get a sense the 49ers are going? You think they're a true contender, or this may be a sign that they need to maybe reload?
Well, look, I think if they're healthy, they're an absolute contender. Now, that's a big if, because you mentioned they've got some guys that Father Time's jumping on their back.
Or tackle as well.
Apparently they got some kind of electric plant next to the stadium that may be next to the practice facility, which may be causing some problems. But yeah, I think right. I think if they're healthy, Ron, I think they're a problem. I think that division is an absolute monster, obviously. So they might eat each other up, and then you got a real problem.
You feel like they're third behind those other two teams?
Yeah, I think you got to have them third behind them right now. Hell, one just won a Super Bowl, and the other one is the runner-up and the favorite to win it all now, and they're getting Aaron Donald. I mean, so you got I got to put
getting Myles Garrett.
Right, yeah, right. So I got to put them third, but man, that is a division that the top is going to, well, I say top, the top three teams are in that of a 4-team division. It's going to be interesting because I do think that they could potentially, I know the top two teams could potentially beat each other up and split and change the dynamic in the division. I don't know that San Francisco's not right there with them. I'm not going to count them out if they're healthy.
Yeah, they're gonna have to coach their asses off.
Well, hell, he got
a little bit, which he's able to do. Because I think
has he even returned from a car accident yet? Is he even back on the field?
He's got some issues too going on there. But because I think the older they get and the more injured they get. I mean, Christian Kirk 2 for 20 is in their starting lineup. The older they get, the more they're gonna call upon Brock Purdy to have to help with things. And you know that I don't know how great that is in terms of the best thing for them if they've got a call. But still, like you said, hey, Trent Williams can stay healthy, George can stay healthy, and Christian McCaffrey can stay healthy. And you got something. They didn't brought Debo's old ass back over there again.
The quarterback needs to stay healthy. And it seems like every star player they got went down at some point.
Nick Bosa keeps going down too. So interesting to see what happens out west with that crew. All right. T-Mill's Best Bets. A little early today because we're off at 4 o'clock. T-Mill's Best Bets. See if he can continue. Had a good Wednesday. See if he can do things today. And another member of the Texans finds themselves inside the NFL Top 100. We'll tell you who that is coming up.
All right, y'all. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. It's no secret, right? It's a pretty simple concept, actually. If you're dealing with allergies, sinuses, sleep problems, maybe you or your significant other snoring like a freight train, keeping everybody in the house up, I got the solution for you. It's my man, Dr. Matoran. Look, he takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office procedures. He's going to get you back to sleeping your best nights, which ultimately is going to allow you to live your best life. Fight Father Time to the best of your ability. You know what I mean? Dr. Matoran can make it happen. Call him right now, 713-665-8887, 713-665-8887, or you can always get more information at drmatoran.com. That's drmatorin.com.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off tonight. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
All right, y'all, I got good news, man. You need to get on I-10 and head east now over there to Coshada Casino Resort. There's a bigger, better Coshada Casino Resort at the end of that drive now. There's never been a better time to go, y'all. Look, we're talking about that brand new Legacy Tower. It's now open, man.
95.7 The Spot.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. 95.7 The Fan presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created to just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on The Drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
That's right. The very first T-Mill's best bets on 95.7 The Fan, and he has had a good week this week. 5 for 8 in the green, over 60%. Let's see if he can really crush it tonight, as he went 2 for 3 yesterday. Did well in picks. What you got tonight, by the way? If you're just joining us, you're just listening to us. We do this every single day. T-Mill's best bets, where he gives you bets to make you some money. And I'll be honest with you. Tyler goes through big time streaks. Sometimes when he's on, you got to jump on it, baby. I remember we had like an 11 for 13 week once. Now he'll go the other way too on you, and then maybe you might just start fading. But we have fun all the time with this, and if you don't get to catch it by hearing us, make sure you go to @SpaceCitySharp on Twitter. He'll have everything posted there for you. What you got today?
Yeah, I got some picks that's going to win money for the people.
Oh, boy. First one. Got to.
That's right. We're going to start with a profitable winning day of best bets here on The Drive. 95.7 The Fan. FM signal sounding crispy. And we are in the business of making money during best bets during this segment, which means we are not going to be betting on preseason football, people. Been interacting with a few of our listeners here today, talking about best bets for today. When are they going to be? What are y'all doing? I don't do preseason betting. That is not a good way to make money because it's just too unpredictable.
Yeah, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's not real football. So, sticking with baseball, and I just got 2 best bets for you today. Astros obviously not in action, but your first best bet around Major League Baseball tonight is going to be the Twins plus a run as they host the Phillies. Taj Bradley on the mound for the Minnesota Twins. They have the pitching advantage in this one, in my view, comparatively with the Phillies, who have Aaron Nola on the bump tonight in that game. But take the Twins. I have -1 in the dock there, guys, but it's +1. Twins +1 in that game. Your second and final best bet on a Thursday with The Drive is going to be Brewers at Dodgers and the over.
Well, that's
over
a big
8
time
runs.
series. That's a big time series.
It really is.
Maybe the 2 best teams in baseball right there.
Yeah, National League powerhouses. So over 8 runs, no hook. Brewers, Dodgers, NLA over 8. Those are your 2 best bets.
There you go. T-Mill's best bets. You catch him every night, and he'll do them towards the end of the show every night. But you can also find them at Space City Sharp every day. And he doesn't just have the bets. There's a lot of other things up there, a lot of nuggets to help you with decisions on betting right up there for you. So stay tuned for that. We'll see what he's able to do. Again, pretty good week thus far. 5 for 8 in the green. See if he can make this thing roll. All right, we're going to hand this thing off in a bit to Seth and Sean as they get the pregame show rolling and ready for the Texans as they will take on the Chargers tonight. Here coming up in the next segment, we'll get you caught up to where everything is right now, what we know about who's playing and who's not. But, Clint, we saw the other day that Derek Stingley Jr. went in at number 25 in the top 100 for the NFL, and now Danielle Hunter, the highest he's ever been, number 23 on the NFL top 100. He had 15 sacks this year, 3rd in the NFL, and he had a dominant season. The only problem for him is he just plays on the other side of the field of the guy who finished 2nd overall in the Defensive Player of the Year, and a guy that we probably won't see, I'd say, at the very least top 15, probably top 10 potentially, in Will Anderson. But Danielle Hunter is is one of the absolute important pieces to this defense and why this defense is able to go the way it does.
Super underrated, even at 23. Super underrated. I mean, look, we talk about him, and I'll speak of me. I mean, we don't talk about him enough because of what you said. You got a guy that's probably going to land in the top 10 in Will Anderson on this list, playing opposite him. And now I do think that Will Anderson, right now, I think Will Anderson is the better overall player over Danielle Hunter. But when it comes to just pure pass rusher, I think Danielle Hunter is the better pure pass rusher.
Yep.
So it's a perfect fit. You got one guy that is arguably, outside of Myles Garrett, probably the best all-around edge rusher in the game, edge player in the game. When it comes to creating havoc, when it comes to collapsing pockets and disrupting run schemes and pressuring the quarterback and chasing down screens and chasing down plays that are away from you or that get bounced outside. Myles Garrett is I think probably the best in the league, but I think there's Will Anderson is right behind him. If that weren't the case, we would talk about Danielle Hunter as one of the top 3 or 4 edges in the game the way he plays. I firmly believe that. The numbers will back it up over the last handful of years. And good for him. Tip the cap, highest ranking in this top 100 that he's ever had. But I would argue, like I said, Ron, I would argue that he doesn't get the respect that he deserves, even in something like this.
It's starting to come now because now that we're starting to hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Of Danielle Hunter not being the most underrated player in a long time, and yeah, man, he is climbing the list and just sneaky. Like, I mean, he is having a Hall of Fame career that I think now that he is with the Texans and a part of a defense that's been this good, and now they've had, some moments here where they have shined and he has shined as well. I think we're starting to see more. I mean, he's got 114 and a half sacks in his career. Like, he's 27th all time. He's a half a sack behind T.J. Watt, right? Like, he is ahead of guys like Khalil Mack, ahead of guys like Aaron Donald.
He's not slowing down either. I mean, who's he going to catch? Who's above him in total sacks that he's gonna catch sooner rather than later?
Like, he's gonna get to Simeon Rice has 7 more.
Oh, he's getting there.
He'll get to Robert Mathis, who's got 8 more.
I mean, who's the top 20 all time? Where does that? Who's 20?
So Myles Garrett is tied for 20th with Dwight Freeney at 125.
So I mean, he's going to get in the top 20 this year.
So I mean, if he has a season like he has been having, which is double-digit sacks,
he'll be in the top 20, and he appears to be getting better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I don't even know if he's getting better as much as his situation just absolutely helps him even more, right? You know what I mean? His situation is like, this is a dominant player, a Hall of Fame player that is still playing at a high level, that he has the ability to win. I think when defenses or offensive coordinators and teams look at the Houston Texans, there may be 2 players on the team that they look at and say, we absolutely have to know where that guy is every play. We got to know where Stingley is. We got to know where Will is. And then he gets to take advantage of a lot of one-on-ones of guys that he is so much better than. Are you going to make it?
Oh, yeah.
My God, dog, man, just got drilled in the back of the head, lost your glasses.
That old Mike's head. How crispy was that headbutt right there? I mean, good God.
Yeah. So should be 1 left. No, the texter said CJ's going to be 13. Look, I think that ship has sailed. I think it's just Will Anderson is the only one left. All right, we'll get ready to hand this thing off to the pregame show. But with that, Clint, we'll let you know the latest. We thought maybe no starters would play. That is not true. If you've missed it, we'll let you know who's going to play according to reports coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, Orchard offers is what I want to tell you about today. I always tell you about Orchard. Now, if you're looking to sell your home.
6,000 active clients today. The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
95.7 The Fan. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Coming up behind us, as we will hand this thing over. We got a short show today. Our guy Joel Hernandez, who is always faithfully with us on Twitch, as we switch over to 95.7 The Fan, said, "Wow, the show flew by so fast today." That's right, man. This is our last segment as we hand things over to Seth and Sean, as they will have the pregame show, as they will hand things off to Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware, and then after that, Sean and Clint will do the post-game show. So a lot rolling out here. Not only is it our first day on 95.7 The Fan, Clint, it is the first day of the Houston Texans, as their broadcast will be on 95.7 The Fan. So we appreciate you all hanging out with us the first day on The Fan, and we've had a great time with it. So stay tuned with us. No Area 45 tonight, obviously, because of the game. They'll be back as well. That's right. Thanks, Pat. Pat came in here clean, didn't he?
Thank you so much.
Hey, Board of Health.
I mean, baby, they was ready for that suit.
Like a bouse.
Yeah, man. He liked that purple on the inside. I see you.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Hey, now, come on, man.
Old big leak.
Yeah, man. He out there did his thing. But no, they'll be back tomorrow as we roll through full shows tomorrow. All right, Clint. Just to update listeners, people who've come in here, we love you too. I see that on the text line. What we've learned, this has been reported from Aaron Wilson, that C.J. Stroud, David Montgomery, Nico Collins, I would assume that Dalton Schultz is involved in this, Woody Marks, none of the defensive starters, none of those players are slated to play at all tonight. No defensive starters, C.J., David Montgomery, Woody Marks, Nico Collins. But I do wonder if that means, do we see a Higgins? Do we see him? Do we see, obviously I wouldn't think we'd see Tank either, right? I don't know. We haven't seen him make contact there yet, but no defensive starters. He also said he'd be surprised if Jadeveon Clowney played. But I think the big news, Clint, to me, is who will play. And that is, the plan is, according to Aaron Wilson, is that the starting offensive line, including Keelan Rutledge, will play tonight at least a series. At least a series they will play. And, Clint, I know we talked about this yesterday, and I appreciate D'Amico and company listening to us. And I said, if I could just have one group, maybe they're not going to play CJ, maybe they're going to wait for some of these guys to go in the second preseason game next Thursday, although I think this whole group could use a run together. Can you at least get the offensive line out there? Right? Keelan Rutledge, a rookie center who's never played the position before, Clint, to just roll in there and just not play the first preseason game is wild to me, and I'm glad to see that at least he's getting those guys out there, because they do need work. They do need as much communication in game settings that they can get.
Yeah, look, obviously I'm a guy that I want them all playing, in particular C.J. Stroud. But if I can't get that, I'll take half of them, which is the offensive line. And I agree with you. You know, one could argue that the of the top units in all of football, not just the top unit with the Texans, but in all of football, if you did a top 10 most important units that need to improve with contenders in the NFL, the Texans' offensive line would be on it. And so when it's all said and done, these are very valuable reps. As I've said a million times, they're all valuable to all players, right? The offense shouldn't be treated like the defense right now. You can take that defense, and I don't care if they all got beanies on it in the whole preseason. Doesn't matter to me. The offense needs to play. I would like to see them all play. That's how valuable I believe these reps are. I think tonight, with the offensive line reportedly starting, this is this is just, I mean, loud and clear. We're going to do whatever it takes, Ron, to get this offensive line issue figured out. We're going to take advantage of every rep. The risk of putting guys out there, it pales in comparison to the reward of guys figuring out how to communicate, guys working together, the chemistry, and us having some success. So I love this for the offensive line. I wish there was more of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm a bit surprised.
As am I.
They're going in that direction, but it's a good surprise to me. And now I am curious because Frank just said got to see Higgins and Hutch. I don't know if you got to, but you are looking at the numbers. I wonder if we will see them get some run.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Hutch wouldn't be if I were in the mind frame of resting players. Hutch has shown me enough.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Higgins, not Hutch. I mean, Hutch has too. Like I know who Hutch, but Hutch got to play.
Who he is.
Hutch going to play a little bit.
Some people go ahead and go.
I mean, Hutch got to play a little bit. He got to give me a couple series. But Higgins can be in a bean.
You know what? I am intrigued, Clint, to see, and this will let me know even more how serious this thing is. Tyler, if Trent Brown runs out there and he lines up and plays tonight, if Trent Brown, especially if he runs out there first. Who Trent Brown feels like to me a person, maybe I'm good on this. I'm good on this.
It is for me too, but if you're going to roll Wyatt Teller out there.
Yeah, but I mean, Trent is even more fragile and
I get
more
it.
You know what you got with him. If Trent, and I think Trent, if he plays, there's a bit of Trent pushing to go out there. To me, I think if he goes out there, it is a serious competition then. It is because I would fully think, Clint, that if they say the starting line will get a series at least, that means it'll be Ursery, Wyatt Teller, Keelan Rutledge, Ed Ingram, and Braden Smith.
Yep.
That's what I would think. And I don't think that is necessarily meaning that Trent's losing the job. I think it's preseason and they know exactly what they don't need to see him play. But if he plays tonight, boy, that's even to me real. That this is a real serious competition between them. So.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. Ron, I got to give a quick shout out.
I'll give you one.
Got good news today, boys. Had after our little switch over this morning, I had a doctor's office with my bride being pregnant, at the baby, 20 weeks, little MRI. We could count fingers.
Ooh, okay.
Count fingers. Make sure the arms are right, heart's beating, brain's growing right. Everything's good, man. We didn't get the gender
on purpose.
We had to duck our head. Yep, had to duck our head on the gender.
That's wild. I think y'all are so crazy for that. I mean, this is someone who doesn't have kids.
I'm debating. I'm debating. I mean, it's obviously my wife's call, but I'm debating where I sit because here's my deal.
That's wild.
I feel like it could be y'all's call, but go ahead.
Well, I would love to have a boy because I've got two girls and I'd love to experience both sides of it, right? And I'd love for that to happen. I'm afraid, and it wouldn't be over the top, but I'm afraid that if we wait until the baby's born, Ron, and it comes out a girl, I'm afraid my initial thoughts would be negative. If I wanted a boy, we sit around here waiting, I'm not gonna lie, I'd love to have a boy. I want to have. I'm afraid that my initial response, and I want whatever it is, I want my initial response to be just through the roof, positive. So I'm a little bit nervous about it, to be honest with you. But where I was going with this. Big shout out to Mika Wimberly. Big shout out. It's been a lot. Wife, now 35 years old for some reason. If you're pregnant and going through pregnancy, that's considered on the older
side.
Yeah. So she had to take extra images today and everything. But Tamika Wimberly was absolutely tremendous today. So I greatly appreciate you, Tamika.
Good for you. Congratulations to you guys and. Good,
10 fingers, 10 toes, homie.
Good to see the health. That's the big thing. And shout out to you, Tamika, for taking care of things.
Crazy, Ron. Crazy that there is a bean growing in there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's crazy,
rolling,
bro.
Man. It is crazy.
They start taking pictures of the brain.
Yeah.
I mean, that is crazy.
It is.
From my loins, Chief.
All right.
You're crazy.
Them swimmers.
Okay. All right, your loins. We got it. From Clint's loins.
Backstroking.
Right,
I got him backstrokers, Chief.
From his loins, ladies and gentlemen.
Right,
if you're just joining us on the drive, that's Clint, his loins. But no, man, good fun time today. What a big day on this station, behalf of everybody here on the station, we appreciate all of you rocking with us. You all made this happen as much as anybody. We are officially 95.7 The Fan, and officially now the Texans are going to play a game tonight. We'll hand this thing over to Seth and Sean. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron, the show Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Brought to you by...
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
Ready? The 2026 preseason